because we're just dumb and we don't understand
Yeah,
density curvature.
yeah. If you want to example the oil rig in the middle of the ocean, and if you want that oil rig, it's like 10 miles from the beach, you must know that there is a curvature, and you must put that on account, and then you make a oil rig, because you cannot make that oil rig if sea level is flat. It's
And
impossible.
the whole time they're talking about the oil rigs, we're talking about the fucking horizon, not the fucking oil platforms. It's just like, bro, do you not see that the horizon is far beyond those platforms? So why are you still talking about that? Well, don't you see they're a little distorted? Yes, of course we see that. That's to be expected, but where's the horizon in that picture? Dumbass.
And what is horizon?
Oh, don't get them started on that one. No, they claim it's the physical curve of the Earth that's distorted the refraction. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but can you tell me two parts of the horizon? One, it's apparent place when when seems that that water will meet with the sky. Is that true? It's only seems that it's there.
Well,
How to say?
in their mind, it only works for them when it works for them. Because if you look at, you're familiar with looming. I know you are, and everyone should be. Like looming,
Yeah,
you'll
yeah, I
see a
know. I
boat. You'll see a boat that is just floating in the air.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
boats don't float in the air. Like when you look at a boat that's off in the distance and you see it where it actually is, what you're seeing with looming, you're seeing a backward reflection of the water. You're seeing the horizon at the bottom of the boat, but the reason it looks like it's floating in the air is because you're just seeing a reflection. So that is refraction and reflection, or it's just like it's the water reflecting off of itself and making the boat appear to float in the air. It's like, I mean,
Yeah.
don't make this harder than it needs to be, because the reason you're able to see something like that is because the water's flat.
There we go.
I'm
But
restarting.
Helio,
I'm restarting
Helio.
the live stream. Hey, by
Oh,
the way,
okay.
before we continue, I'm restarting the live
Uh,
stream now. Just want to let everybody know. Live stream's
Helio,
about to restart right now. So,
do you see the picture?
which one?
That's what I
I'm busy.
posted.
I'm busy working on
Okay.
starting the live stream, so I'm not looking at everything.
Helio, you was speaking about that what is now on voice extract. But if you are, that's a picture. If you are there, you will see the real horizon where it is. It's made by the physical water and the sky, not the optical water and the sky. The picture is showing maybe, but you know that that is
What's
the
the
water.
sky got to do with it, though?
No, Helio, I'm saying when we speak about horizon, we have a water, all that stuff, 10 miles, water. It's fucking flat, of course.
Sure. Yeah.
And but we speaking about horizon, yeah, but horizon it's made by the sky and the water. The sky it's everywhere, but water it's there. Look at the picture. If you cannot, there is look that horizon. It's the
Yeah.
middle of the. But that's a picture. If you are on that beach, you will see the horizon where it is. That's the real water, like on the Black Swan example. They're speaking of some
The
kind
one
of
you just posted.
refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also
Yeah.
here, there is no
The horizon's
there is
where the boat
there is
is.
no
Yeah. Yeah.
this is not even a refraction. This is the picture. This is effect what you are visually in moment seeing, and you see that
Yeah.
line because it's blue, and you think, oh fuck yeah, that. But if you are there, you will see the boat that it's on water, and the water is behind boat, and there is the horizon
Right.
behind. You will not see the
And
line,
that's
maybe so good.
Sasha, that's looming. And so
Yeah, yeah.
everything below that boat, that's a reflection. So I call it a reflection. Maybe I'm using the wrong term, but it's a reflection of the water back on itself,
Yeah,
making
but
the water appear or the horizon. I don't
you
like
will
to.
not get
I
that
don't
effect
want
with
to say.
your eyes, Helio.
Yeah, no, no, no.
In reality, this what you get with the
Sometimes
picture.
you might. Sometimes you might. But
Maybe,
yeah,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's a rare occurrence, but I would just say, I mean, they call it looming, but yeah, that's what it is. Boat is actually just like with that oval right there. That's where the horizon is, but it
And if you
looks
are
like the
there, you
horizon's
will
much
realize
lower.
that not like in picture. That blue will not
Exactly.
give you that blue horizon line, what it looks like a horizon. That in reality will not be like in picture, Helio. I can bet on that.
Yep. I, I'm with you
Because
on
you
that one.
have the ship also there behind, and you will see that water. But when you see the picture in first moment, you see that fucking first blue line that you see you immediately think fuck the horizon is down.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
it's
only
not down. I mean,
yeah,
much
yeah,
just
of course.
whatever that dude was talking about earlier. He's like, "Well, aren't you looking down at the horizon?" No, nobody looks down at the horizon. You don't look up at it either, right? All you're doing is looking as far as you can see straight ahead, right? So you're going to see the horizon where you see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody's trying to look down. Look down. Doesn't matter if you're standing at the shore of a beach or if you're standing 1,000 feet on a mountain. You're just looking straight ahead as far as you can see to see the horizon. Of course, when you're at a higher elevation, you're going to see more of the earth. You're still going to see the horizon, and it has nothing to do with curvature of the earth because there is no such fucking thing as this ball earth curvature thing. It's just like once people get this ball earth out of their brain, it will make a lot more sense. It's like nobody here is trying to fight at the globe. It's like we have somebody has a channel called Fight the Flat Earth. It's like, bro, um, what are you fighting against? The same thing everyone sees when they go outside. Trying to fight against something that's obvious to everyone. Okay, well, good fucking luck.
Good fucking luck.
That's right. So yeah,
Go
everyone
go
when
to
they walk outside, it's just like it's just like I was saying earlier. If you stand next to someone, they see the horizon, they
go.
consider it to be something, and then you're saying, "Hey, I'm looking across a level stationary plane." It's like, well, it doesn't look like that to me. Or what? You're not seeing the same thing I am? Well, I'm seeing the same thing you are, but I'm considering it a different way. Why would you do that? Who told you the Earth is a globe? What asshole fucking introduced this retard idea of the Earth being a globe to you? Now, all of us used to think the Earth was a globe, but once I figured out that that was nonsense, I changed my mind and I saw the Earth for what it is. It cannot possibly be this stupid globe that everybody talks about. So, I'm not trying to convince anyone. It's up to them to actually come and have the conversation with us. You can you can come to your own conclusion at the end of the day. But if you're going to bring if you're going to bring proof of your globe, bring the damn proof because all of us used to think it was a globe, so it's not like ignorant about the topic. You know what I mean? And if you're a Globie and you come in here and be like, hey, I'm definitely going to show these flat earthers what's what. Instead of having questions, they're just going to show us why we're wrong about the flat. Bro, you better bring the game. Else you're going to get destroyed. There's no reason for you to come in here. You don't have shit on point. Still going to lose, but better know what the fuck you're talking about. I said not that we're trying to convince you the earth is flat, because there's no such thing as flat earth. It's the only place that all of us experience earth as a realm, the only place that can exist. Where is Earth? Oh shit! It's right
Yeah,
here.
it seems closed off. I mean, everything points towards it being closed off.
Yeah, but
A
sure,
realm.
why not? Yeah, sure, why not? It's just like, are you scared to think that Earth might be the only place that exists? Is that if you have this idea of going to Mars and all this kind of stuff? Oh no, we have to go there because Earth is a dangerous place. Hey, guess what? Welcome to Earth. Earth is a dangerous place. Don't you live here just like the rest of us? A dangerous place. It's also a wonderful place. So, come on. You're a human and you live with everyone else, every other species or whatever you want to call them on Earth. This is a dangerous place, but I think that humans are destroying it. Not, I'm not saying that humans don't treat Earth the way it should be treated, but there's something to say about. I look at Earth as a gift from God, so people would say, "Well, who's God? Why do you do this way?" Bro, you're gonna have to ask God when you meet him, but it's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Some things will never change. Oh, but don't you believe it?
It
Hey, P Mac, you already know.
Rumors being the rain.
It's like people give us so much shit for no reason, you know. I mean, just sit back and think about it for a minute, you know. Shit ain't hard.
There might be something else going on outside of this realm, but we don't know what that is. But yeah, this is definitely
But there are
no.
things we can know, right, PMAC? There are things we can know, right? So it's like,
Um,
or at least, just like, as far as the creation story, it's like, hey, man, Earth, sun, moon, stars, boom. Creation story
I
makes
mean,
sense.
yeah, all the species and everything, and the first plants and all this. But yeah, but where did they come from? And like they're talking about happy access, but it's too complex to be it's way too complex. I don't know how to say this. There had to
Oh,
be a creation. There had to be a start. Some entity had to make it in order for it to begin.
sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, but the answer to that you can only ask the creator that, and At at that point, once you know that it can only come from creation, and you can't necessarily talk directly to the creator to get a direct answer, you're gonna have to trust that it actually came through that way. And he's looking at you just like your dad or your mom looked at you, just like, "Hey, man, I ain't figured it out yet, but you're gonna have to figure this out. I mean, I did the best I could to raise you. You know, it's just like the rest of it, you're gonna have to figure this shit out for yourself."
He's getting close. She's getting closer. He's almost there.
Damn it, mom, you don't have all the answers. But you did. And it was just like, son, I don't. But the adventure of life is trying to figure it out. You know, so. You're gonna have to go with that, because other than that, the evolutionists and all these people that think, the billions of light years and shit, that's the evolution theory and their creation story. If that makes more sense to you, fucking have at it. But it's still a creation story. You're gonna have to deal with that. You don't like our version of a creation story. No, that's okay, but
Nothing. But
you better recognize that your evolution theory and your Big Bang evolution theory, all that shit, that's a creation story. There is no such thing as atheism. That's your creation story. Own it and back it up.
yeah,
If you're going to come in here and talk to us about why we think flat or globe or whatever, that's if you really have it solid in your mind and that's your creation story. Back your shit up. Bring in your proofs, and we'll have a discussion. But if you don't have that, fucking bother.
don't fucking bother.
Yeah, exactly, Peanut. It's just like, hey, well, I mean, a lot of people come in here, which I don't mind. I mean, of course, we want new people to jump in here every day and be like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? And of course, they're going to say the same shit, which is fine. We're patient with most people that come in here. If they come in here with a freaking pompous attitude, oh, we know this and we know that, was like, who's we? Who's we? Are which we are you talking about? I mean, sounds like you don't know shit. You're just like we. Are you French? Who's the Frenchie in here going we? Yeah, I'm just fucking love you French people. But yeah, that's all they do. It's like we know, we know. So we know, but you fucking don't know. So the fuck is we? And then we can get a discussion started.
Yeah, but
Coming here
it
saying
seems.
we know.
Yeah, there's a lot of us around. We're constantly asking questions, but we seem to have this insatiable desire or want to know how things started and where it began. And a bunch of people just decided that this is how it happened, this is how it was, and indoctrinated people with it. And um, um, oh yeah, we know this because a men in white coats, and because of red shift, and because of microscopes, and because of perhaps atoms, maybe atoms. I don't know, atoms. Maybe did I say atoms? And then it's just
You did.
yeah. And suddenly everybody, because everybody's got Google in the palm of their hands and all the answers to the universe and how things began and where they're going. Suddenly we know everything. We're so clever, but we're not. We're even dumber than when we started asking the question why and what for. We're even stupider.
Well, not about being dumb or smart. It's just about what you can or cannot know. Because even that's the way I look at it. It's it's how you perceive things. Because you can be either ignorant or knowledgeable about certain things. And sure, there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with believing in something. You know what I mean? Altogether, there's nothing wrong with a belief because it can give you encouragement and hope. Hope is not a physical thing, right? It's something that you experience in your mind, your heart, your spirit. So yeah, hope is a good thing, but you can't touch it. It only exists in your mind and your spirit. So those types of things are tangible in spirit. It's men and women and humans are spirit, in my opinion. We live in this shell, but I gotta check on something real quick. I'll be right back.
Roger, Roger. This world, as far as I can see, is getting dumber by the second.
Damn it, P-Mac, I thought you was holding this shit down. Monday morning. Monday,
Yeah, what happened
Monday.
with so good to me?
Monday morning. It could be. I can't remember the words. Monday morning. Oh, damn. Dude, Mamas and Papas were killer, weren't they? It was freaking badass music, man. Mamas and the Papas.
What happened with Dam? She been playing Guild Wars for a whole day.
Mama Cass was in Mamas and the Papas. And the story was she choked on a chicken bone or something and died. It was about Mama Cass. I mean, does that seem weird? She's like the biggest, like, great voice in the shit, of course, but she died choking on a chicken bone. That's what I heard. Is that what you heard? That
I didn't even know that.
okay? Well, Mama Cass supposedly died choking on a chicken bone. Well, you know, go with it. What it do, don't it? Let's see, where are the monkeys? Hey, where the monkeys? They say we'll monkey around. You're too busy singing. Put anybody down. Remember that song? Yeah. Hey, how old are you, P-Mac? Or how young are you?
50 plus 6 years.
I just turned 50 this year, so
So respect your seniors.
well, certainly do.
How's the new job going?
Oh, it's going good, man. You know, people would ask me about it and stuff, and so I went
Are
through
you sick of talking
orientation.
about it?
Oh, sure. No, I don't mind
Or
talking about it. Went through orientation last week, which kind of a refresher course on something I already knew because I'm going back to a job that I already know how to do, basically. And so then I got to go to where I'm going to do my job on Friday, last Friday, and said you're working weekend shift, which means officially I don't have to be back there again until Friday next week. Like, yeah,
oh,
dang, what am I
nice.
gonna do for the rest of? But they also said, hey, since you're a contractor, you can work as many hours as you want to.
Yeah, but you're
Like,
liking a little bit of overtime.
ooh. Yeah, it's just like you can just work whenever you want to. I'm like, woo, yes. So I'm actually gonna show up on Thursday instead of Friday and work 12 hours Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll get 48 hours, so I'll be 8 hours overtime. And so yeah, I don't have to be back to work till Thursday. So that'd be awesome.
I think you've got to make time now for yourself as well. Yes, we work, but you've got to enjoy life too.
I know,
I was
but
contacted.
at this point, I need money more than I need to do that.
Money's good. Yeah,
I
money's
need
good.
I need not I need to concentrate on that and making as much money as I can in a short period of time. So that they're actually paying me very well. So
Very
I'm
well.
just
Yeah.
trying to be So I'm gonna be like concentrating on that for quite a while. That.
Yeah, I'm getting
I'm gonna,
tied in the
I'm gonna
third.
build up. I'm gonna build up. You know, some money and get all my shit fixed. You know, because I can. This is an opportunity for me where I can actually make enough money to get my shit fixed. You know.
Is this for
So,
your plastic surgery?
uh, yes, I want to get a breast reduction and.
Yeah. Getting rid of
No.
these man boobs. Don't come fucking. Don't come cheap.
They don't come cheap. Don't go away and they don't come cheap. Oh, there's no way. Never mind.
Also, don't forget the penis enlargement.
Yeah, forget that one.
Man boob reduction and penis enlargement. They're gonna take flesh from my
Get
man
rid of
boobs and
the.
put it in my penis.
I think I don't necessarily think the medical in that way can actually help. If you keep the beer belly, it's really not going to be attractive to anyone. That would be just like I got my breast reduced and I got my penis, and then I'd be like Ron Jeremy. Never mind.
My
You don't
three
know who
chins are
that
now
is, do
two.
you? You don't
Yeah,
know
that's
who
the
he
porno
is,
star,
right?
isn't it?
I know, but I'm just like, yeah, he is.
Everybody
But
knows he
he
is.
always had like a big belly with a big dick, you know. So I was.
Big mustache. He had a
Yeah, so
big
he was like, yeah, he
mustache.
was like a 70. He had a big mustache, yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, speaking of the monkeys,
Just monkeying around.
oh, there's a song that I did. You've heard it before. It's a monkey
Let's do it.
song. It was a parody I made of a monkey song. So it plays that. It's pretty good. It was just an idea.
Hey,
You
hey, with the
remember?
Globers, we're just spinning around.
We're just spinning around.
Hey, hey, with the Globers, no curvature to be found. How you like that? Hey, hey, with the Globers, we're just spinning around. Hey, 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 with the Globers, no curvature to be found.
It's a good one, man.
Yeah, that's
Probably
not bad.
should
That's
do
your
that.
repertoire.
Yeah, have to do that one. But check this one out if I can. Heard it before, and so many, but it's there's no reason not to play it. So, wait, typing it wrong. Play. Let's see if this works.
Take your time here, dude. Take your time. No
Try.
pressure.
Let's see if this works. No, it's not working. Hold on, let me try this.
Talking about pressure.
Pressure.
I'm the.
Should work now.
Do.
This sucks ass. Why is it not playing? Begin playing. What the?
Amateur.
I mean, I guess I'm an amateur at using the bot, but dude, this is supposed to work. I did M stop. That's supposed to clear the queue, and then whatever you play next, did play. And try this. Not gonna work.
I have faith in you. You'll get there one day.
This. That's probably not even a command. I'm just making shit up. M stop. Here's the queue. It says the player is stopped and the queue has been cleared. It means that whatever somebody types in next, go ahead and play. So I already did this.
Penis extension. Dear Rodney.
Yeah, I'm typing it wrong. Let me look at some previous.
Can we get damned on mic, red mic, just for the general amnesty kind of feel about Monday? Monday is General
Who?
Amnesty Day. Damned. Just above you.
And hold on, I'm in the bot room, so right now I'm looking at the live stream listing.
Hey, hello.
I'm listening. I mean, but I'm saying I'm
did you
doing
notice?
something else.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. Do you notice that you can't? Here we go. Yeah, well, we're halfway there.
No, it's not working.
You can't play anything off YouTube anymore. It's really, really hard to get something. It's just all restricted.
What were you asking me about somebody getting unbanned or something?
Damned. Damned. She's just underneath the live there.
Oh, damned. Do you want me to unmute damned?
Well, I have this card that says I can unmute one person for.
Well, if you can unmute them, why don't you unmute damned?
I can't do shit,
do
bro.
it. Okay, I can do it.
Go
Damned,
for it.
if you want to talk to PMAC, you have access to your microphone, damned.
You have control of your microphone. Thank fuck for that, because my microphone was running around the house all day. Fucking
Oh,
doesn't.
you know what? I just noticed the
There we
bot
go.
is muted too. That's why the shit wasn't coming through. Go ahead,
Aha!
damned.
Hey, damned.
Oh, good day. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
Morning. Yep.
Welcome again to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How did you find yourself here?
I'm
And,
trying to learn math.
math.
I just listened.
Math is hard.
You guys are really brilliant, and it just, you guys do circles around me. So I'm just
Hey,
trying to
Matt.
learn, take in what.
A lot of stuff we do. I mean, we talk about triangles a lot. I mean, triangles aren't so hard, are they?
Yeah.
Shucks.
I know the basics. That's about it.
Sure. I mean, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's the hypotenuse is c squared. So the hypotenuse is a long angle on the end of it. Right triangle.
Where are you from, damned?
From Canada.
Oh, hey.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, you're from Canada, eh? Funny when you got Americans and Irish.
The Americans say
saying,
huh,
"Eh."
and the
Huh?
Canadians
Eh?
say hey,
Eh?
and the
Huh?
Australians, they got their own language.
How did you find your way to the 24/7? Damned.
What do you mean? I don't
Oh,
understand.
the Flat Earth Discord. I mean,
I
how
just
did you come
typed it
across?
in.
You
I
were
typed
looking
it
up.
in out of curiosity. I thought to myself, I wonder if if there's such a thing, because I thought they wouldn't allow Discord wouldn't allow that, you know. And sure
Oh,
enough, it came up.
there's a lot
So,
of them. We're the biggest Flat Earth Discord. Um,
On the planet.
and yeah, on the planet. Whatever that means. Excuse me. But yeah, I mean, we're the largest Flat Earth Discord. I mean, there's a reason it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord because we're here 24/7.
oh, okay, now.
And we stream live 24 hours a day too, as well on YouTube, Twitter, D Live. Where else am I streaming? Odyssey, and on Rumble now. We're on Rumble as well.
Oh, you're on Rumble as well, eh?
Yep,
Eh?
we're getting as many views on Rumble as we are on YouTube now, so that's good.
Well, when people discover that, you know, that it's been that they've been cheated and corruption is everywhere, they start to open up their eyes elsewhere. Like, could it be possible that the Earth is actually flat? you know,
Yeah, it's something. It's
it's
a
a
question.
realization.
Yeah, it's a question that should be addressed.
Mm. Well, yeah, because you're starting to realize everything is a lie. What else have they lied about? You know?
Exactly. I like her.
Oh,
I do too.
I guess it is.
I can already tell this is going to be a good conversation.
I bite my tongue a lot. I have to hold my tongue. Too
Yeah,
much goes on in
well,
my mind. But I think when you come to a realization what's going on, your mind starts to go, think of every angle, where they're coming from, what they're up to, what's their next plan, their next move, because they're up to no good.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
is this? Have you talked to about flat Earth or? I mean, I'm sure I can tell you already talked about conspiracies or maybe considered them before. I mean, it's, flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. It's right in front of your face.
Yeah, no, I've heard about flat Earth uh, a very long time ago, very, very long, and I didn't believe it. It was from my brother. He believed that. Like, I was talking to him, and I said, "Could it be that long? I remember him talking about it like 20 years ago." And I thought
Oh,
my brother was bizarre because he believed a lot of crazy stuff. He's retired military, and his brain is a little different than some.
military, what, like Air Force or?
No, military army.
I
Yeah,
mean,
military. Air Force isn't military, bro. I'm just kidding.
no shit. What? Air Force isn't military. Yeah, try again.
Yeah, so I was exposed to it long ago, but my mother and father, like, none of us believed him. When he would talk, it just seemed like, oh my, you're nuts. You're crazy. And then, when you start seeing the lies come forth and the corruption reveals itself, then you start saying, well, maybe he's got something. Maybe there's something. Maybe he's not nuts after all.
Yeah, and it's just like you have to pick and choose your battles when it comes to a lot of these things. When you across certain knowledge, it's just like
Hmm.
everybody's gonna or everyone's gonna think you're crazy or whatever. It's like I don't want to talk about it. Basically, that's what they say. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I just don't want to talk about it. You know
Yeah.
what? Then I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people that do want to talk about it. And that's why we're here.
Yeah, and I keep asking, like, I think I've come to terms with it. Like, I kept in when I discovered you guys, which wasn't that long ago, but and I listened to you guys, like, go on about it and the arguments, or slightly aggressive sometimes really, passive. I mean, all different types of,
Yeah.
communication going on. And I
Yeah.
started asking myself, why? Why haven't they moved on? How come these people, they they know the earth is flat? Well, 100% the earth is flat. They've got all their details. They're like, really, these people are really intelligent. But yet, why did they stop here? Why aren't they continuing on? Like, what? Does
Oh,
it just stop here?
individually we do continue on, but this platform,
Yes.
we introduce new people that are curious about it to it every day. And it's fascinating to us to meet new people
Right.
because they're new to the topic. We're not. But it's still fun for us to talk to new people about it. So that's why we do it the same way every day.
Like when I
It's not,
asked my brother, he's given up. He's literally given up. He says, I don't give a shit anymore. He says, Terrell, I just don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. And I tell
I
not
him,
get
about
listen,
that.
there's this flat earth thing. No, 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 no. I don't care. I know what's out there. I know what's going on, and I don't care. I said, you should come on. I mean, these people are really like, my brother's really into math as well. And I
Hey,
said,
just
you have
share our
some
YouTube
great
channel. He can listen.
conversations.
And just, well, you can at
I
least,
did. I
maybe,
did.
oh, you did? All right. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much. Yeah. It can
I
make a
told
difference.
him, and it's, of course, it's up to him what he does with it, but
Yeah.
I did share it.
And that's why we do it over and over, same way every day. Even though because every new person we meet, they have a different approach to it. So
Right.
yeah, so it's it's interesting, and it's
It is very
even
interesting.
though it's not the most popular channel on YouTube or whatever, but in a sense it is because it's the only place you can have a genuine conversation with real flat earthers, like
Yeah, it's
alive.
nice. It's
Yeah.
nice to be able to, have a conversation with like-minded people. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's nothing worse when, like my neighbor, she thinks I'm crazy and she doesn't even want to talk to me anymore. I tried to save
Oh,
her, well, in a way, like,
you're not
please,
gonna save anybody.
but
It's
well,
just like
save her,
you
like,
can't.
get her to stop. She's taking like flu shots, every type of shots and everything. And she's just killing herself.
Well, I mean,
And
yeah, we try to keep away from the because YouTube
that
doesn't like when we
conversation,
talk
I
about that.
understand.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep,
We try to keep away from that, even though we all have we're passionate about that same thing, but we
yeah,
try
yeah,
to keep away
which
from
is
that
understandable for sure.
because we're alive. To keep the stream alive, we have to talk
Understandable.
about that. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
but
I
as far
mean,
as I don't know why they don't mess with us about the flat Earth topic. It's just like they'll let us talk about flat Earth all day, but they won't let us talk about that.
well, I would never. Yeah, that's strange, eh? How that works. You can't
Yeah,
talk about this, you can't talk about that, but you can talk about the flat Earth. Like, what is that? What's up with that?
yeah, makes you wonder.
It does make me wonder. That's why I have a little bit of paranoia in me as well.
It's all right.
I don't trust, I don't know. I know I would never tell my neighbor about the flat earth. Forget that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
you have to pick and choose. I mean, it's like I still have a great relationship with my family and stuff. They know what I'm about. Only time I'll ever talk about it is if they bring it up.
yeah. Yeah.
It's like the YouTube channel. That's my YouTube channel. So it's just like They know it's out there. I just started episode 3201. So I have over 3,200 videos out there
Wow.
about flat Earth, and all my family and friends know. And they, as long as they don't bring it up, I won't bring it up. But they know what I'm about. But
Yeah,
it's the
my
same
whole
thing.
family, I think my whole entire family's aware. We're from Montreal. So we were brought up a
Oh,
little bit.
yeah. All right. So I was about to ask you what part of Canada. Yeah. So you're up in, yeah. And,
No, but I'm not in
well,
Montreal right
it,
now. But I
but
grew up.
you're from that
Yeah,
area, Montreal. Is that French Canadian kind of area?
English
Beck,
speaking Montrealer.
Beck.
Yeah, we're English though.
I know.
But the thing is, with Montrealers, I do find that, we're a little open minded opposed to, let's say, people in PEI or, do you know what I mean?
No, PEI. I'm not familiar with that.
Prince Edward Island? You never heard of Prince Edward Island?
Oh, Prince Edward. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, or people like from the Atlantic, like the maritime provinces, they're like 20 years behind. So they follow anything you tell them. It's almost like they believe
They're
it.
not. They're not full Toronto. I don't know. I really don't know much about it. I know they made some really cool TV shows in Toronto. That's all I know about it.
Oh, yeah.
Toronto's like the Hollywood of Canada. I'm a huge like TV fan. Some pretty cool TV
Yeah,
shows.
yeah, for shows and things like that. And then the movies sector would be British Columbia for movies, you know.
Okay.
But Toronto, yeah, for TV shows, we have Toronto's the place. Anyway, so you asked me to come online. I came online. Was there any particular reason?
EMAC wanted you to come in because he had some very deep questions for you, didn't you, PMAC?
Oh, oh.
Yes, I'm just
Yes,
messing
no, I
with you.
didn't. No, not at all. No, I just seen you up there.
No,
Oh,
it's just
okay.
like when we see people sitting in the room, we just call them in, sometimes. But I'm
I
just
thought, why
messing with
not?
PMAC. And
Yeah, we
as a
do.
matter of fact, since let's I was trying to play one of my songs. I have a parody that I made, a monkey song that I was trying to play, but I didn't realize the bot was muted. Let's see if it works this
Yeah, I was
time.
listening to you guys play the Mamas and Monday,
It,
and
yeah, this one is it's kind of short, so it's not really long. I said it's kind of short and not really long. Is that redundant? I don't know. See if it works this time. The bot was muted and I didn't realize it before. Let's see if this plays this time. Oh, it's not
For
working.
fuck's sake. No,
Fuck's
I just seen you
sake.
up there, damned. I thought that's a lovely name, damned. And then I thought maybe you're a guy. And then I seen the avatar, and then I seen you're playing Guild Wars 2 for fucking 24 hour. I'm like, anybody who plays Guild Wars 2 for 24 hour, one whole day needs to
It's
be on
not
band.
working.
oh, sometimes I just leave it on and I go, I go downstairs, prepare dinner, do whatever on the phone, and I just leave it on. And if you go to
Okay.
the auction house, and it'll stay on forever, the game. It doesn't shut itself off.
Yeah, I was just curious, I was just wondering
I
why you
used to
got
play
banned.
World of Warcraft. And then my husband passed away, so then I went over. I just quit everything, and stopped it. Stephen stopped working, everything. And then that was 2 years ago. And then I think December is when I said, okay, it's
I'm sorry to
a
hear
lonely,
that.
it's a lonely life out here because I'm in a province
The
that,
middle of nowhere.
yeah, kind of thing. Yeah. And I don't know many people here. Well, except for my neighbor, and she doesn't really like me anyway, so, but I talk to her because there's no one else.
She
to talk
doesn't like it. She
No,
doesn't
she
like
Doesn't
it.
really like me.
doesn't like me at all.
Hey, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Well, that's her
It's just
problem.
like more. I'm more like people like me, but I don't want to talk to them. I don't know about.
Oh yeah.
That's yeah. Some people like It's like do you guys just like every once in a while get on Discord and be like got 5 missed calls from somebody on Discord and it's like you guys think it's rude for somebody to just call you on Discord? It's like no, I'm not on Discord all the time. And you think you're gonna call and I'm gonna answer on Discord? What the hell?
So that's why you never picked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like I rarely pick up, even if you call. If you had my phone number and you call me, I'm probably not gonna answer. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna answer if you call me on Discord.
I used to talk to a friend of mine on Discord all the time, but he's very sick, so
It's just like if I want to talk to somebody on Discord, they'll message me and I'll message them. Okay, cool, let's call, and then we'll call, and talk to each other. But
That's the thing.
Don't randomly call me on Discord and think I'm gonna answer. That's fucking stupid.
yeah, I don't think I've ever answered a random Discord call.
I don't think I'm ever gonna call on the fucking Discord. What's wrong with me?
P-Mac, I'm gonna fucking call you like, well, I know you're
Back
sleeping.
off.
I'm gonna fucking call and see if you answer.
Yeah, just when I'm falling asleep, you'll phone me. Wake me up, you bastard, you.
Yeah, well, it won't even. I don't even hear it ring. It's just like. It's like I'll just get on and be like, you have 5 missed calls from so and so on Discord, and I was like, well, I didn't hear it ringing, and I probably wouldn't have answered anyway. Why are you just gonna randomly call me? Why don't you message me and say, hey, I want to talk to you, and then I'll be like, hey, okay, I'm ready to talk, and then we can call. What the fuck would you just randomly call me? That's weird. Can't believe that this freaking song ain't pulling up.
Kind of weird.
Here. I'm deleting all the previous.
I'm just going to randomly call everybody that's in here right now, just randomly. Just
Hey,
see who picks up.
I fucking dare you to call Indio right now.
Fuck off. No chance. What? How dare you? You motherfucker. Who the hell are you?
Oh, man. I bet he'd pick up and he'd be like, what the fuck do you want, P-Mac?
Didn't I ban you like last week, you motherfucker?
Damn, how many times did I try to play this song? Damn, I'm deleting all of them.
40. We're going for 42
I believe
now.
it's not playing. Let me try another one and see if it works. It's freaking stupid. Why's the button?
I have an idea. Just play it over the speakers and fucking push your mic down and we can all hear it.
Let me try some.
You know, I thought you were good at this shit.
Dude, I'm doing it right. It's just not pulling up on the bot. I'm telling you, man, I'm doing it exactly right. I'm doing it the way everybody else does it. Let's try this one, see if it works.
By the way, Damned.
Yes.
He likes to sing now and then.
Pardon me? What's that?
He likes to speak slower.
He likes to sing?
Now and then.
Yeah, I'm a singer.
He's not too bad at it.
Okay.
I know.
It's okay.
I heard quite a nice voice earlier, and it's like, wow, that's a nice voice. Was that the
He's
same
no-
person you're talking about? Is
Probably. It's no Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, that's true. I'm no Freddie Mercury. That's true. See if this one works. You know what? It's not working.
It's muted.
Oh, it's muted. God damn it.
Fuck's sake, man.
I must now tell you why,
Here it is. That's me.
as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view to them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. And truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. a heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real eyes. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove, still detect the global lies, as I explain to you.
Right at the end, that was pretty cool. Who the fuck this guy is, and he sing pretty good. That's a cover of Queensryche that I did.
Yeah, I know the original song, but it touches you. You know, the vocals are just very. I think the whole it's an emotional song in somewhat way.
Yeah, it puts hairs in the back of your neck.
You
Yes.
lies that you do not see.
Wow. Nice.
I recorded it with this same microphone.
And it's so similar to Lies You Do Not See, Silent Lucidity. It's like, yeah, wow.
Let's now tell
Oh.
you why. You no, let me see. Since I got the bot unmuted and I figured out why it wasn't playing. Let's play that monkey song that I was trying to play earlier. That was so dumb. I was like, why is it not? Why can't I hear it? Hold on.
It's muted, Helio. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not anymore. So it should work this time. Hold on, let me pull it up. Is this one? I think this was the first parody I made. A flat Earth parody I made.
That's kind of funny, though. Why is it not playing? There's a red mic in front of you, Helio. Oh, shit, it's muted. Yeah, maybe.
You know what's funny is I kept trying to do it again, and then you were like, "Hey, it's muted." I was like, "Oh shit!" Because once I stopped it, then the bot went off, and I forgot that it was server muted. Anyway,
Hello?
it should work. Should work this time. It should work this time. It was so dumb. Like, dude.
Derp. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp.
See if this works now.
I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake, 'cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I try. Think they're out to get me, that's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
What the hell? Who the fuck is that
Very
guy?
Very good.
This one out, damned.
Yes.
This is gonna be, you won't even, if you haven't heard it before, it's, be like, yeah, where'd that come from? The guy that wrote the lyrics to, I wrote the lyrics on that last one, but,
You
that
did?
Queensryche song, I wrote the lyrics on that one, but, that Queensryche song, another guy wrote for me, and he wrote the lyrics for this one too.
Wow. Wow, I'm
It's
impressed.
just, it's just parody lyrics, I mean, you pull up a karaoke song and write, parody
Yeah,
lyrics.
still,
So,
like,
this one, I'm gonna trip on this one. You know what song this is, right?
I
Check
gotta turn it
marks.
up a bit. Yes, I know this song. I can't wait to hear it.
I know it's good. It's so bad. It's so dumb. It's freaking awful. Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance But in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your glow from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your glow from you. Sorry about that, Globies.
That is good.
Sorry, not sorry, Globies. What do you think, Damned?
Oh, I think I'm still trying to figure you all out. That's what I really think.
Well, you're never going to figure me out, so don't worry about that one. I'm all over the place all the time.
It's hard for me to actually believe this is all real. This globe discord. It's like, no, you guys are into something deeper. It just can't. With
Check this out. I mean,
Exactly.
that as far as like that parody I made a few years ago, and it's the parodies we just listened to. It took me some time to kind of get it together and whatever. It's that they were like over a few years, just a few of them I did. But before that, it was just like me talking. As a matter of fact, it took me a long time to actually get guts enough to come into before Discord, on Google Hangouts back in the day, like some old YouTube stuff. It's just like I don't want to talk to anybody about this. So where I gathered guts to actually get on a live stream and talk to people. So yeah, it took me a long time to really
feel comfortable.
on there. Yeah, feel comfortable talking live, and now I'm running the 24-hour live stream, and I'm not completely comfortable. I can't go back and listen to myself, but I can listen to everybody else. You know what I mean? I can listen to myself sing, but I can't listen to myself talk. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
That's weird. Like I said, I'm weird.
Hey Leo, don't you live close to Canada?
I'm in Arkansas, bro. I'm way far from Canada.
Shit.
Oh,
Arkansas,
you
spelled
don't miss
A-A-R-K.
Arkansas.
I'm in Little Rock right now.
Wow.
Right by the Little Rock Airport. I'm surprised you guys don't hear the airplanes going over. They're right next to the airport.
Yeah, a lot of
I just
airplanes.
started a new job. It's my new old job. Worked there 8 years ago. They changed
I
a lot
know
of
it's.
stuff.
You were saying that contractor, I think you said, or something.
Yeah, I'm working as a contractor now, and making almost double what I was making before, and they changed everything around. But then I go in there, and it was like contractors can work as much as they want to. I'm like, speaking my language. 'Cause I need some money. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't have to be there till Thursday. So for the next 3 days, you might hear a lot from me, and then you won't hear anything on the weekends from me. I'll be working
We all
12 hours.
breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, no shit. Thank God, Helios shut up finally.
Man, I thought he was never going to shut up.
Dude, I ain't even been on here for like 2 weeks, so
I'm just kidding.
I know. No, I love all you guys. As a matter of fact, I actually prefer me not being on here, and you guys just in the rain or taking well, not taking the reins because you already do that anyway. It's like I'm more like I'd like to say I'm the producer, of the live streams. I'm the producer producing the live stream. Everybody can clip it up, cut it up, put it on their channel. I was this part, that shit out there. Free content for everybody. Anything. Love it, man.
Dice it up, and still can't find the curvature.
It's just like, hey, PMac, have you been to TSUK's channel?
How much?
Chaos UK.
Oh, no.
He's been he's been he's been capturing a lot of good stuff from here and putting it on his channel. So you definitely need to check his channel out. Bro. Hey, I'm gonna post it. Hold on.
Yeah.
He's got like 30-minute clips, 2-hour clips of like stuff from my live stream and stuff.
Oh, okay.
He's been picking out the best of the best and freaking putting it out on his channel. It's awesome. Well, shout out to TSUK for freaking paying attention. Badass. Here's his channel. I'm gonna post it in the live stream right now. When there's dead air
Yeah,
here, there's dead air.
he's not a bad
A
dude.
lot of the videos we've been playing is coming from his channel that he's captured from here. So, yes, man, shout out, brother. They go to sub to TSUK. That's his channel right there.
Where did you post that?
Live stream voice text.
Oh,
It's right above where we're talking now. Are you
Oh,
on
I
the
see
phone
it.
or PC?
No.
Oh, you see it now. Okay.
PC, yeah.
I just click on that
Oh.
link and then sub to that channel. That's where he's posting a lot of like really good clips from from our live talks on here.
I never went in this text channel, so this is all new. Wow.
While you're talking in this room, you want to follow that live stream voice text because people will be posting memes and links and everything that's pertinent to the conversation. You want to follow that.
Yeah. That's where all the good shit happens.
That's right. That's the action. That's the action room. Yeah.
Hello, damn. There you go. You're here.
Hey, bro.
Welcome.
Hi. There you go. I'm gonna give you some love here.
Okay, not too much. Anyway,
It's cool. It's good to have you here, Dan. You sound like a really down to earth chick. Canadian chick. I love it. Chick is. Hope that doesn't offend you.
I was just thinking, I was about to resign. I'm just basic. Just one of those basic Canadian people. That's it.
Sound really cool. You sound really cool.
You guys are the
yeah,
cool
nothing,
ones.
nothing basic about you, damned.
Well, that's nice. I'm taking that as a compliment. I don't know.
Oh, Captain Caveman said
Sure,
what
it's
happened to
like
my
that.
rose. Happened to Captain Caveman's rolls, PMac.
Yeah, I'm wondering because I know Captain Caveman. I don't understand why he's
So-
just been shown as VC verified. Yeah, I think he's flat earther-ish. Captain Caveman.
Well, Arthur-ish. Say
No, no, don't post fucking links. Right, okay, I'll click on
I
it.
posted a link. I'm gonna click on it. What is that? Is that your YouTube
Here we go.
channel? What's that?
That's a funny video with the just it sure looks like a rigid dummy on the moon buggy.
It's so strange, right? My best friend is not a flat earther, but he sent me a video today from TikTok about the whole the moon landing thing. And, anyway, he was like, "Paul, before I thought you're a fucking madman, but now I'm sort of coming around to what you're talking about." And now he's researching it. He's looking into it. He realizes there's things that we realized. Give him another year. He's one of them slow burners.
Yes.
It'll take him a while, but yeah, he'll get there.
I know there's a new video that was released and it shows them in the making of the moon landing. Is that the one, Patty?
Yeah, probably. If it was on TikTok or it's
Yeah.
going viral now or something. And I said it was probably Stanley Kubrick fucking videotaped it.
Yeah.
Oh, that video shakes a
hardcore.
few, I'm sure shook a few people up just to see that because you can see that, it's an old video. It looks legit, right?
Yeah. I always think it's like a few years ago, flat Earth was just like so taboo. But now people are just like, yeah, everybody's heard of flat Earth now. So it's just like, oh, flat Earth, yeah, I can take it or leave it, whatever. But eventually, it always makes me think of this song. Coming back around again. Oh, this is for the people
That was-
of the sun. It's a Rage Against the Machine song. I don't know why, it just always makes me think about that. It's coming back around again. This is for the people of the sun.
That was a nice segue. Never gone into
Listen to
I'll be right back. My dog's barking.
Bag, you listen to the Rage Against the Machine, right?
No.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, no, there's something wrong with me.
Well, I'm about to expose you to some
Oh, please don't.
rape. You're gonna love it, man. You say please don't until you listen.
I'm from Arkansas.
No, well, these guys aren't from Arkansas. I think they're from somewhere in they're from the Midwest, or maybe Kansas, I think. But you're gonna love this song.
There's more of us. More of us has joined us. Holy shit, we're in trouble now.
I have to listen to it right now, P-Mac, but you better listen to it later.
Well, listen to it right now. You play it, I'll fucking listen.
I can't play it on here because it's copyrighted.
Oh, okay. Do you not have a
I'll post
parody?
the video. Oh, it's not a parody.
All right,
Fuck,
guess
that's
I like.
not even what. No, that's Captain Caveman video. I mean, whatever. Oh, here's the one I was trying to. Go, Captain Caveman. Shout out to you.
Do you know what Captain Helio? Do you know what Captain Caveman makes me think of? Flat. Fucking flat.
Captain Caveman!
As fuck. Well, people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people in Abu Dhabi do.
Wish I could play this song on here, man, because we'd be rocking right now. We'd be like, song is so badass. I can't believe you haven't listened to Rage Against the Machine. Pete.
Yeah, I could never get into them, bro. I could never get. I don't know why. It's like a spiral carpets and them kind of things. I just couldn't get into them. Maybe too much LSD.
Try it again. Try it again.
Was it them?
What's that?
I'm sorry. I thought you said something there.
Whoops.
You were hot mic and talking to your dog.
Oh, I was talking to the dog. I was telling them to stop. they play hard, so you have to control them sometimes.
What do you have, like American Rock Riders? What the hell?
No, a German Shepherd and a Rottweiler,
Yeah, that'll do it.
and so yeah.
So they're just little bitty babies.
And do you know why I got these dogs? I got these
Protection.
dogs. Yeah, just when the I think it was February when they announced everything and lockdown started happening, I went out right away and got my 2 dogs.
Were they babies?
Well, no, didn't get both of them at once. No. Pardon me?
I was saying, did you get them as babies, like little?
Yes,
little
the
puppies,
German
or-
Shepherd I did. And then what happened was my husband got the Rottweiler, and then 2 months later he passed away. And so it wasn't trained properly. So now I can't even take them for walks because they're just, I tried twice to try and train them to walk together, and they started dragging me down the street. I was bleeding on my legs. I wouldn't let them go, but oh my gosh. So I
I'm
said,
kind of
no.
curious now. I'm kind of curious now. Please forgive me, but what did your husband pass from?
A heart attack.
Oh, how old was he?
He was 59.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah.
not very old.
No. But what I do now is I take the dogs to the woods. I put them in back of the car and drive them off into the woods, and let them go running every day. And that's better exercise than just, taking them for a small little walk.
Walking
But-
them, yeah.
But
let them piss up against the tree.
they always kind of stayed close and not just run off.
No, they never ever leave. The Rottweiler especially, she does circles around me as we're walking. She's the German Shepherd's more of a roamer. She'll go off in the woods if she smells something, comes running back, But the Rottweiler, no. And the
They're both
Rottweiler is the
female.
problem. Yeah, they're both female. And the Rottweiler is a big problem, though, because they love children, but they don't like people or other dogs, especially the Rottweiler. And so I've had bad encounter, and after that, it's,
I mean, that's weird because I've a few Rottweilers and I haven't really had any issues with children. That's
Oh,
kind of
great with
individual with
children.
dogs.
I was driving down the
thought you
street.
said
She
that-
literally jumped. Pardon me?
I thought you were saying she wasn't good with children.
No, children. Oh my gosh. I was driving down the street and I was passing this, I guess it's like a middle school and a bunch of children. She flew out the window and wanted to be with the children and ran right to the children and bows down and her tail's going. She loves children.
Yeah.
However, I had a farmer come and I guess out here where I live, they don't they don't knock on your door, and I was buying eggs from him. Well, he opened up my door and she flew, and I heard somebody come to the door because the dog started acting funny. So I went to the top of the stairs where my entryway is down below, and she flew right down the stairs, and I seen the door open, and of course I screamed, and she jumped right on him and bit his hand, but she stopped when I screamed, but it was terrible. So I cannot trust her around people.
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, she was just trying to be protective,
Yeah, but then my lawnmower, I had a ride on. I can't get that started. I don't have family or anything, so that won't start up. So I took my lawnmower. I couldn't get that started. It just things like, how things just go down.
Nothing will start.
Nothing would start. So then I contact a lawnmower person off Facebook. They come over, and I tried to introduce her to him so that she wouldn't be freaking out at the door and wanting to, she's jumping all over the sliding glass door and everything while he's mowing. So I tried to introduce her, but she just, I don't know, she just so untrusting. It's like maybe she's got a little bit of me in her, because I don't trust anybody anymore. No one. To give out too much information about myself. I do know that, and I think that's just from me being so vulnerable and gullible when I did trust, but I no longer trust anymore.
She got it from you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in her genes. Oh man.
Yeah.
No. I mean, the dogs are like that. I mean, they feel your spirit. They do what you do, basically. I mean, and then they always. Dude, dogs are awesome. It's just like there's something from a half a mile away that you never even knows coming.
Yeah, they are awesome. I mean, I do sleep well at night. There's no doubt about that. And I feel like the dogs and my cat was the only one really there for me when my husband passed. There was no one. My mother broke her femur. She's in the hospital. This is like lockdown periods that are going on. Crazy time. And the dogs were the only ones that, comforted me.
Yeah.
And you weren't allowed to see your mother and
Nope. And I
really?
wasn't even, yeah, wasn't allowed to see her in the hospital.
Fucking
And
hell.
and then they gave her, blood transfusions and stuff. And now doesn't she have dementia? And when she was released from the hospital, they put a zone on us all. We weren't allowed to leave the zone. Well, of course, I broke the law and left the zone. My mother, she's in. We had to bring her bed down. Well, I hired a handyman, and we brought her bed downstairs. And she has like a big open concept, so we brought the bed downstairs and all her clothes and things like that. So, but I wasn't even allowed to
away
bring
at
her
home.
home. No, she's not.
Pass-
She still comes to. She still drives. Actually, her dementia, it's like verbal right now, so she
Okay.
can't. But I wasn't allowed to go see her. But I kept leaving the zone. Because she didn't have anyone. They didn't even have a caretaker for her. They couldn't find one, and it seemed like, I don't know, it was a bad situation. But now she's okay. She just has this, I don't know, she's very, very forgetful, but she's able to drive still, but her words. Like I say internet, and she'll say, "What is internet?" She'll forget. What is the internet? But I don't know. Talking too much. I don't like talking a whole lot. I'm going to mute myself now, and I'll listen to you guys talk about the flat Earth. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Damn, you're cool. Don't worry. At least you still have your mother. These last 3 years on planet Earth has been like a fucking discovery through La La Land. Every day you wake up for something new. I just can't get to grips with it anymore. I actually think it's a fucking not real life. Anyway, it's not to be taken seriously at all. Sorry, I have my headphones on now. Place is tuning, you. Fuck's sake, man. Thank you, damn. Hello, you sound like is it me or is this fucking what the hell? Oh, okay. It's like is that one of them UFO messages? Hello. Damn, nice to meet you. Lovely to hear your voice, and thank you for sharing. Appreciate you. Or as Canadians would say, appreciate you, eh?
What's up, guys? What's up, PMac?
Big Root.
Was Helio's on a graveyard shift today.
Hey, he's on I think a 2-day shift or something.
Hey man, I'm making up for lost time, and guess I don't have to be at work till Thursday. So
Yeah, me too, except
Nice.
Friday. So
Yeah, I was listening to you all morning, man. It was an eventful morning.
really,
Well,
You weren't
morning for
tired-
me.
you weren't tired of my BS?
yeah.
Nah, mate.
I went down a few hours ago, and I'm staying at a motel, Little Rock, and they have free coffee. I need to refill. I need to go to sleep.
Oh, that's why you're still awake. Free coffee.
Yeah, free coffee in the lobby.
I'll do it.
It was just before you mentioned my name, I was just kind of passing out. I was just listening to you assholes.
We brought you back to life.
You brought it me back to life. Oh, please don't. I actually do need to go to sleep. But like I said, I don't have anything to do today. I'm just like sitting there doing nothing. Well, as a matter of fact, let me check the live stream, make sure.
Isn't Little Rock in Arkansas?
That's right in the heart of Arkansas. It's the best little big city of I don't know. It's all right. I grew up here, so I'm kind of biased. I like Little Rock, but whatever. See, how many hours in the live stream are we? Let's see.
45.
45 hours. Did go like 18 on the last one. I was like, oh shit, I waited too long.
So I'm just kind of curious.
Shit, I started the last one like 2 hours ago. Never mind. Got all kinds of time. We got all kinds of time. So like 2 hours into
Hey,
the
Helio?
stream. So
Yeah.
yeah,
What's
can
up,
roll
Wife
all
Mixer?
day.
Hey, I just got a question. How come when you put the letters AR in front of Kansas, it goes from Arkansas and you pronounce it Arkansas?
Good question.
Madness.
Odo, we're not in Kansas anymore.
You're gonna have to ask the people in Kansas because maybe they should pronounce it Kansa. But yeah, maybe we're just saying Kansas wrong. Maybe it's Kansa. I don't know. It's all just. I mean, if it's Arkansas, just doesn't sound right, does it?
No, it doesn't. But let me say this, Helio. Congratulations on the new gig, and it's good to hear you back again.
Thanks, guys. I couldn't have done it without some help from. Got by with a little help from my friends, and I'm.
What's the new gig?
Yeah, it's actually my old gig. I went back to a job that I had before as a contractor. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm making
Nice.
aircraft cabinets.
Nice. I thought you meant online. I follow you on, I think, where do you keep posting live? Is it TikTok, Helio? You on
I
TikTok?
have a few videos on TikTok, but no, mostly it's just YouTube and Rumble, Twitter.
Yeah, I think I'm on your Twitter because no, I'm on your Rumble. Yeah, because every time it says Helio Skeptic started streaming, I quickly run to the voice to Discord just to see what's going on. It's like a sign
Yeah,
that something's happening.
mostly it's where I get most views is from Rumble and YouTube. So yeah, about the same. To be honest, I mean, I'm getting more views on Rumble than I am on YouTube right now, so that's good.
Yeah, I think Rumble's a nice platform now for alternative media, isn't it? It's on the come up, isn't it, Rumble?
And I mean, I'm not a huge fan of their chat room. I like the so used to like the YouTube chat on the live stream. It's like it's like every time I jump on Rumble, it doesn't. It's like if you hit the live chat, it's like nobody's there. You know, people have been posting in there, but it doesn't give you uh, like the previous chatters. It doesn't pull up, who's been chatting in the chat on Rumble, but on YouTube it will give you. It won't give you all of the previous chat, but it'll give you at least past 30 minutes or so of people that have been chatting in there. That's one thing I don't like about the Rumble app. It only like when you click the live chat, you have to post first, to see if somebody's there. There could have been 30 chats before that, but they won't show you the new ones once you click on the video. The old ones, I mean. Yeah, Rumble, dude, I've been getting like, it's the same thing. When I like, the reason we do 12-hour videos is because YouTube won't archive the videos after over 12 hours. So I just try to restart them every 12 hours or even sometimes 8 hours or whatever. It depends on. But anyway, so I do the same thing with Rumble, and they're archiving the videos there and on YouTube. So if you guys want to go back and listen to previous stuff, they're archiving it on Rumble and on YouTube. Forgot.
Yeah, it's really good. I have a little nose occasionally, but every time you post a new video, I think it's live, and I think, oh shit, something must be happening. I just run back to Discord. It's like a
Well,
little,
it's just
it's like a little honey trap.
all day today or yesterday, Sunday, there was nobody here, but remember who was. Well, it was there were a couple people playing some on the music bot music. We call it music bot, but it's just playing previous videos or clips from other things on it. So pretty much all day yesterday was replays of stuff that happened here before. So I thought that was some really good stuff. I mean, 'cause sometimes it was just like if you have to listen to my dumbass for 4 hours, you don't want to do that. You want to listen to some really good stuff, like with India and anyway, I'm just playing. But yeah, they played a lot of really good clips yesterday. If you missed any of that, you should be able to go back and listen to some of the yesterday's videos and kept some of some old clips. Or go to Teos UK. He has some really good clips, and I think a lot of that's coming from his channel. Indio has some really good stuff on his channel. If you want to listen to some good stuff from 24/7 that maybe you missed, there's a lot of really good clips on different channels that people from here are taking the good parts of our 12-hour videos and just kind of the best parts and put them on their channel stuff. So definitely sub to Indio, TSUK, Mayhem. He has some good stuff. It's Miggy.
Yeah, I'm following Mayhem.
Yep.
I've noticed he's building up. He on TikTok, he's luring in so many people that when he gets going, he's going to have a huge following. I think.
Pretty good.
I don't know what he's doing, but he's got a lot of followers already. He's not posting about Flat Earth yet, but when he does, fuck me.
He has like 2 videos where it's just like he plays it over and over, and it's just like it's one of those follow back kind of videos. It's like follow me, I'll follow you. Follow me, I'll follow you. Follow me, I'll follow you. I follow me,
Yeah,
I'll follow you.
it looks like it's working though, right? He's got loads
I
of
guess
followers.
so. Yeah.
They're sharpening the axe right now. I love it, and I'm interested in TikTok. I'm thinking of making one myself. I feel like it's up for grabs right now, and I feel like there's a lot of space there to be taken.
Yeah. Sure. And I think he's not the only one doing it. I mean, everybody's doing it now. It's just like, hey, follow me back. Like, why? I don't even know you. I don't know. Fuck it. Follow me. And once you like 10,000, I don't even know who I'm following. It's like, why is this shit popping up? And then all of a sudden, when Mayhem gets it going, he's be like, yeah, you followed me. You don't know why, but now you flat smacked. You're gonna get your wig snatched.
Exactly. I feel like it's going to explode when he gets going. It's going to be a big explosion on TikTok.
It's funny. All good.
And with Mayhem's style as well, he literally lives up to his name, so I love it.
Yeah, good stuff.
I mean, there's some good people in here. But just to give Mayhem his props, I do love it when he gets going with an innocent Glober. That's good times, man.
Awesome.
Even with the Flat Earthers, I feel like he's the best for getting everybody on the same page. A little bit. He's a bit like a rally cry guy.
Yeah.
He could make a movement.
It's like he's good at keeping everyone focused. All of us can get off into the weeds a lot of times, and that's. But he's good at keeping everybody on focus and keeping us.
I feel like everybody's got their specialty, their little area, and I reckon Mayhem's is why the lie. I think that's where he excels.
And you know, the 3 points and
Well, the 3 points, yeah, that was his. Was that his? Did he make that up?
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we all kind of did together, but he kind of solidified it.
Yeah. No, that why the lie question is gaining more traction. It's where we tend to have to spend most of the time in the conversation. Why the lie? And that question always comes up, no matter what.
Yeah, but that usually comes up after they ask all their other dumb questions. You know what? We already answered your other dumb questions. We're trying to focus, and that's what Miggy's good at. He'll just be like, "All right, so let me ask you just a few simple questions, right? You know, you talk about temperature, spin, rotation, or whatever, and pressure without a container. That's the 3 questions." And then once they go through that,
Genius.
because the whole time when you're keeping them focused on that, they're still just waiting with bated breath. Say, "Why would they lie?" It's just like they didn't even listen to anything you had to say the entire
Exactly.
time. They're just waiting to ask that stupid question. Why would they lie?
Because I feel like it comes up every single time, and it doesn't matter how deep you go into the evidence or lack of evidence of the
I
globe.
just can't
They're not listening.
fathom.
Yeah, until you answer why would they lie, they're not listening anyway. You know. So for me, it's the most important bit now in 2023.
I guess I don't know, man. I mean, why? I so after everything that we just went through for the past 30 minutes, you didn't hear a goddamn word, and now you're going to ask me why would they lie? All right.
Yeah. We should switch it round.
Yeah, we start with
Right
why.
there.
Let's
Yeah.
just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
Say it. Say
Yeah.
it. Why would they lie?
Yeah. But anybody who asks me why do you think the Earth's flat? Well, before I tell you that, I'm going to tell you why somebody might lie about this, and I think it's relevant because if you can't fathom a reason why this could be lied about or why this could be true, you're just not going to take it serious anyway, are you?
It's just like you could sit there, like I was saying, you know, for 30 minutes explaining 3 points or any other thing. Always, they're just waiting for you to stop talking so they can ask you why they would lie. Just
And
like,
you know what?
bro. So
Yeah,
yeah,
go,
you're
sorry.
right. Maybe you just get it out of the way.
Yeah,
The first question. And-
bro. When I get someone in here and I get them to, okay, so why would they lie? I take that as a victory because it's only at the point where they're like, oh God, he's serious. Oh my God, there's something to it, that they ask that question. So that's a milestone you've got somewhere with them when they ask that.
yeah, certainly. Yeah, every time. Because that's the last resort. So we might as well just get it out of the way at the front. Like, all right, first question I want to ask you is why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Instead of them asking you, you ask them.
Yep.
That'd be funny.
It's genius reverse psychology.
Oh man, that'd be hilarious. We'll have to try that shit. I'm gonna try to try it. What happens?
Yeah, I think it's the way forward because now everybody's fucking in their own little. Everyone's got their own little echo chambers and stuff. Nobody's listening to anybody anymore. Crazy, isn't it? 2023.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Hey, Mr.
Oh, but they
P-Mac.
lie. They
Mr.
lie.
P-Mac.
Why would they lie?
Something about an echo
Why would they lie?
chamber.
Are you deep in Middle Earth, P-Mac? Mac?
How might be.
Like my balls.
Hey,
Hey, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break and go get.
balls.
I'm gonna have a smoke and go get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Back.
Enjoy it.
Free coffee.
But I'm staying at the Motel 6, and they got free coffee in the lobby. And why not go and drink coffee?
What are we doing? Are we insane? You tell me. Me.
Tell us a joke, PMac. I know you've got new ones every week.
I do actually have a few. Oh, tell us a joke. Oh, sorry, you were asking me to tell you a joke. Yeah, sure, no problem. Somebody complimented my parking the other day when I went into town, and I came back to the car, and there was a little note on just on the windscreen that said "parking fine," so that was nice.
Whoa. Say that again.
So I went in town the other day, and
Yeah.
somebody complimented me on my parking. I came back to the car, and there was a little note under the windscreen wiper. It said "parking fine." I went, "Well, that was nice."
I like it.
Do you like it?
A
I
PMac
got more.
classic.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
I had to go down to the supermarket the other day. I said, "This vinegar, it's got lumps in it." They said, "It's pickled onions."
Oh, that was terrible.
That was terrible. Okay, I can do worse. I can do absolute worse if you want me to.
Hit me.
Nah, I give up.
I love them really, mate. I love them. I appreciate them. I actually retell them to my kids sometimes.
Yeah, it's dad jokes all the
I
way.
like the silly ones. Yeah. I like the silly ones. I heard a good one the other day. What do you call a line of rabbits marching backwards?
No, I don't.
A receding hairline.
I knew that one.
It's a bad one.
couldn't-
It's terrible, isn't
I
it?
just couldn't get my mic queued up fast enough.
It's poor, but I like it. I got a bit of a longer good one that you may not have heard. The guy walks down the beach, minding his business, and he comes across what he thinks is a magic lamp. Oh my god, maybe this has got a genie in it. So he gives it a rub, and boom, out pops the genie. Oh shit! I've told the joke backwards. Let me start again.
I'm
coming back. I'm coming back for the joke.
Yeah.
Right.
Reverse.
I haven't ruined it. So, guy walks into.
Start again.
Yep. Guy walks into a bar with a flamingo on his left shoulder and a pussycat on his right shoulder. He goes up to the bar. He says, "Right, boys, what we drinking?" The flamingo goes, "Oh yeah, I'll have a pint of beer." The cat goes, "Yeah, me too. But hold on, I ain't paying. I'm not paying for this beer." And then the guys are like, "Don't worry." The flamingo's like, "Don't worry, we got it." They pay for the cat. Anyway, next round. Come on, let's have another drink. What do you want? Let's have a whiskey. Yeah, let's have a whiskey. Have a whiskey. What do you want, cat? I'll have one too, but I ain't paying. It's like, no, you don't have to pay. Don't worry. You stay there. So the guy goes up to the bar this time, leaves the bird with the cat. And he goes, the barman's overhearing this. He goes, "What's going on, mate? You're buying drinks for these guys, but why, why is he not paying for his drinks?" He says, "Oh, it's a funny story, that cat." He says, "I was walking down the beach. I found a magic lamp. I'll give it a rub. This genie come out." He says, "I'll give you one wish." The barman says, "No way. What did you wish for?" "Tall bird type pussy," he said.
That reminds
How
me of
did
the
you
duck
start?
that walked into
How
the bar
the
and
fuck?
asked for a shot of whiskey and said, "Put it on my bill."
How the fuck did you start that joke back to front?
I haven't told it for a very long time.
That's mental. So the genie. Oh, sorry, that's the punchline. There's no genie yet.
I got one more for you, then I'm retiring for the hour.
Yeah,
Got another.
well, possibly for the year, hopefully. Maybe.
I'm trying to claim my my comedy card back. So another guy walks into the bar with his mate, comes up to the bar. He's like, "All right, barman, yes, we'll have 2 drinks." Then Donkey Boy, he says to his mate, "Donkey Boy, what you drinking?" Donkey Boy says, "Oh, I'll have pint of Guinness. Right, barman, 2 pints of Guinness, 1 for me and 1 for Donkey Boy. Okay?" I ain't hit the punchline yet, mate. And he goes, "All right,
But
great."
I like the build up.
Drink it down. They get it down and come on, let's have another drink. Donkey Boy, what you drinking? Donkey Boy says, "Oh, I'll have a Scotch whiskey. Yes, barman.
Hello.
Two
Sorry.
Scotch whiskies. Great." Barman whistles up the drinks. Anyway, this time, they get to the 3rd drink. Donkey Boy goes up himself. He says, "What you drinking, mate? What you drinking?" He says, let's have a brandy." All right. I'll have a brandy, please." And the barman goes, "Hold on, mate." He goes, "Listen, I know you're his mate and all." He says, "But you know, why does he call you Donkey Boy? That's such an horrible name. Why does he call it?" He goes, Eeyore. He always calls me that."
Oh no, God, no, please, no, God, no. We did not just go. No, did you actually just say that? Oh my God.
I told you it was bad.
Oh, that is worse than bad. There's bad and then there's fucking bad.
Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. It was all right.
It was worse than bad.
He always calls me that.
Last time I heard that joke is so fucking old. Last time I heard it, I fell off my dinosaur.
So you have heard it before then.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm retired.
Thank God.
I
And
don't
the
know what
world
next week.
breathes a sigh of relief.
You're
I'm
safe
just kidding.
until the 1st of next month,
Okay, the cycle.
which is tomorrow. Hey,
Shit. April Fools. Oh shit, it's not April.
August Fools.
First day every fucking month. Bastard.
What else is happening, P-Mac? You good, mate?
Yeah, I'm alright, bro. I'm fine. You know, I just came off the work there for 4 days or 3 days. I don't know how much. But yeah, I'm all good. I like jokes.
Yeah. Every time you're in, I always want to ask you to tell a joke, but it doesn't always seem appropriate. There's always something going on in here. I've noticed Kosho's like a regular fucking in the chat room over the last few days.
Well, he is now. I don't know what's happening over wherever he came from, but yeah, things must have been going pretty. Let me think about a joke about Kojo.
I get so bored sometimes though. He tries to talk about anything but flat Earth. He'll talk about fucking your job. He'll talk about your family. He'll talk about anything.
He'll
but flat
argue.
Earth.
He'll argue with you. Like I'm a 6-foot Irishman. No, you're not. What, Kojo? No, he will just find anything. He's just one of them people. Yeah, I think he just loves to argue.
Yeah, I think he's online just a lot. He's just one of those guys, I think. But I heard him going back and forth with Godric yesterday. And mate, oh my god, like there were so many times where I just thought, fucking hell, Godric, how are you still going with him? Like he's so long-winded in everything he does. And Godric was just like, mate, what are you? He was trying to say that the reason why gas is contained is because gas isn't reaching the escape velocity needed.
Right. Yeah, I've heard this one before. Yeah, that's another good joke.
And I'm like, look, this is not a fucking piece of heavy matter here we're talking about. We're talking about a gas that goes up towards a vacuum. You know, like I don't know. I was just listening. I was like, this is such like hopscotch he was playing.
Did you see this is one of their they will drag you down into monologues and debates in the infinitum that actually make no sense.
Yeah. Tios has got a point. Him and Ruhif have been coming back a lot lately, so maybe maybe they have got banned from somewhere else.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know what's happening, but the only reason why him, who the fuck was him again? Sorry, I forgot his name.
Kosher.
Kojo. Yeah, it's probably because he's been banned for some. Yeah. So I hit nail on the head again, maybe. Yeah, but I like him. He's a half black Jewish guy that used to be white. Now he's I don't know what he is.
What, Kosher's a mixed race gent? He's not a
Yeah,
white
he's a
guy.
mixed. Yeah, he's a mixed race Jewish guy. Apparently.
Well, I would never have guessed it.
Isn't that a thing to be? Half white Jewish, thoroughbred, maybe half bred. I don't know.
Say,
Not in 2023,
I
mate.
I remember when he started coming around here. He came in as on the fence, and his name was Kosher Chocolate.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, listen, I mean,
But yeah, that's where Kosho comes from. Kosher Chocolate is where he started.
the
Right.
reason Kosho and Ruhif they've been banned so many times from here. It's just like they're allowed back. They're only here because we allow them to be here. And so, because it's kind of like cats like to play with mice. They don't want to kill them right away. They just want to pat them around a little bit.
Yeah, he's like a training dummy.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to kill them right away. You just want to play with them.
It's like you said earlier. You're just like a bunch of squirrels. A bunch of cats playing with a squirrel. Motherfucker.
Yeah, it's just like it's no fun if you just bite their head off right away.
Show me the curvature. That's all I'm waiting for.
My mom told me not to play with my food.
And I don't mind saying that about Kosho and Ruhif. They know what they're about, and we know what they're about, and they know what we're about. So it's not.
We'll say it to their face.
I'll say it right to their face. I did earlier with Ruhif, so it's not like I can talk about them when they're not here, because I'll say it right to their face every time. Ruhif and Kosho and people like them that come in here that have been banned, at least 20 times. And when we let them back in, they'll still play the game, and we'll ridicule them and freaking do whatever. It's just
I don't know. I don't know why
you subject yourself to this, man. It's weird.
I don't know why I bought a pink ring. I remember the girl I was going with goes, "Why did you buy a pink ring?" Now this is totally arbitrary and not what we're talking about, right? So I was into rings, and I bought a couple of rings, and I got a pinky ring. She goes, "Pinky rings, Paul. Pinky rings are so gay." Now that I look at it, it does look pretty gay.
Yeah.
I'm going to get rid of this pinky ring, bro. Why would a man have a pinky ring?
You're showing your age, mate. They were cool when my granddad was rocking gold sovereigns.
Well, this make them cool again. I'm fucking weird, sir.
I think rings aren't cool for men anymore, are they? At all?
Well, maybe, possibly, 100%.
Not even a wedding ring. Fuck that shit.
What?
Yeah,
Are you
two
fucking
divorce,
crazy?
2 marriages is enough for me. I'll never get married ever.
Again.
It won't happen for me. At least legally. I mean, I might be like, promise God I'll be with you forever, but I'm never getting legally married ever again.
She has to be.
Unless she's rich and I get half her shit if we do get divorced.
Fucking gold digger.
You know, man, you know, it's just the way it is.
Like, could you imagine if, like, being a girl where you could actually, like, if you looked good enough, you could just be a gold digger as a career? How life would be so different.
It's like, you misogynist. You want my money? It's like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I want your money.
I'm going to be up straight and honest with you. Yes, I want your money. You motherfucker.
Well, I want you and your money, but if I can't have you, I'll take your money. You know what I'm saying?
Pinky rings don't work for men. They just don't work. Trust me.
Yeah, it's
I've
just
been
like
there.
it works totally opposite. It's like men and women are equal. No, we ain't. It's like it's our turn to freaking like they call them oh shit.
Man.
It's just like the old guy, old rich guy with the
Daddy Warbucks.
the young. What do they call the young chick that's married to the old guy for the money? What do they call that shit?
Gold
daddy.
digger. Sugar.
Gold
Yeah.
digger. Well, I mean, there's a good. I mean, you have a sugar daddy and sugar mama and all that kind of shit. But what's the There's another term.
Cunt.
Oh,
Oh, no,
that's
I'm
not
sorry.
it.
That's not.
I mean, to be honest, I think some of the young ladies fall even though they're necessarily there for the money, they do fall in love with some of these older guys. But whatever. But what's it called though?
She got me, bro.
It's
Did you?
fuck. I'm just totally misremembering the term. I can't. But,
Say the gold digger. Or twat waffle.
but gold digger just means is like you're only there for the money. Like I'm saying, but sometimes they actually fall in love with a guy that's twice their age and shit, you know. But that's something else. Term, but I can't fucking remember it. Anyway, go ahead.
Mate, if I
Is it a
if you was
term for the older one or for the younger one?
Well, it's just like it's
Like a
for
cradle
both.
robber?
No,
Fucking
yeah,
more of a
yeah.
sexy speaks. More of a sexy speaks.
Sure. No, I'll think of it.
I know Morvis's been around
It's
for a long
gonna
time.
it's gonna
right?
hit me. It's gonna hit me if we move on. It's gonna. I mean, I'll be like, oh yes, that's
Yeah, so let's move on. And then we'll hit you. I've been sitting there for like 20 years. I know it's a.
yeah. You've been missing that shit. Man,
It's the first time I heard Morvis speak.
I
didn't
think you
know-
missed most shit for most of the
I've
time.
missed most shit, that's true. I didn't know Morvis was an American.
Yeah, I come off.
You
mute
know what's really
sometimes.
crazy is I didn't understand a goddamn word you said in the past 2 sentences.
Is
that
It's
Irish
off.
for
Well, I tell you what, that's a joke in itself, right?
Oh, you crack me up, man.
I do. I crack most people up. That's my fucking conundrum.
Hey, I'm mostly Irish. tell anybody.
Yeah, I know everybody's Irish. Everybody's Irish.
Everybody, we need to make a
Every
song.
fucking body.
Hey, P-Buck, we need to make a song called "Everybody's Irish."
We do.
Like,
Fuck, I like that. That's fucking brilliant. We do. Let's do it.
it's the Blarney Stone. Everybody's Irish. Whee!
Upside down, you motherfucker. We do.
No, but I'm serious. I mean, but my mom's on my mom's side of the family, it's Irish. My mom's mom is from Ireland. So.
It doesn't matter really anyway, because we're all from fucking somewhere, right?
Certainly are. That's true.
So we're all Mongols.
You know what? Everybody being Irish is actually like a good one, because my grandma is Caribbean, but she's really, really, really light skinned. And the further back down her lineage, they get lighter and lighter. And basically, her great granddad was a pure Irish person. So you're right. Like in the Caribbean, a lot of people's heritage, they have so much Irish in their family and their blood and stuff. It's crazy. So from the Caribbean side, yeah, the Irish are just everywhere.
Oh shit! Everybody is Irish. God damn! I didn't know.
We do.
Everybody's Irish.
What do you call
mean,
it?
There's a connection to the Caribbeans. The Caribbeans sound like the Irish. They speak like the Irish. They have similar traditions to the Irish. So there's a joke in the Caribbean that the Caribbeans are just long lost Irish.
No,
Makes sense.
I think there's. I mean, of course, there's a lot of Spaniards in the Caribbean too. So you know.
Oh, there's a lot of Spanish, but that's.
Go
ahead,
sorry,
go ahead.
Rich. No, go ahead, Rich.
No, I was just going to say the Spanish they're on the other side, whereas the Caribbean, you'll see if you do your research, the Irish came over in mass apparently to the Caribbean, and there's a lot of white, straight-haired, pure Jamaican accented Irish people in Jamaica as well. It's really weird.
When I took that smoke break earlier, before I just came back in, I'm staying in this Motel 6, and I feel like I have the best room. And I have the best room here for some reason. I'm in the corner, and there's a Waffle House right across the parking lot, right? I have no idea why this is significant. Probably not. But I walked outside, lit my cigarette, and then there was this whole van.
Fucking waffles everywhere.
No, there was like redhead people. They just all out of this van. There was 4 big redhead. I don't know if they were Irish or not. I mean, not all Irish are red.
No Irish are redheads.
They are in my imagination.
They were all walking in the Waffle Houses like, oh shit, and they were big too, like big people. They were like, look at Waffle House. Here comes the gingers.
Are you sure you weren't dreaming?
Oh, I promise you. I bet you. I walk out right now. They're sitting in the Waffle House eating freaking sausage and biscuits and waffles and shit. I don't know why.
Pancakes.
But it's just funny. It was just like, I mean, oftentimes, when you see a group of people, they're not all redheads. You see 1 or 2, but it was just like this whole van was full of redheads. It was just like, damn, a lot of gingers, man.
You shout Seamus, and they'll all look at you.
Do nothing like that. No, that's cool.
That's good. Seamus. Fuck off.
What?
No, you fuck off.
Hey,
I'm Seamus. I'm fucking Seamus. I am the original Seamus.
well, shit, we're on live stream. I forgot. No, I didn't, but
There we go. Are we pushing our luck here?
We are. We probably
That's kind of
are.
good, though. Seamus.
Anyway,
fuck off.
Flat motherfucking Earth.
Yeah, back on topic.
Well, it's still flat in Ireland.
Monday morning, Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Here. God bless you.
I'm just to loosely start going back to the topic. I'm working on a track with Kembo, who's in the chat here, and we've got a track. The chorus is like, "You better watch out, 'cause flat earthers they be coming for you," something like that. It's really catchy. But yeah, we've got 3 verses, and the first verse it follows Miggy's points, 3 points. So first verse is all about curvature, second point is all about motion, third point's about gas pressure.
There you go.
So
Right on
yeah,
track.
we'll share that with you very soon. Flat Earth music
And
for the radio.
and that previous song with the collab of Why Would They Lie? We were talking about that earlier. That song's already been done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they
Yep.
lie? Yeah, that's been done. So maybe we should when somebody comes in, it's like, hey, you know what?
You know what?
So-
The next Glober that comes in, Helio, I am not gonna let them ask normal questions. I'm gonna be like, no, you're not interested until you know why they would lie. So let's just go straight to the point. I'm gonna try that angle.
Because I
think it might
already
work.
know I'm going to tell you everything that you're asking me, but you're waiting with bated breath to ask me why they would lie after you don't listen to anything that I have to say.
Yeah. We need to test it today, and I bet you we get better results. I bet you.
You think
Put
so?
money on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you test it. You test it. I don't know how long much longer I'm going to last, but yeah, I'd love to see that. Just like, how about we start with why would they lie first, and then we don't have to worry about it after that. Then let's go through the 3 points.
Exactly, yeah. I don't give a fuck about evidence. I don't give a fuck about math. I don't give a fuck about science. You need to know why. If you don't know why, you will never ever listen. I'm gonna tell them.
So let's get this fucking shit out of the way right away. They won't listen to anything you have to say until they know why someone would lie. So, it's like, motherfucker, don't you know some liars? Everybody knows a liar, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been in that mentality where I'm so sure of myself that I'm like, yeah, joking around. People are saying stuff, not taking them serious. And I'm like, come on. Why would she do that? Why would he do that? And I know that mentality is pure arrogance. Is it
Well,
arrogance?
let me ask you this: have you ever known a couple people? And this is a syndrome, I think. Have you known a compulsive liar? They will lie even though they'll look you right in the face, lie to you, and you know that they know that they're lying. You know what I mean? A compulsive liar will lie to you. They know that you know they're full of shit, but they're gonna lie just to lie for the sake of lying. Ever known anyone like that?
Yeah, all of my ex-girlfriends.
No, I'm talking about it's a compulsion that they have. They have to lie. It's a syndrome. It's like a weird thing that they have. It's not like trying to cover. It's like they have to lie, and then they'll lie again to cover up their lies. It's I don't know if you've ever known anyone like this, and it's most I've
Yeah.
only known it's only men that do that. I don't I know women can do that too, but the ones that are really not even good at it, they don't have to be because you feel sorry for them at a certain point. It's just like, dude, I can fucking tell you're lying. I can tell you're full of shit right away. You know, it's like, why would you even try to lie to me when I know you've already lied about your other lies and shit? I mean, why do you keep lying? Why
Yeah,
do you just-
I've actually got a friend like that where we would catch him out lying so much that he'd be like, yeah, like he'd kind of pass it off as, yeah, you know me, I'm just shooting the shit. And it was part of his personality where he would
Sure.
He'd have to fill the air
Yeah,
with
but
some
it's
bizarre
just like
story.
you. At a certain point, you just feel bad. It's just like, man, I know you can't help yourself, but fuck, man, there's only so much you can take, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, they tend to pass it off as just, oh, we're having good times, telling stories, shooting the shit, having fun.
And that's what's called a compulsive liar. So you just
Yeah.
make shit up for the sake of making shit up, and it's just like that didn't happen. We were all there. You're just making shit up right now. And it's just like, yeah, well, I'm just, yeah, like you're saying, I was just fucking around, you know. I mean, no, it's just like
fun, dude.
if yeah, I mean, it's just like one of your close friends does this, and imagine the people that don't know him, what he tells shit to people that don't know him, you know, that he's not close to. God dang, man, if your only shtick is to just lie about everything. Like, what the fuck kind of life can you have if your only shtick is just like always to lie and just make something up about yourself or anybody else? Like, I don't even know how to live in the world where it's everything's lies. No, but it's your own lies. You know what I mean? I know how to live in a world full of lies like we live in, like all of us, but I don't know how to make up my own fucking world of lies. Freaking crazy to me.
Yeah,
So,
when I when I
and I've
talk
had a
to this,
couple of friends that are I've had some close friends that are like that. I'm like, man, I just can't fucking hang out with you anymore because all you do is just lie constantly.
yeah, I've got my friend. He's managed to work through it a bit, and I think when I took him seriously, and I question, what's the word? Like he used to lie about stuff. So I used to research history or science, for example, even flat Earth, and I used to talk to him about this stuff, and he'd come out with some shit, and I'd be like, well, that was that was in a different, like that was before, that wasn't in, say we're talking about the year 1666. He'd be talking about stuff that was happening in the 14th century, or just kind of throwing stuff in there, and I'd be like, well, bro, that's not relevant. That's not, you know what I mean? And he would get really defensive. But now, when I think the way I react to him is when he says it, I'll make a joke like, yeah, but your history is made up, or I'll say, I know you. Come on, you're just making
Well,
that
it's
shit
just
up.
like, yeah,
You ain't got a
if
clue
you're
when.
close
And
to
he'll
him,
laugh
you
it off
can
then.
call them out really quick on it,
Yeah, he'll laugh
and
it
they'll be
off
like,
then if you
yeah,
just
yeah,
call it
yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but
I
if I
know, yeah,
actually
yeah.
question it and like put some, push him on it, the lie will grow and he'll try and back himself up a bit. So I don't do it. I'll just be like,
They'll
come on,
still
bro.
try to
You know
lie to you, even though everything they say is going to be the next lie. And it's just
Yeah,
like, bro, stop it.
they'll have you for an hour, and then all of a sudden they've changed history and you were getting to some truth, and now all of a sudden it's just murky. So he knows now, that when I do that, I'm just like, no, come on, bro,
There's
you're
got to
opposite.
be
You're messing
something
around.
behind it, mentally. There's got to be something behind it. But I don't even want to go that deep, because I'm not a fucking psychologist. I'm not your fucking.
Oh, I make everything deep. I can't help it. That's why I
I
come here.
know, but at the same time, like I said, I've been close friends with some people like that, and it's just like, bro, just fucking, can you say the truth once, just one time? And they do sometimes, but it's just like, I can't, it's just like they'll never, the compulsive liars never open up, ever. They can't. I've known a few, man. It's just, it's a pain. It's an effort to have a relationship with someone like that. And I hate to say it, but you have to give up sometimes on a person like that. And I don't even know what happens to people. Maybe they even lie to themselves. I don't know. I can't imagine you're really close friends and you just lied to them for no reason when they're really close to you. I can't imagine that you would just give up a relationship with your good friend, lie for no reason. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Never has. don't know if you've, I just said it. I'm being redundant now, but if you've never ever known a compulsive liar, it's like they don't mean to do it, but they have to do it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like Tourette syndrome. You have to lie for the sake of lying. Can't tell the truth. If that makes any sense. If you've ever known someone like that. It's like you notice they're lying even when they don't have to, they lie. Have you ever known anyone like that? Just make shit up on the spot. No reason. Maybe it's just people in Arkansas. I've only known a couple people like that. Strange experience. Like, no, I'm a good friend of yours. You don't have to lie to me. I'm not going to tell anybody. Just fucking tell me the truth. Like, no, I'm gonna lie. Lying is better. Go ahead and lie then. Get your lying off your chest. Lie. There. Maybe that's the way they cope with their shit.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
What's up, everybody?
Jenny?
How you doing, brother?
All right.
How'd the move go, bro?
It's going good. Guess what, Jenny? I don't have to be work till Thursday.
Oh.
So I'm gonna be off the next 3 days, and I might have to put up with my ass for the next 3 days.
You know what? That's perfect timing because I've been coming in here randomly during the day and the bot is going. So, your efforts, your time here would be, well, as far as I can see it, appreciated, live recording, live conversation.
It's just like I was telling Big Root and PMAG. It's just like, man, yesterday was pretty much all bot. But there was some really good stuff there, though, too. Were you listening to some of that?
Oh, yeah. Whoever selects
awesome.
the videos to be played on here, yeah, most definitely are well deserved of a second listen to. So, yeah.
That was good stuff. Good stuff.
Hell yeah, man. We got 6 motherfucking years of good shit.
Yep, we do.
I mean, if everybody came up with, their top 5 favorite videos, we would never have to be in here again.
Yeah. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, Jenny.
Oh my God.
They would think we'd be live all the time because we just replay all our shit.
I mean, how many members do we have in this server? Like flat earthers, like a couple thousand, right?
Hey, we need new content too. We need new old content. Because just like Big Root was saying, I was just like, dude, we're willing to go over this content over and over again. As long as everyone's consistent, it's new and old at the same time because we love to do it. That's why we're here, right?
Right. No doubt. Consistency. That's an interesting word.
And it's not like you're not going to hear Jenny or me or anyone that's been here for a long time contradict most of the point. We have a different style, just like Big Root was saying earlier. We have different ways of addressing the topics and stuff, but we're not inconsistent when it comes to the ultimate conclusion.
Okay. So the reason why I brought up that's an interesting word to remain consistent is because not to name any names or go through any details, I'm not one to stir the pot, but all flat earthers should hold a candle to other flat earthers just as the same we would with globers. And so if one style is consistent with a glober, then that should follow with a flat earth brother or sister. You know what I'm saying? So
That's right.
consistency is definitely something that should be acknowledged, but not everybody thinks the same way, so that's why we gotta,
I think
cover
I
the
know what you're
bases.
getting at, but I
Yes,
don't
yes,
give a
yes,
shit about
yes, yes.
that shit.
I know. But consistency is what for me, the word of the day.
Yeah, and I talked to that dude last night, but
Mm.
that didn't come up.
Yeah.
But anyway, we know
Yeah,
what we're
yeah.
talking about. I mean,
Yeah. So for me,
yeah. It's just so we're all just going, yeah. We already know.
yeah.
We're talking
For
about
me,
who has
yeah, for
beef.
me, it took a little
I
while
don't have beef.
to understand the reasoning behind the consistency, but I think I'm on the same page now. And, I mean, I think it's something I like to, okay, so as long as it's generally intellectually based, a few snarky comments for those that are ultra witty and whatnot, that can be
Yeah, and
appreciated by their opponent, right? So.
yeah, and you know what's really awesome is that we focus on logic, which is I think is very important
Mm. See, this is the different
all the
kind of
way
we're
through.
having a conversation. Some of our brothers and sisters in here take a different style, a different approach. And the reason why I appreciate that mostly is because different styles of communication are going to attract different type of people, and we need to reach everyone. So that's how I see it.
And as far as logical studies go, that's not necessarily a focus for a lot of people, but
Well, I mean,
the
like
base
we
idea
got
is
music
really
now, and we got music in flat Earth. We need more
yeah,
comedy in flat Earth. We need different modes of
yeah,
communication. Hmm.
yeah. It's awesome.
So heavy debate, works for some people. I don't converse with those people generally, but you know, we all got to do a little different. Everybody in here does something different for the most part, right? And that's why it works.
That's right, Jenny.
Mm-hmm. High five. It's been something else being a part of this. It's like a virtual bar. Like this is our cheers.
Yeah, it's just like you got the morning crew, you got the freaking lunch crew.
Right.
Yeah.
I mentioned for quite some time ago that we need to have live stream team leaders or something. I mean, we kind of do right now, but, to make it more formal and get more people on board. So, yeah, it's too much to do, not
I
enough
think
time to do it.
you know what? Hey, don't say anything. I think Morvis should be more involved in the voice.
Morvis needs to talk more. He types a lot, but he doesn't talk.
He does that some bitch. He needs. I love to hear Morvis talk. He's
I know
freaking.
when he says something, it's like he just doesn't go off the cuff and start rambling. When he says something, it's like significant, it's like one or two sentences.
He's a badass, man.
Hell
See,
yeah.
he's a Southerner, so you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm
But guess what?
saying.
Hey, Helio, guess what?
South
Okay,
will
so
rise again.
speaking of knowing our fellow flat earth brothers and or sisters, I recently have taken up residence at my mom's. I think I told you that. And un- unfortunately, my stepdad passed away last year. That man has so much motherfucking equipment, dude. Okay. So I need
Wait,
to teach
equipment is a broad term. What do you mean by it?
a whole mother. Ooh, dude, later on or whenever,
Sound
I'll
equipment?
show you a video. I'll show you a video, dude. You would be tickled pink by all this shit in here. But so anyway, this is off topic, so I'll make it fast. Okay, so anyway, my plan is to do something with my SUV so far as turning it into a camper. That sounds like major. But so yeah, I might need to consult you at some point in the future. Who knows? Can I hire you as my
when you
consultant?
say equipment, that's a broad term, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah, major equipment.
All right,
Like,
well,
for
I don't know
instance,
I don't even know what equipment. I mean,
well,
like,
okay, so my stepdad was a retired from the, I think, the Army, or no, I think it was the
communication
Air Force.
equipment.
No, he was in the Air Force. He was like a airplane mechanic. And so and then my mother has been for like the last 40 years, she was an upholsterer, and now she makes leather purses, one of a kind purses. So between the two of them in their garage, it's amazing, right? So like, all right, so for anything, I don't need to go to the store. Everything's fucking here. They got a huge house. Anyway, so to give you an example, I was trying to figure out how to do a privacy curtain in my SUV, right behind the front seats. And so I went to the dollar store and I got this thing you hang brooms or mops on, and it had two sides, you know, where the rubber thing comes out and then you push your broom in or whatnot. So I wanted to cut it in half. And I said, Mom, do you have any like clippers I can cut this in half with or something? And she said, she got right up and she went out to her big, huge shop, and she has this thing, and she just cut it right in half and then sawed the edge, like sanded the edges. It was right next to it. I'm like, oh my God, thanks. So yeah, I've been wanting to do like, get really super, super serious with camping and shit. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Why I haven't been here, because I've been honing my camping skills. But yeah, all right. So way, 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 way off topic. But so anyway,
Camp on, Jenny. Camp on.
Snap on.
Wait, what did you say? Snap on?
You said
Camp on.
camp on.
Like rock on.
Rock on.
Camp
Yeah.
on.
Camp
Camp
on.
on.
So yeah, maybe one day get my act together a little bit more and I can go somewhere, anywhere at the drop of a hat. Like if I wanted to crash the Flat Earth Conference or Flattoberfest.
Kind of like what I'm doing here. It's just like, hey, you're gonna pay me a shitload of money to pretty much sit here and sit at the.
You deserve it.
When I went, check this out. When I went back to work into the shop on Friday, I'm like, it completely changed everything.
Wait,
it's
what now? Say that again. Say that again.
the cabinet shop where at Falcon Jet where
Yeah, where you used to work.
yeah, it's like I used to have like get a well, when I first started working, you get a box of parts and then you build the whole cabinet yourself and all that kind of stuff. But now, and when I was working there before, I was in I was final assembly, and then it was before it went to the airplane. But now it's just like everyone gets like a certain part of the cabinet they build and send it off to someone else, and it's just like
Oh
so
wow, so you're not start to finish no more.
no, nobody is.
Wow, that's got to be
Yeah.
weird as fuck.
Yeah, it's weird as shit. And they've expanded the cabinet shop to like, it was just a smaller shop, and now they took over an entire hangar for the cabinet shop altogether.
Well, at least you're at the end of the line, man.
Well, I'm not. I'm not anywhere yet. So I have no idea where I am because I just started, so I don't even know exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Considering you have a shit ton of experience doing it start to finish on your own.
I mean, I already know how to do all of it, but
yeah, so you should be at the end of the line because you'd be able to pay more attention to detail.
But I'd rather not have so much responsibility.
Hey, there you go. That's
like
no shame in that.
if I'm gonna get paid the same, I don't want all
Oh
the
no, you're
responsibility
right.
I have to. If I, if I'm gonna get paid the same and
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
have all
no.
that
Yeah.
responsibility, just put me on the small side. But either way, I mean, to give me something to do, it's something to think about. So, but yeah. So, Jenny, I don't know if you heard me talk about it earlier. They put me on weekend shift, so I'm Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 12 hours a day,
Oh, dude, that is epic. We'll be able to see you
and
anymore.
and they said that as a contractor, I can work as many hours as I want, so I can come in Thursday and Wednesday and work as many hours as
Dude,
I want to.
you're gonna
So
make hella fucking money. Congrats,
that's
dude.
what I'm
That sounds
saying. Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. So yeah. So
What
I
about
don't have to be
vacation
there.
time? What do you have for that?
Uh, I don't think they do vacation time
Do you
necessarily.
get time off?
Now, for a vacation, I'll probably get the time off, but I'm not sure I'll get paid for it. But
Right. But at least you get time off
yeah, yeah.
if you requested.
But yeah, so next week, my first actual week, I'm going to go in on Thursday, work 12 hours, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Nice.
Sunday,
I'm
48
jealous.
hours, get 8 hours of overtime, and I'll work my way up to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that'll be 60
Damn.
hours, and it'll be, because I ain't got nothing else to do here in Little Rock besides, go
Dude,
to
you're gonna be making hella overtime money. Ooh.
And I'm gonna send you. I don't know if I told you how much I'm making you, but I'm
Hmm.
gonna send it to you right now what I'm making my hourly pay. And tell everybody 'cause
Right.
it's not it ain't no slice of cheese or nothing.
Really? I don't happily jealous for you.
It's just like and it's just like it went through orientation last week and Friday was my last day and they were like you're on weekend shift 36 hours Friday Saturday and Sunday and you can make up your 4 hours if you want to and just do 40 or you can work in whenever the fuck you want to. I could work 7 days a week if I wanted to. That'd be too much. I mean I'd
That's
wear myself
crazy.
out.
Well, you could do that for a week and then recover and then do it once a month.
Yeah, I know but I'm about to send you what I'm
All right.
making and it's fucking insane.
Really? Yeah, but what's the cost of living where you live though?
I'm living in a Motel 6 right now, so
Oh yeah. That'll take up your change right there.
yeah, but it's not that bad though. Not much more than just a regular rent or whatever, because the place I'm staying is right at the airport, so it's
Oh
just like
God. Right.
it's right there, So it's,
So you basically just what the fuck? Oh man, all that experience paid the motherfuck off. Oh Jesus.
did you see it?
Congrats, dude. I saw it.
Yeah.
Awesome. You be able to do whatever the fuck you want.
I'll get
All
my first
right.
paycheck. I'll get my first paycheck for last week, Thursday,
Nice.
and after that, I'm set for a little while. I mean,
Dude.
this little pinch over here at the Motel 6. So I got the best. I think I have the best room in Motel 6 right now.
Really?
It's just like
Nice,
I'm sitting
man.
in the top corner, right by the Waffle House. Anyway, it's not. It's
Well,
not
you're
the
in that.
idea.
Oh,
It's not an
dude.
ideal situation, but it's just like it's just.
Dude. Okay, listen. I've been really getting into watching camping videos and shit. And so this one dude, I think his name is the Prepared Wanderer. And he totally organized all his camp kitchen setup. I mean, you could use it for whatever the fuck you want. from a rolling toolbox. And you've probably seen these before. So I think it's got like it expands out long ways, and it's got like a deep bottom, and then it's got like 2 trays, and then like the top portion you could use like as a counter. But dude, I'll have to send it to you. This guy is motherfucking amazing. So you could get, just pretend like you're camping, but you're in a hotel room. Dude, let me find this dude.
I bought a toaster.
Okay. All right, that's a start. It's not really
I mean, it's
campy,
just
but
like-
okay.
I know. I'm just playing.
Yeah. All right, let me see. Camping video.
Yeah,
Where
you're not
is
even supposed to have those kind of things in a hotel room. Oh, you can't bring a toaster in there. They give me I have a room with a small fridge and a microwave, so bought my own toaster.
View.
Toaster.
Okay, I thought I saved it into this playlist here. Well, son of a bitch. Let me look in my history. But yeah. Let me see. Please, I watched too many videos. All right, here we're getting to the camping. All right, I'm very. I might not be able to find it, but eventually I will, and I'll know to send it to you. But let me one more place to look.
Okay.
This has got to be it. No. Oh wait. No.
Oh, y'all listen to I see live stream voice text. I ain't listening. Is that guy? Who is this guy?
Oh, good for you. Looking at the voice text, see who's in here while I'm looking for that. Cool. All right, let me see.
PMAC posted as Bastille. Somebody's saying you guys are talking about Spiral. Listening, yeah, it's embarrassing. Who are you guys talking about, Big Root?
Okay, I found it.
Oh,
Camping hair. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
just Chemo. Do you remember Chemo?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of us have been sort of asking about him lately, and apparently he's no longer on Discord. He's just on
Okay.
TikTok, but we can't find him on TikTok, to be honest. But
Maybe he needs a break from Discord for a while. Happens.
Well, he's a flat earther, right? Or he was.
yeah,
Once you go flat, you don't go back. If
Yeah.
you're genuine. Chemo's a flatty, but
yeah, we were just wondering where he'd gone, and I was saying to Russ that I'd seen all his videos, but apparently I managed to miss a debate he had with a guy called Flat Earth Slayer or something, and the guy was trying to say that moss grows in a cardinal direction. So the question was, which side of the tree does moss grow? And if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see it's on QE's channel. QE sort of broke the conversation down, but it becomes so ridiculous and so funny because they're just making shit up, these Globers. But yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I mean, they come from
Chemo's solid,
hey,
man. Chemo's always been solid. Yeah, I know.
Globers come from a mindset that you make shit up. That's what their belief system is comprised of. Making shit up. So it's no surprise. So it's no surprise that they would do that with other things. Just make shit up.
Yeah, they come from Make Shit Up University. That's where they got their license to lie.
They come from Make Shit Up University. We need to get a t-shirt out of that one.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, that's where they got their license to lie. I mean, it's just like it's like the lies just roll off their tongue easily. It's like, it doesn't matter what I say, the flat earthers are wrong. I can make everything up I want to because obviously the flat earthers are wrong, so it doesn't matter if I'm wrong
more
too.
prayer.
Like I
Okay.
can be as wrong as long as I'm a glober, I can fucking be as wrong as I want to be.
Yeah.
And because the flat earthers are always wrong because
Au
they think the
contraire.
earth is flat.
Au contraire, more prayer.
This guy's sitting
All
there
right.
going, the guy's sitting there going, yeah, so chemo. So which cardinal direction does moss grow, chemo? You don't know that, do you?
Cardinal direction is moss grow. What kind of fucking question is that nonsense? See? This is the shit that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Has any scientist ever asked that?
No, that's not a thing.
Oh, it's not a thing.
What the
You know
fuck?
what I'm saying? They can
it's
just
to do
make
with the
shit
sun.
up.
It depends
And
on
all of a
which, how
sudden
much
it's a
sun.
thing, and since a flat earther can't answer it, then you're just fucking wrong. You know, and what the fuck?
You're
gonna make
the
anything up-
hey.
the fucking
You're
crazy as shit.
you're the
Jimmy.
next. Okay. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Flat Earth is Right.
Or the flat earth is wrong, right? It's just
No. Au contraire, more prayer.
oh, sure. But it doesn't matter. Flat earth is always wrong, and any fucking bullshit they make up is always right. Doesn't matter if it's right or not, because flat earth is definitely wrong because the earth is obviously not flat.
Oh my God.
You know what, Helio? I think it's because he forgot to ask why would they lie first.
Oh
He wouldn't have
shit!
said that if
That's
they
right. That's right, Big Rude.
Or how could they lie?
Oh, that's even a bigger question. How
Hell
could
yeah,
they
dude.
convince? How could they convince the entire world that the Earth is a globe?
Exactly.
That would be the biggest lie of all.
You know, that hits the ego because then that forces someone to come to the realization that they've been bamboozled and they don't want to look like a fool. And for some reason, they can't broaden their perspective and realize that it happened to everybody. And then they glitch out with their fucking ego trying to defend their worldview. And then it's just a big goddamn mess. Right?
It is, man. It's like it gets so discombobulated they can't even figure it out. Especially when we hit them with some hard logical facts,
Right. And they're
they
used
just
to
lose their
believing
fucking
in
mind.
they're used to believing in gobbledygook. Gobbly how do you say that? Gobbledygook.
You said it right the first time, I think.
Gobbledygook. There we go.
Gobbledygook. Yeah,
Yeah.
gobbledy with a D, right?
Yeah,
Gobbledygook.
DE in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
OMG, man.
Sorry, Globers. Try again.
You do that so good. Oh my God. You know what? You know what that made me think of what you just said and how the way you said it? No. Wait. Dude. I heard I don't know if I saved it or if I can find it or not, but it's going around on the internet and I don't know how factual it is, so I could stand to be corrected here. But it seems like there's a rumor being started that fucking Michelle Obama is going to run for president. Okay, pin drop. That's the perfect reaction I was going for. Okay.
Wouldn't
So
that be
to
interesting?
me, that sounds plausible because that's what they tried to do with Hillary. But Hillary's got too much of a bad rep and too many sore spots from her political career. Michelle Obama, on the other hand, she was more in the background. She wasn't as out there. And we all know the reason why, probably. Right? So a certain dress that she wore on a certain show and it showed certain things. So that just kind of fits into the narrative, I think, that what we're experiencing right now. And then
And
that
with all
means
the transvestigation stuff.
yes, dude, that would fit
I
in
said it. I'm
perfectly.
so sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up.
Dude, dude, doesn't that fit in perfectly with narrative? They set her up to enter into the world stage.
Yeah,
What
but
the fuck?
I'm not seeing that. No, in this
Mm.
election, I'm not seeing that happening.
Okay,
But
okay. Me and you are gonna have to go toe to toe later about
all
that
right,
then. Oh,
all right.
okay,
Well,
okay.
we'll see. Well, because
Yeah,
it seems too late in the game for
I could be.
Michael to go ahead and get ready for for 2024. I
Yeah,
just
you'll
think
have
it's
to
late in
school
the
me
game.
later then. You'll have to school me later. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can find that video. I doubt it, but
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm willing to look at the information. I'm not going to vote anyway, but
right.
I just think it's a little late for that person to get involved in the game.
I think it's a little late for me to ever consider registering to vote. I'm kind of considering it to be a badge of honor that I've never registered to vote.
Sure. I mean, I'll just openly say I'm not going to vote for president, but I'll be paying attention. I'll watch the debates and stuff because I know Trump's running again, and I have a feeling
He's gonna
pretty.
get his presidency when he's in jail.
Yeah, well, he's gonna win. He's gonna win again, and
You
everybody
think
and
so?
the whole fucking country is gonna lose their mind. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's gonna
Why
be
get all bunched up on who's going to be the administrative secretary for the American corporation? Big fucking deal.
exactly right, but you can't tell that. Well, we can tell it to everybody, and we're saying it right now. But yeah, who gives a shit if Trump's president or whoever?
Yeah.
You know, it's
They don't originate.
obviously Biden's not going to do a second term. That's obvious.
Right. Well, okay.
So-
So I lost my thought. You
Trump's
said
gonna
Biden
run.
again.
Trump's gonna run again, and he's gonna win, no matter who runs against him.
Okay. Okay. So in the video, the person was talking about how Biden isn't going to make it too much longer or whatnot. And so they were said something about that Kamala will become president. And then they
Oh my
started
God.
talking about, and then that's when they started talking about Michelle Obama.
Ugh.
I don't know, man. I'll have to see if let me in here in a
Yeah,
minute or
we'll
two. I'll look at
see.
that video.
I mean, dude, I thought Trump was gonna win last election, and so I was wrong about that. So I could be wrong this time too. But I thought for sure that there was no way Biden was.
Okay,
gonna win.
so
Anyway,
what are
but
the what?
without getting,
Wait.
hey, because if we get too deep into this,
Oh yeah. Well, we
they'll
won't
shut
come
the
out.
YouTube channel down.
Yeah, we don't want to. Yeah,
don't wanna
I
do
get
that.
you. I get you. This is not a politics channel, anyways.
Yeah,
And I don't.
most of the people here that are talk here don't even vote. So we just make speculations on society and the effects that social media and everything. We talk about that a lot, but
I got a book on my read list about how social media is, engineered and why people get hooked on it and shit.
yeah.
Because my mom is totally fucking addicted to TikTok. She watches that shit on her phone all damn day long. I mean, she works and everything and does stuff, chores and whatnot. But yeah,
I
any
ain't
chance.
gonna lie, I get addicted. Once I start scrolling through those videos, I can't stop. It's
Right.
and I'll
It's
be sitting there
crazy.
for 30 minutes just like with mouth hanging open going, oh, next
Yep.
video, next video, next video, next
Yeah.
video, next video.
I try to have a
Like,
subject.
This is
that
like
I
I
want to
have to
watch.
slap myself. Stop.
Well, like I try to look at watch videos, search out like a topic rather than just watching randoms. I don't know. Sometimes a random will take me down
my
a
shit,
rabbit hole.
my shit's Facebook Reels. That's where I am. But I don't really get on TikTok much. But yeah, it's
I
Facebook
know. I
Reels. I get stuck on Facebook Reels sometimes.
I get stuck on YouTube still. I mean, there's just so much stuff out there still. Maybe so like yeah, I'll watch stuff for camping is what I usually. Oh, and it was suggested to me last night. Your brain, who's in control? It's a Nova PBS special. So I watched that. So yeah, anything you can think of, you can still look it up on YouTube, man.
Look, Morvis just said, last time I voted, I did a write-in for King Nebuchadnezzar.
Go
Love that
Morvis.
love.
Go Morvis. Go Morvis. All right, brother. I love it.
Hell yeah.
You can do
Nebuchadnezzar.
that. You can do a write-in.
You can always do a write-in. Yeah.
Dude, that might be
You can vote for
worthy of
yourself
my
if
own
you want to.
entertainment.
Yeah, you can fucking write yourself in.
Wow.
Like, I'm my favorite candidate for president, so I'm writing myself in here.
I
Everybody
wouldn't
else.
want to be president. Fuck that shit.
Uh,
You know what I think is a total motherfucking bullshit is they get a lifetime salary.
oh, but even that salary is,
Oh wait, Marvin said
and
something.
now it's about $500,000 a
Spoken.
year. But
I figured if they want a ruler, might as well have Earth's greatest earthly king. Sure.
hey, man,
I mean,
according to the Bible, I mean, he was pretty bad at the beginning, but then once he saw Jesus or God in the fiery furnace with the hell was those guys? The kids' names? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
oh yeah.
That changed. He changed his tune after that, right?
Daniel is what Morvis said.
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, and Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. He was just like, you know what? Yeah, I'm down. I'm down with God. I'm down with God now. You know what I'm saying? Daniel was
Oh,
lying.
but wait a minute. Okay, so Trump is not new to religion, y'all, because he went to a Jesuit college. I mean, come on now.
Oh, shit. I mean,
Come on now. Funny, not
Trump
funny.
is-
Just for the disclaimer there.
Yeah, but I mean, is he any better than fucking Clinton or anybody? Any other Clintons or whatever? Who fucking knows?
Oh, nice. I didn't know you could check other. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's right. You can write yourself in as a president and vote for yourself. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna just take a break, smoke.
Hi.
So, Jenny, you're in charge.
No way. Morvis.
and you and Morvis.
No. Morvis can do it. He's good. Boy.
My brother.
All right, who the hell else is in here in this voice chat? Come on, people.
Nobody.
P-Mac. What up, bro? This is your time to shine.
No, I think I already did that.
What? Okay, all right.
My time has passed. It's time to make way for others.
All right, well, I'm going to do a hop, skip, and a jump on out of here, y'all. TTFN.
That was quick. You see more than I. Daniel, you're a star. I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Oh, it looks like Daniel must be the stars in my eye. No, no, shit, no. Please, God, no. Eddie Milligan, sorry. I'm a dickhead. I'm a Milligan. Not your mama, like your mama, but your mama in a funny way. Like if your mama is funny, yeah. Not like that, Gregory. Baby, it's alright now.
By the end of the 19th century, the triumph of the Copernican system seemed complete. Only one tiny detail had eluded the experimenters. Physics at the time, including Maxwell's famous equations for electrodynamics, was based on the assumption that space was filled with a substance, an ether through which light and other electromagnetic waves would propagate. But all attempts to directly measure the motion of the Earth around the Sun through this ether had paradoxically resulted in an apparent velocity of 0. The stage was set for one of the most important events in the history of physics, the Michelson-Morley experiment.
1887 Michelson-Morley experiment. If the Earth were moving through an ether, then a sort of ether wind would be created at the surface of the Earth. A light beam projected directly into this ether wind would be expected to move slower than a light beam projected across the ether wind. If we project the beams across a known distance and then recombine them, we would expect the two waves to be out of phase by an amount that would tell us the distance the Earth had moved.
If the Earth is moving through the ether, then light waves going one direction relative to us should travel at a different speed than another direction. It's like if you're in a fast-moving river and you're swimming along with the current, you're swimming much faster relative to the shore than if you're swimming against the current. So what the Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to do was measure the speed of light in one direction versus another direction to see how fast we're moving through the ether. And what it discovered was it's the same in one direction as the other.
Michelson-Morley couldn't measure any effect of Earth's orbit, even though the assumption was at the time that that would affect the measured speed of light.
The experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against the ether. The problem was serious. Although various solutions were advanced, in the end, science was faced with a choice. Either discard the ether or admit that the Earth wasn't orbiting the Sun. It was Albert Einstein who came up with the solution, which now forms the basis of our physics.
In 1887, an experiment shattered the scientific community. Michelson and Morley tried to check the speed of the Earth through the ether as it orbited the Sun by passing light in two directions, one in the direction of the Earth's travel and one at right angles, and then comparing them for differences. They expected to measure a speed of about 30 kilometers per second. To their amazement, there was no movement of this order. They called it a null result. They actually measured 1 to 10 kilometers per second, but it was still called a null result. They rushed out the theory called the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. This claimed that the tube in line with the direction of movement shortens as it moves through the ether. There was no evidence whatsoever for this. It was only a way of getting over the implication that the Earth was stationary. Later in 1905 and 1915, Einstein produced his relativity theories, which overcame the troublesome Michelson-Morley experiment by simply abolishing the ether. The whole theory is riddled with contradictions and problems. In 1913, Sagnac carried out a simple experiment of passing light in opposite directions around a table and recombining them. This produced interference fringes. He then rotated the whole table at 2 revolutions per second and found that the fringes changed. This result has very significant implications in science. It works as follows. A beam of light leaves the light source at the bottom left-hand corner and is split into 2 different beams, which we have coloured red and blue just to distinguish them. They travel round the circuit in opposite directions until they eventually reach the splitter, which also recombines them. There, they then go on to the photographic plate, where they have interference fringes. In this simplified version, we see that the beam is split into two, the red and the blue again, and they go round the circuit and are recombined at this splitter and recombining prism, so that they again produce the fringes on the photographic plate. Now let us rotate the table. Before we do so, there is the very important subject of the effect of the ether. The Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the 30 kilometers per second motion of the Earth through the ether. So to overcome this problem, Einstein simply abolished the ether in his relativity theory. The very significant result of the Sagnac experiment was that it proved that the ether existed. Let us see how it did this. It is a fundamental feature of relativity that it claims that as there is no ether, light travels away from a source at the same speed relative to the source, whether the source is moving or not. Thus, whether the table is turning or not, the fringe patterns should stay the same. But if the ether exists, once the light has left the source, the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the speed of the table, mirrors, etc., as we see here. So let us see what happens when we rotate the table. Here, the light is split, and the red and blue lights go in opposite directions. But notice that the left-hand mirror has moved around in such a direction that the distance the red light has to travel is further. Now in relativity, the same time should be taken because the splitter is also moving and the distance between them is the same. But now imagine that the ether exists and the speed of the light is controlled by the stationary ether. Imagine the ether like a thick treacle that limits how fast the light can travel, independent of the motion of the light source, the splitter, or the mirrors. The result is that the red light takes longer to reach the left-hand mirror. Similarly, the right-hand mirror is coming towards the blue light, so it reaches the mirror quicker. After they change ends, the red light again takes longer to reach the recombiner, whilst the blue light gets there quicker again. So they reach the photographic plate with a delay between them, and this changes the fringe pattern. In fact, Sagnac, using the speed of the rotation of the table, calculated how much the fringes should change, and found that they did change by just that amount. The crucial feature of this experiment is that it demonstrates that the ether does exist, which demolishes relativity. How does the scientific establishment deal with this result? By muddying the waters with scientific gobbledygook. Wikipedia says, in the above discussion, the rotation mentioned is a rotation with respect to an inertial reference frame. Since this experiment does not involve a relativistic velocity, the same wording is valid both in the context of classical electrodynamics and special relativity. How on earth can it be valid in both theories? It clearly proves that the ether exists because the speed of the light is controlled by the ether, independent of the rotating table and mirrors. This Sagnac effect is used by airlines for their compass directions. As the plane turns, the change in the fringes are translated into a change in the direction of the plane that then registers on the cockpit compass. If a telescope is pointing at a star and both are stationary, then obviously the light comes straight into the telescope. In 1729, Bradley found that he had to tip his telescope forward very slightly to get a star in the center of his telescope. It was assumed that this was due to the motion of the Earth around the Sun. Let us assume that the telescope was moving at 5 miles an hour and had to be tipped 5 degrees. This 5-degree tipping, however, could equally be caused by the ether moving at 5 miles an hour, carrying the stars around the Earth. As we see here, the light would be coming in at the same angle, and the telescope would still have to be tipped 5 degrees. So tipping the telescope does not tell us whether it is the starlight moving or the telescope moving. However, there is a simple experiment that can determine whether it was the Earth that was moving or the ether and starlight. All that you had to do was record the tipping required for any particular star, then fill the telescope with water, which greatly slows down the speed of light in the telescope. So here is the moving telescope filled with water, tipped at 5 degrees, and you can see that the starlight does not now reach the eyepiece at the bottom. This is because the starlight moves much more slowly when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say 10 degrees, then the starlight will then be visible again in the eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope. But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star. If the telescope is stationary and the starlight drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further. In 1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment. This is a copy from his original report. You can see that the two readings are virtually identical. If it had been the telescope that was moving, Airy expected a figure of 30 seconds of arc. In fact, he only managed to read 0.8 seconds of arc difference. Bradley first discovered stellar aberration, and it is interesting that in his report, Airy mentions that it was now about 100 seconds of arc, and that it was still slowly diminishing. This indicates that the speed of light was still decreasing in measurable amounts when Airy performed his experiment in 1871. The result of Airy's experiment, known as Airy's failure, was that the telescope does not have to be tipped further. This proved that it was the incoming light that was moving past a stationary telescope fixed to the stationary Earth. What is interesting in his very brief report of only 4 pages is that not once did he refer to the astonishing results that the experiment proved, that the Earth was stationary.
No, I don't agree with that.
This
That
experiment
conclusion.
was also dismissed by Wikipedia, which said, ether drag test, under the main article, luminiferous ether.
That conclusion is just ridiculous.
By means of a water-filled telescope, Airy, in 1871, looked for a change in stellar aberration through the refracting water due to an ether drag. Like in all other ether drift experiments, he obtained a negative result. This is a gross distortion of the truth. That he did not have to change the angle proved that it was the ether drifting past the stationary
Dude,
surface
that's just not true.
of the Earth.
That's just wrong, dude. What the hell? We can go over the facts.
This experiment is never taught
These aren't the
to
facts.
university
Anybody's
science
listening.
students.
I wouldn't recommend
They
listening
might
to
begin to
false
question what they were being taught about the cosmos, the universe, the Big Bang, evolution, and much else, if it was realized that the Earth really is at the center of the universe, which is rotating around us.
It's not
Scientific proof the Earth does not move. Many attempts were made to prove that heliocentricity was true and geocentricity was false. Every such attempt has been a failure. The most famous, because of its precision and irrefutability, was the experiment done by physicist A. Michelson, 1852 through 1931, and chemist E. W. Morley, 1838 through 1923. The Michelson-Morley experiment, using an interferometer which measured light rays, established that the Earth is stationary. Michelson was involved in other experiments that confirmed, to his dismay, that the Earth is stationary. The Michelson-Morley experiment, 1887, does not stand alone. It is joined in its confirmation of a stationary Earth by the James Bradley experiment, 1729, proving that the ether is not carried along by the Earth, the Sagnac experiment, 1913, proving that there was in fact an ether, the Michelson-Gale experiment, 1925, proving that the ether passed over the Earth once every 24 hours, and Airy's failure, 1871, proving that the stars moved, carried by the ether, while the Earth remained stationary. There are many other experiments that have each time given results that were not only consistent with a stationary Earth, but indicative of a stationary Earth. From the light polarization experiments of E. Muscart in 1872 to the mutual inductance experiments of Theodore de Coudres in 1889 to the 1903 Teuton-Noble experiments. Indeed, there is not a single experiment that proves that the Earth moves. The moving Earth is based entirely on a theory and is contradicted by all of the experimental evidence. The Sagnac experiment, proving the existence of ether, destroys the theory of relativity, which necessarily assumes that there is no ether. The Michelson-Gale experiment proved that the ether passed over the Earth once every 24 hours, but it did not prove whether it was the ether moving or the Earth spinning. Airy's failure determined with scientific certainty that in fact it was the ether carrying the stars that was moving over the Earth, and that the Earth was stationary. Dr. Neville Thomas Jones, PhD, explains that George Airy proved that the world was stationary and the stars are moving. Because his experiment proved that the Earth does not move, which was the opposite of the expected outcome, Airy's experiment is commonly known as Airy's failure. There has been a virtual blackout, however, within science education of these experiments. Dr. Malcolm Bowden reveals that he asked 3 Christian physicists if they had ever heard of them. Not one had. Indeed, in March 2005, another physicist wrote to Dr. Bowden that, quote, "After 35 years as a professional physicist with a thesis in relativity, I only learned of Sagnac's experiment last year." Close quote. The degree of the cover-up of true science is simply astounding. The Michelson-Morley experiment was simple in concept. A light beam was split. One of the split beams was sent at a right angle to the Earth's supposed direction of travel, and the other was sent along the path of the Earth's supposed direction of travel. The light traveling in the direction of the Earth's travel should have taken longer than the light traveling at right angles to the Earth's direction of travel. To the amazement of the scientific world, the results were null, meaning that there was no difference in the speed of the light beams. That meant that the Earth was motionless. The Michelson-Morley experiment shook the scientific world. The implications were devastating for the Copernican model of a globular, spinning Earth orbiting around the Sun. If the heliocentric model fell, then evolution would not be far behind. The priests of science knew that something had to be done if they were going to maintain their godless religion. In desperation, the priests of science tried to explain away the null result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. Hendrik A. Lorentz and George Fitzgerald swallowed their pride and put their formerly good names to a ridiculous theory that the null result in the Michelson-Morley experiment was because the solid steel arm that was pointed in the direction of the supposed motion of the Earth became shorter due to the Earth's movement through the ether. That shortening of the steel caused the light to arrive at the same time, not because the Earth was stationary, but because the Earth was moving. Seriously, I'm not making this up. This supposed contraction became known as the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. There was absolutely no evidence to support the theory of the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction, but it was all they had to try to keep the spinning and orbiting Earth model of heliocentricity alive. They only came up with the theory of the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction because they had nothing else to explain the null result, and they were not going to abandon the Copernican model. Some scientists aver that it is a misnomer to call the Lorentz-Fitzgerald theory a contraction, since as first theorized, It was supposedly the transverse arm of the Michelson-Morley interferometer that was lengthened, so it should actually be called the Lorentz-Fitzgerald expansion. Regardless, if it was called an expansion or a contraction, it was an inane theory that was unsupported by any proof. Arthur Miller described the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction as physics of desperation. Indeed, it was more akin to a fairy tale for adults than it was science. It was not long before Einstein was pressed into service with his theory of relativity. Notice that the scientific community rejected acceptance of a stationary Earth, not because there was any scientific evidence that contradicted it, but because it had become the central faith of the godless scientific community. The Copernican theory was simply not to be abandoned, no matter what the scientific evidence showed. Einstein to the rescue. Something had to be done about the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The high priests of science simply could not allow the world to discover that the Earth did not move. Enter Albert Einstein and his theory of relativity. Einstein announced his special theory of relativity in 1905 and his general theory of relativity in 1915. Einstein's theory of relativity was able to explain away the null results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. According to Einstein, the speed of light is constant, and consequently, an object moving through space would not show movement if light was used to measure the speed of the motion. According to Einstein, the speed of light is constant for every observer, no matter what speed the observer is traveling. Armed with the theory of relativity, scientists argued that the Earth was moving despite the null result of the Michelson-Morley experiment. They alleged that it was incorrectly shown not to be moving in the Michelson-Morley experiment because the light used in the experiment, which was expected to show the speed of the Earth through the ether, could neither increase nor decrease in speed. The Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to measure the expected speed of the supposedly moving Earth through the ether. Einstein could not have a constant speed of light, as he theorized, if there was an ether. Einstein solved that issue by simply announcing that there was no ether. Einstein, by theorizing that there is a constant speed of light and there is no ether, solved the Michelson-Morley null movement result and saved the heliocentric model of an orbiting, rotating Earth. Light travels in waves, which is a fact that Einstein accepted. A wave needs a medium through which to travel. Imagine a wave in water without the water. It is an impossibility. The medium through which light travels is called ether. This simple law of physics that a wave needs a medium through which to travel is something that is easy to understand. The corollary of an ether for light to travel through, however, will seem foreign to the reader because it is not taught in schools. The educational system has been given over completely to the mystical theory of relativity, where the ether is simply not allowed to exist. Einstein removed the ether from existence by edict. The problem is that a wave of light cannot exist without a medium for that light. Professor Herbert Dingle explains the absurdity of light waves without an ether through which to travel. Light consisted of vibrations in that ether that had physical properties which also were, in principle, determinable. What Einstein was proposing, therefore, was to retain the finite velocity of light without the existence of any standard with respect to which that velocity had a meaning. Light consisted of waves with a definite length, frequency, and velocity in nothing. It was the grin without the Cheshire cat. The physical part of the theory was expendable. Only the equations needed to be saved. Einstein saw a way of saving the equations and did not consider it worthwhile to, quote, explain light. Einstein was satisfied to, quote, explain it in terms of things that we understood nothing of. In other words, not to explain it at all. If his assumptions were granted, he did save the equations. And when his theory ultimately made its general impact on the world, mathematics had so dominated physics that the non-existence of the Cheshire cat was regarded as a triviality. The grin remained, and all was well. Einstein's construct of, quote, no ether, close quote, is an impossibility, just as a wave in water without the water is an impossibility. In any event, Einstein was proven wrong, and the ether was proven to exist in the 1913 Sagnac experiment. That experiment proves scientifically, beyond any doubt, that there is in fact an ether through which light travels. Indeed, airlines today use cockpit, ring, laser, gyroscopic compasses that are based upon the discovery by George Sagnac of fringe changes in light traveling through the ether. The changes in the fringes of light is then computed into a reading which tells the pilot about changes in bearing of the airplane. Without an ether, those sophisticated optical compasses would not work at all. The very existence of the laser gyroscopic compasses used by airplanes today proves that there is an ether and impeaches Einstein's claim that there is no ether. The existence of ether destroys the theory of relativity and establishes the Michelson-Morley experiment as proving that the Earth is stationary. Einstein removed the ether, which upended the traditional laws of physics. Einstein did not present any proof that there was no ether. He just made it up. Removing the ether was a way of explaining why Michelson-Morley's interferometer showed no motion of the Earth. Removing the ether removed the resistance of ether to light waves, which allowed Einstein to conjure the myth that light will not change speed on a moving surface. That explained away the Michelson-Morley results, showing that Earth did not move. If, however, there is an ether, that necessarily means that the Earth is stationary, as proven in the Michelson-Morley experiment. The theory of relativity is a complete lie. It is based entirely on convoluted and deceptive mathematical models. Nikola Tesla's statement about the modern methods of scientists like Einstein is revealing. Quote, "Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality." Close quote. Professor Herbert Dingle was once an eminent proponent of the theory of relativity. He later realized that it was simply a myth, supported not by scientific experiments, but rather by false math formulae. He discovered that the theory of relativity is held to be true not because it is true, but because mathematical formulae were devised and held up as evidence of its truth. Quote, "Not only are hypotheses held to contain the, quote, real truth, it is now claimed that any mathematical hypothesis is necessarily true." The problem with basing proof for a scientific theory solely on mathematics is that a mathematical equation may not correspond to reality. A mathematical formula may only prove something that is imaginary and not real. Professor Dingle explains, quote, "The symbols that compose a mathematical expression may, with equal mathematical correctness, correspond both to that which is observable and that which is purely imaginary, or even unimaginable. If, therefore, we start with a mathematical expression and infer that there must be something in nature corresponding to it, we do in principle just what the pre-scientific philosophers did when they assumed that nature must obey their axioms. But its immensely greater power for both good and evil makes the consequences of its misapplication immensely more serious. The experiments supporting the theory of relativity were, quote, thought experiments, performed completely through complicated math formulae designed to bedazzle ignorant laymen. Professor Dingle stated, "Mathematics has been transformed from the servant of experience into its master, and instead of enabling the full implications and potentialities of the facts of experience to be realized and amplified, it has been held necessarily to symbolize truths which are in fact sheer impossibilities, but are presented to the layman as discoveries." Dr. Dingle reveals the key point that is the cornerstone of the theory of relativity. Many highfalutin scientists do not seem to know this one simple fact. Quote, "In the language of mathematics, we can tell lies as well as truths. And within the scope of mathematics itself, there is no possible way of telling one from the other. That is the dirty secret behind the theory of relativity. Einstein used mathematics to tell lies. The only way to determine if a mathematical formula has any validity is to test it in the real world. Dr. Dingle explains that, quote, we can distinguish them only by experience or by reasoning outside the mathematics, applied to the possible relation between the mathematical solution and its supposed physical correlate. Physical experiments are not something that have been done with much success in proving the theory of relativity. Consequently, scientists resort to thought experiments using mathematical formulae which have no correlation to reality. How can math be used to tell lies, as alleged by Professor Dingle? A simple example will illustrate how math can be used to support a falsehood. If one were to say that a glass that is half empty is the same as a glass that is half full, that would be true. One can use mathematics, however, to make that simple truth be the foundation for a falsehood. Let's put the half-full glass equaling the half-empty glass into an equation, where E represents an empty glass and F represents a full glass. 1/2 E equals 1/2 F. That equation, 1/2 E equals 1/2 F, is accurate as it is presented. A half-empty glass is equal to a half-full glass. Now, in basic algebra, if one multiplies both sides by the same number, it does not affect the accuracy of the equation. Thus, to multiply both sides of the equation by 2, one would get the result of E equals F. Under the rules of algebra, that is supposed to be a true statement. We know, however, that in reality, an empty glass does not equal a full glass. Thus, in reality, E does not equal F. However, mathematics can be used to present a falsehood as truth. E equals F. That is the type of unreal reasoning that permeates the theory of relativity, where the scientific testing is done in thought experiments using mathematics. This creates a fantasy world of relativity. The theory of relativity is not science. It is mysticism, supported only by mathematical models. Physicists gave up trying to understand the absurd results of the formulae used to explain the theory of relativity and simply capitulated without much of a fight. They accepted the mathematical formulae of Einstein, even though they often gave inaccurate and incongruous solutions. Dingle explains that, quote, with the apparent success in 1919 of Einstein's general theory with its then quite new and terrifying mathematical machinery of tensor calculus, came the fatal climax. Physicists gave up trying to understand the whole business and surrendered the use of their intelligence and accepted passively whatever apparent absurdities the mathematicians put before them. Einstein's biographer, Ronald Clark, reports that Einstein's friend, Janos Plech, suggested to Einstein that there seemed to be some connection between mathematics and fiction. Einstein replied, quote, there may be something in what you say. When I examine myself and my methods of thought, I come to the conclusion that the gift of fantasy has meant more to me than my talent for absorbing positive knowledge. Close quote. The theory of relativity is not science. It is fantasy conjured by mathematical formulae in the minds of Einstein and his followers. The blind faith of the scientific community in the supposed truth of the theory of relativity and its intolerance for any evidence of its invalidity is akin to adherence in a religious cult. When one realizes that relativity is more a religion than it is science, it explains why the ascension of relativity is in direct proportion to the descent of Christianity in society. It seems that there is more tolerance in religion than there is in the scientific community toward heterodoxy, especially when it comes to the theory of relativity. Indeed, Professor Dingle said as much. Quote, "It is ironical that in the very field in which science has claimed superiority to theology, for example, in the abandoning of dogma and the granting of absolute freedom to criticism, the positions are now reversed. Science will not tolerate criticism of special relativity, while theology talks freely about the death of God, religionless Christianity, and so on which I make no comment whatever. Unless scientists can be awakened to the situation into which they have lapsed, the future of science and civilization is black indeed." Charles Lane Poor, professor of celestial mechanics at Columbia University and the author of a number of standard textbooks on astronomy, stated that, quote, "The relativity theory strikes directly at our fundamental concepts as to the structure of the universe. Its conclusions are startling and completely upsetting to our common sense way of looking at physical and astronomical phenomena." Close quote. Dr. Louis Essen, a distinguished mathematician and fellow of the Royal Society, stated that the theory of relativity was not truly a physical theory, but rather simply a number of sometimes contradictory assumptions. Lord Ernest Rutherford is considered the father of nuclear physics. So eminent was he that chemical element 104 was named Rutherfordium after him. Lord Rutherford has called the theory of relativity simply, quote, nonsense. In 1922, Professor Herbert Dingle wrote Relativity for All, one of the first standard textbooks on the theory of relativity. His second book on the subject, written approximately 20 years later, The Special Theory of Relativity, remained for a long time the standard work in English in American universities on the theory of relativity. Indeed, Professor Dingle was one of the foremost experts on the theory of relativity in the world. During a span of 50 years, he studied the theory intensively and conferred about it with all the physicists who were experts in it. Einstein, Eddington, Tolman, Whittaker, Schrödinger, Born, and Bridgman. So renowned was Dingle's expertise on the theory of relativity that when Einstein died in 1955, the BBC chose Professor Dingle to broadcast a tribute to Einstein. In 1959, after years of believing and promoting the theory of relativity, Dingle realized that something was wrong. He found a paradox in the theory of relativity. He spent 13 years canvassing his large network of scientists to try to find an answer to the paradox. Nobody could answer the paradox. He tried to publish the paradox, but was refused all access to scientific journals. Finally, in 1972, Dingle decided to publish his conclusion in a book titled Science at the Crossroads. He explained in his book that he only published it because he was denied access to scientific journals to present his evidence. In that book, Professor Dingle presents unimpeachable proof that the theory of relativity is invalid.
Hello, everyone. I first want to thank Flat Earth Dave and the Flat Earth Podcast for providing some of the details for this Flat Earth proof. I also want to thank Pablo's dog for recommending and reminding me of this evidence. As I have discussed before, if we lived on a ball, it's axiomatic that all aircraft must continually dip their noses to account for the curvature of the Earth. If a commercial airline flies at 575 miles per hour, in just 10 minutes of flight, the airplane would have to drop approximately 6,123 feet to maintain level flight. That's a huge adjustment. Over the years, I've heard several explanations from globe proponents as to how aircraft make these necessary adjustments for the curvature of the Earth. Some have claimed that the pilot himself makes the adjustment. But wouldn't pilots sometimes forget over just a few minutes to make an adjustment and endanger their aircraft and passengers? Other globe proponents have said that the alleged force of gravity causes the airplane to automatically adjust for the curvature. But wouldn't the nose of the airplane have to be pulled downward more than the airplane itself? Also, flight is essentially defying so-called gravity. Are these curvature adjustments something different? Most globe proponents seem to now claim that air pressure causes the airplane to adjust automatically for the supposed curvature of the Earth. The problem with that is that air pressure still must inexplicably pull the nose of the airplane downward, and air pressure is far from constant at any elevation, and so level flight would be difficult to maintain. I am not going to argue the merits of these claims further in this video. What I do want to discuss is whether there is any evidence that the airplane does indeed adjust its nose downward to account for the curvature of the Earth, as it must if we lived on a ball. Because if there is no downward curvature adjustment during flight, then there is no globe. It's that simple. And that is probably why so many pilots have figured out the Earth is flat. But there is another way to make this determination: the stars. We are going to analyze an amazing time-lapse filmed by a pilot on a flight from Munich, Germany to Sao Paulo, Brazil. You can find the unedited version on this website. Please note that this Beyond Clouds website has no association with the Flat Earth, which means this evidence comes from an unbiased party. The distance for the full flight from Munich to Sao Paulo is over 6,000 miles, but the recording was only for approximately 3,000 miles. That begins before Palma, located on the island of Mallorca, Spain, and the video ends before the equator after the plane passes Dakar, Senegal, on the western coast of Africa. Of course, some movement of the stars is expected with any time lapse. Keep in mind that when you're in the north and facing southwest, like in this flight, the stars should rotate in a downward slant to the right and clockwise motion, somewhat like this. For this time lapse, we're going to track these two stars. The one on top seems to have a tail of stars that rise up and to the left. It's easy to spot. For brevity, I'm going to speed up the footage. The plane is going to adjust its heading left and right a few times, but try to keep an eye out for those two stars. There are the two stars again. Here they are over on the right side. They have dropped a little, but here they are again. And that's the end of the time lapse. This is the beginning position of the stars. Approximately 3,000 miles later, here is the ending position. As expected, the star slightly rotated clockwise and dropped slightly. You can even see how the star on top with the tail looks a little bigger and has rotated clockwise. So, what is the problem with this time lapse for the globe? The problem is that the plane has to be dipping its nose to account for the alleged curvature of the Earth. For simple illustration, if I had a stunning view of the stars at the beginning of my flight, as time progresses and the nose of the plane drops to account for the curvature of the Earth, the stars should appear to rise up like this, In fact, the nose of the airplane is allegedly dropping while the stars, which are somewhat fixed and allegedly separate from the Earth, should appear to rise up if we lived on a ball. But you don't need to believe my illustrations. Fortunately, Google Earth allows us to model this same flight with the stars in the background and shows us exactly what would happen if we lived on a globe. For this Google Earth model, I used our distance of roughly 3,000 miles on the exact same flight route that I showed earlier. I set the altitude at 10,000 meters or 32,800 feet. Remember, this is how the globe should work. Now, watch the stars. There's no question about it. As the viewpoint continually dips, the stars rise up, exactly as we would logically expect if we lived on a ball. The stars are not just rising up a little bit, which would be open to debate. The upward movement is huge and unmistakable. But the real-life time-lapse did not show stars rising at all. Instead, the stars only rotated clockwise and moved downwards a little. The wrong direction for an airplane traveling 575 miles per hour and adjusting for the curvature of the Earth. There is no rising movement of the stars exhibiting any sign of the curvature adjustment required by the globe. The commercial jet is flying over a flat Earth. Here's another example that I found, filmed by a passenger from the side of the aircraft. But again, there is no movement of the stars, indicating a jet that is adjusting for the curvature of the Earth. Going back to the first flight, let's say I got the distance of 3,000 miles wrong. And so let's shorten our flight to just 2,500 miles. That starts just before Palma de Mallorca and ends just after Dakar. Both places are specifically identified in the flight as shown here. The globe still fails reality. Even at a shorter distance, under the globe simulation, the stars substantially rise as the viewpoint adjusts for the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth were a globe, then all aircraft maintaining level flight must adjust downward for the curvature of the Earth. The pilot's time-lapse of the stars showed us that this downward curvature adjustment does not happen. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Today I am going to share a very important video. If you find it as important as I do, then please share it with all of your family and friends. In short, we are going to show with 3D modeling software how sunrises and sunsets prove the Earth is flat. Of course, flat Earth doesn't mean there aren't oceans, mountains, valleys, terrain, etc. The term flat Earth means that there is no Earth curvature, no globe, no ball, and no outer space. In other words, reality. A huge thanks to Paul for making the video you're going to see in a few minutes. Paul was inspired to share the truth, and he has stepped up and spent a long time using his expertise to develop this model without any compensation. Paul is an engineer and computer graphics artist who owns a 3D product animation studio. He contacted me a few months back wanting to do some 3D animations for Flat Earth. Paul and I worked together on this production. If you like his work and want to talk to Paul about 3D product animations or any other 3D content, he specializes in technical product animation. This is Paul's email address for business inquiries. I also want to thank Shadow Reveal, who is an architect who was instrumental in providing advice in making this presentation. According to the official narrative, sunrises and sunsets aren't caused by the sun moving through the sky as it appears daily. Instead, sunsets are supposedly caused by you, the observer, falling backwards at roughly 1,000 miles per hour, while your angle to the sun lowers below your feet and the Earth begins to obstruct the sun until you're entirely in the shadow of the Earth, which results in nighttime. Under the official story, the term sunset is actually a misnomer, because the sun isn't doing anything as you allegedly rotate away from the sun. But for simplicity, we're going to say that the sun is setting, moving, or dropping. And for purposes of this video, we are going to assume an observer roughly at sea level, so that we are talking about the Earth curvature obstructing the sun and not topography. I love this flat Earth evidence because this argument is so simple, and it is dispositive for either side of the globe versus flat Earth discussion. If the globe were real, then the sun must set at an angle lower than the observer's position until the sun drops physically below the observer's feet. That is the simple official narrative. This is the same claim for those few geocentrists who still believe in the globe but claim the Earth is stationary while the local sun and moon rotate around the Earth. On the other hand, flat earthers claim that the sun never sets at an angle lower than your feet. Generally speaking, flat earthers claim the local sun does not physically rise and fall, but simply travels further away from the observer. The sun's apparent setting is caused by perspective and the limitation of the sun's light. What's important here is that, according to the flat Earth model, the sun cannot actually travel below the flat Earth and will never be angled below your feet. For those who like logic, this is a classic modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth were a globe, then the sun must set lower than the physical horizon. The sun does not set lower than the physical horizon. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. What started all of this was the fact that many globe propagandists have claimed that shadows, like this one of Mount Rainier, are showing an upward shadow of the mountain being cast by a sun that's below the physical horizon. Remember, these globe proponents are claiming the sun is lower than your feet, below the Earth's physical bulge, proving the globe. In fact, what you're seeing here is the top of the mountain casting a shadow on clouds that are physically below the peak. Due to perspective from a lower vantage point, it only appears as though the mountain shadow is angled upwards. Just like these power lines, the power lines aren't growing in size. They're the same size, but perspective makes it look like they're getting bigger. We can say this definitively because there has never been an upward mountain shadow filmed from the apex of a mountain. What's ironic is that this mistaken globe evidence just became the death knell for the globe. You can't have an upward mountain shadow and not have a similar upward Earth bulge shadow causing a similar and noticeable effect. In fact, the globe requires an upward bulge shadow, and that's what we're going to show here today. The first trick of the globe propagandist, like demonstrated by this one, is to show a globe with paper or something else wrapped around it to demonstrate the Earth shadow and claim that the Earth shadow could not hit the clouds because the angle is not there. This demonstration is patently deceptive because the paper is wrapped over the clouds. It's the ground that would be creating the Earth's shadow, not the clouds above the Earth. Some globe propagandists will probably claim that the Earth cannot create a distinct visible shadow because the atmosphere supposedly disperses the light of the sun. However, on a clear day, the sun can still create a distinct shadow. Look at this picture of these birds. If a 1-foot-tall bird can cast a distinct and visible shadow, then the bulge of the Earth most certainly would do the same. If small waves can cast a shadow, then the massive Earth bulge would do the same. Now, let's get to Paul's presentation.
Recently, I came across a fascinating set of videos regarding the phenomenon of the apparent shadow casting from Mount Rainier onto some clouds. These videos are from the YouTube channel Taboo Conspiracy. He does some great flat earth videos, so I was eager to hear what his thoughts were on this phenomenon because on its surface, it appears to indicate a globe model. I mean, if the sun can cast a shadow vertically, that would indicate that it is in fact going below the horizon as the globe model claims. In this video, he showed this image. Basically, if the Earth was a globe and the sun was falling over the horizon as the Earth spins, we should see the globe shadow itself shine up on the clouds. This made sense to me, but I really wanted to test it out. So, with my background as an engineer and a CG artist and my familiarity with computer graphics tools, I set out to mock this up with the intention of seeing if this would actually happen. One challenge with 3D programs and space-type projects is scale. Given the supposed distance of the sun being approximately 150 million kilometers or 93 million miles away, and with the Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers or 30,959 miles, these sizes are too great to work with in most typical computer graphics programs. This experiment, the nature of typical CG lighting in a, quote, realistic render package is problematic because they typically have a light intensity fall off baked in. As you get further from the subject, the light intensity has to dramatically increase. At the distances proposed by this globe model, the CG programs really can't adequately represent them. The early days of CG lighting, there was a concept of it's called direct lighting, which basically the light doesn't lose power based upon distance. The light itself also has parallel rays and is supposed to simulate the sun from far distances. Luckily, we can replicate the sun in this experiment with a direct or infinite light. See here the harsh shadows that are cast, and as I move the light away, there is no effect on lighting intensity or the shadow sharpness. What does affect the shadow is the angle of the light. So this will be adequate for this experiment. So I built the model with two known caveats. The model would be scaled and the sun would be a direct light with the infinite parallel rays. Overall, this is not a compromise because the experiment is really to see if the globe/ball would also cast a shadow on the clouds as the sun went down. It's really important to build a replica as much as necessary. These principles are really about angles, line of sight, etc. So the essentials to do this, in my mind, were as follows. A scaled Earth globe, a suitable light source such as direct CGI, a cloud layer, a scaled version of the mountain, and really the approximate location and orientation of this photo, the point of view from which this whole thing took place. So the next question was, where was this photo actually shot from? Looking at the site, you can see Mount Rainier in the background. Another prominent feature was the building just in the foreground. It's next to this small body of water. It turns out that it is the Theus Landing Waterfront Apartments. Also, another noticeable feature was the Tacoma Dome in the middle ground just to the right. And then just in front of that was the East 21st Street Bridge. So with all of these locations determined, I could look at a map now to try and approximate this photo location. So looking at Google Maps, we see here the Tacoma Dome, and if you pan a little bit north, you'll see the East 21st Street Bridge. And if you pan a little further north, you'll see this building here that's shaped like an E. It's the Theus Landing Waterfront Apartment. And if you look at the ground photo of the building, it is in fact the exact building. So, if you pan the map up in the line of sight direction, you'll find this building here, which is the Tacoma Sign Company. So while I can't be 100% certain this is where the photo was taken from, it's definitely precise enough for this experiment. So if you zoom out over the whole entire site, this area is what I needed to replicate and build in 3D. Looking at the overall map of this site, we can get some rough dimensions from the location of the photo to Mount Rainier. The distance away from Mount Rainier is approximately 68.2 kilometers or 42.37 miles. You can also see a Google Map 3D view of the site with the prominent features in the frame. So here's the sphere Earth model scaled 1 kilometer to 1 meter. You can see here the radius is 6,371 meters. As we zoom way down into the model, we'll see Mount Rainier. All of this data for Mount Rainier and Tacoma are from DEM data sources, and they have been scaled to 1 kilometer to 1 meter. Now zooming over to Tacoma, you can see the dome, the East 21st Street Bridge, the Theus Apartments, and now you can start to see the location where the camera was placed in this model. So here I will select the camera that was actually set up to view the scene. And you can see now here is our final shot. For verification purposes, I've placed a couple measurement references in the scene. This first one is the height difference in the model from the photograph to the peak of Mount Rainier. You can see that it is 4.378 meters. Mount Rainier is 4.392 meters above sea level in our model, so our camera is placed approximately 14 meters above sea level. Now we can select on the measurement reference for the distance away. You can see that the length is 68.2 meters or 68.2 kilometers scaled. And this reference is very close to the peak of Mount Rainier. Finally, taking all this information into account, let us compare our scene setup with the actual photo. For this experiment, this is more than adequate to demonstrate the concept of a globe bulge shadow. So here is a final render of the entire site based upon DEM data. The scale is correct and the geometry is correct. The site is ready for our experiment. For our experiment, we will be doing a sunrise. Now let's discuss the concept we're trying to demonstrate. The sun is supposedly located 93 million miles away. This distant sun creates a terminator line from the edges of the sphere. This terminator line or bulge shadow represents where the shadow is cast from. So as the Earth rotates, the terminator stays with the sun. For the demonstration purposes, we're moving the sun in this example. This is what happens from a point of view on the Earth. As we zoom in closer, we see our Mount Rainier location and the terminator line interacting with it. And as we zoom even closer, we can see how the terminator line / bulge shadow interacts with the mountain. Now let's add a cloud layer reference line. Where the bulge shadow crosses the cloud reference line, this is where you might expect to see the bulge shadow on the clouds. So based on these angles, the bulge should show up on the clouds in our experiment. Now we arrive at the scene. It's early morning and the sun is rising in the east. The conditions are perfect to see this rare phenomenon of the mountain casting the shadow on the clouds. Let's see what happens. As you can see, as the sun rotates up, it does in fact interact with the spherical Earth and cast a shadow on the clouds from underneath. Our experiment was set up to mimic the Earth as a sphere, the exact size and conditions for a shadow from Mount Rainier on the clouds, and the hypothesis that as the Earth rotates, the sun goes down below the Earth. If the Earth were a ball, this is what we should see under these special conditions. In fact, if the Earth were a ball, we should probably see this almost every night in some fashion or another. For a closer look at what's going on, let's go back to the schematic. If we pause the sun rotation right here where the shadow crosses the cloud layer just to the west of the mountain, here is the image of what we could expect to see. This experiment is a serious blow to the globe model. After working through this experiment, this is another in a long list of proofs that people can do for themselves. Each one of us can go out each morning at sunrise or each evening at sunset and observe this for ourselves. Do you see this shadow across the sky? For me, I've never experienced this visual in my life on this plane, nor have I seen any photos of this phenomenon to date. What I love most about the flat Earth is that it literally is right in front of us, and it points to our Creator and King. I was always a born-again believer, but flat Earth just adds that much more enjoyment to my appreciation of His creation. Every day when I'm outside, I look at this plane with so much more wonder and amazement, knowing that our Creator is right here, right above us, and we are the center of His eye. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I'd like to acknowledge Taboo Conspiracy and Shadow Reveal for their very helpful direction and contribution to this experiment and video. God bless.
Using Paul's globe model simulation, this is what sunrise should look like facing Mount Rainier directly eastward. Again, the Earth's bold shadow should precede the mountain shadow. In contrast, this is what a sunset should look like if you were facing west. In summary, during both sunrise and sunset, if we lived on a ball, the Earth itself would cast an upward shadow on the clouds above. For sunrise, the bulge shadow would precede the shadow of the mountain or other tall object like this. For sunset, the upward Earth bulge shadow would immediately follow the upward shadow of the mountain. If we lived on a ball, we should see some form of the bulge shadow twice a day on a nearly daily basis. Without question, this never happens in reality. Therefore, the globe Earth is not reality. If the Earth were a globe, then the sun must set lower than the physical horizon. The sun does not set lower than the physical horizon, therefore, the Earth is not a globe. Thank you for watching.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard.
I love that video. That is such a good video. If anybody hasn't seen that, go on YouTube and I'm sure somebody probably posted it in the text, but you have to watch that. It's really well done. It's very good.
again. You just don't deceive us. You want the soul. Just trust in our deception. Nature needs our correction. We're your freedom prevention. We are your salvation. Nanotech transformation. Engage depopulation. Engage depopulation. I will never comply. I will not compromise. I will never submit, bend, or break, or bow, or quit. I am freedom defender, and I will never surrender. Never, never again. You fooled me never, so twice you won't fool me again. Moments from never. Motherfuckers try and fool you again. We just don't believe you no more. Oh no, we don't believe you no more. You will take your last breath. Oh no, we don't believe you no more. You will deceive us. Plan human transformation, digital smart enslavement, flying space paradoxes. future awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waved from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. With 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of both Cape sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. In the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your lives, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth dare to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier rim of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance. And every attempt impenetrable resistance, gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go, like the edge of a wheel. There's no way around to go, like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth, and I see that beneath us graves await those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fired sounding guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come, but come hell or high water, journey to find hell frozen over there and back. We lost many good men. From the ends of the earth I'd return to hold you again.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring. Wow. How about that announcement? Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
I'm gonna talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So, I'm gonna ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So, first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I mean,
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait, there's more.
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That
You
professor.
would
That
you would have to define what an ocean is and what's...
No. You know, like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so...
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on
right
Discord.
now? Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about, what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What?
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for as far as you can go. You can have two submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, what I'm saying about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what? Even
its level.
It always finds
large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At
Remember
rest.
the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at
That's
the wrong
all
thing.
we're
No,
taking-
listen.
no, that's all we're
Let me
taking
finish
into
what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, it's curved or not, do you?
See, first
Well,
of all,
doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
What if
second
it
of all,
doesn't take the shape of the bottom of a container? It
All
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the earth itself. We talking about the earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay,
The earth is curvy.
the water would not
Come on,
be
man.
able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
So when you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and now we're talking an expanse on the ball, on the earth on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!"
Those balls.
It's hard.
Earlier I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys, correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use, let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature, correct? Okay, so then I said that. I said,
On the land, you
let me
should be
finish.
able to see
Can I finish,
curvature.
Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the earth does not have no curvature on it, because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water is going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water is going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is, because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out, being water, as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the earth, because the surface of the earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual thing that is curved.
Do you know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let me have this.
Let me finish.
Know what the bottom looks like?
I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the ocean?
I've been out to sea before. And one
Across
thing,
the
let
whole-
me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your bill. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait,
let me everybody,
you don't know
mute.
how
Everybody
nonsensical
mute.
you sound.
Everyone mute.
I'm sure.
I listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that
seriously.
is so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
at
can
the
sit
bottom.
here
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all of
look
a
at-
sudden
I
the
could
earth
look at
bends
land.
underneath. The earth
I
don't all
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It
100.
don't bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
Now, building on what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Is that moist?
What are you talking about?
Hold
What
on,
does that have to
let
do
me
with
finish
anything?
what I'm
He's trying
saying.
to outdo
Let me
his
finish.
last
Let me
thing.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Is it the skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the apple, the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do.
Or are you just trying to be
No,
fake
I'm
smart
not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's technology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
It's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Is the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because
Well,
it's disingenuous. I
How's
don't
it
like shit
disingenuous?
like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I
go
just
ahead.
asked you a simple question. Does the
you're
skin of
not
an apple
that
have
stupid.
moisture
You're
in
not
it?
that stupid.
You can't be this
impossible.
stupid. You can't be.
cannot
Come on,
be
man.
this
You
stupid.
guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know how you would use that as an argument. That's
This
retarded.
is why I had
Actually,
to kick
I
people
did
out last
participate.
time because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
You know the water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum.
see that.
Okay. How much
You
would you
know that
pay?
water boils in a vacuum.
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. Guess you didn't know that. You know what? Know what sucks is it's going to take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm going to make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's going to be amazing, but it's going to take me all fucking day. Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and I told, because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story, and it goes, a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were from NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
I'm a type.
If you break them down, right? You know, Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay? So that's, again, this is all esoteric.
I like
it.
And,
so I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
Do you come up with that, Vinny?
Well, yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, you know, did work in, you know, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. A lot of you ask very incredulously, are you a real professor? I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week. And I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now, you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Now, I don't want to fool you. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
No, we're not going to go into derivative stuff that doesn't address the issue here. It's a geometric claim. It requires a geometric argument, not a social one, not a statistical one. So get us the geometric argument for your geometric claim, please.
Sure. So I posted a link called Empirical Evidence for the Spherical Shape of Earth. Feel free to pick any one of those.
Lovely.
And I can talk about
No, what we'll do is we'll have you pick one. Pick your favorite one, bring it to us, and let's go through it.
I've got that pulled up. The very first sentence says, on a flat Earth without obstructions, the ground itself would never obscure distant objects. So, do you believe you can see an infinite distance through a thick atmosphere on Earth? Like, do you believe you can see an infinite distance?
Well, we should be letting him pick one.
I'm going to choose the one.
Oh, the horizon. Is that geometric?
Yeah, it's geometric. I posted.
Oh, so then it must fall at a certain geometric distance then, given the radius, right?
So yeah, you can see those buildings. I posted.
I had a question. So the horizon being geometric falls at a certain geometric distance, given the radius, right?
Yes.
It does. Okay, and that distance would be 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, right?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see if it does that. 1 second. What did I just post? Does that look like a 1.225 mile horizon?
Yeah, because you can't see the bottom of those oil rigs. So.
Yeah, that looks like a 1.225 mile horizon. I think you should go in for a closer inspection before answering this time.
Where's the horizon?
Bottom of the oil rigs are underwater, buddy.
You guys understand that you can see things beyond.
Do you understand what a horizon is?
Let's not ask questions like that. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Do you know what a horizon is, though? Because I'm actually having questions about it. Do you know?
Yeah, so it's like, I do know what it is, but...
Well, what is it? Because you seem to be a little bit lost.
Well, I'm definitely not. I mean, you seem to be a little bit lost as well.
What was your answer, Pinky?
Buddy,
well, let me just answer. Let me ask you this.
No, I already asked you a question. I asked you if there's a 1.225 mile horizon in that picture. You said, yeah. And then you started projecting your confusion onto me. So how do you figure there's a 1.225 mile horizon in that picture? Do you even know what a horizon is?
Yes, I know what a horizon is, and just because you think I'm wrong.
Hey, if you know what it is, then why do you think it's at 1.225 miles in that picture? Please explain. Just give me the answer to that.
All right, that's what I was doing. So if I'm assuming you know that you can see things that are beyond that 1.225 mile distance, assuming that you're 1 foot or 1 meter off the ground, I think it's 1 foot. If it's tall, if it has any height whatsoever, so I can post some math for that. But you've probably already seen it.
This is just waffle. So where's the horizon in that picture?
All right, so those oil rigs have a certain amount of height towards them.
Tell us where the horizon is.
Where's the horizon? Yeah. Where's the
horizon?
You see that oil rig that's closest to us?
Where's the horizon in the picture?
I am answering your question. Do you?
No, you're not. Here, I'll format it for you. The answer should go like this: it is in front of, or it is behind the rigs, or in between. One of those three. Give me the answer.
It is in front of the rigs.
How do you figure that? Now I go back to this question. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yeah. Divine
I
Horizon.
can see it. I think you're confusing.
No, I'm not confusing anything. Define horizon. Define horizon.
Do you think the
No, define horizon. That doesn't sound like a definition of horizon.
Listen, I'm here to try to help.
Yeah, no, you're here to bullshit us. So define horizon.
Help. What? Wait, what are you trying to help us from?
The horizon is the apparent
about?
curve that separates the surface.
Oh, okay.
Separates the what?
On the surface of the ground.
What's the horizon?
Say it with your chest.
What's the horizon?
Asking me the definition of horizon is useful.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is, because you clearly have no fucking clue what one is. So what is it? Define a horizon.
If you're standing on the surface of a celestial body, like a sphere, and then you're...
That's just fucking bullshit. Define horizon.
Alright, I don't know who made you a mod, but I think I'm just gonna...
Yeah, you have no clue what you're talking about. You don't even know what a horizon is. That's why you think it's at 1.225 miles. This is really simple. Did you Google it yet? You've had plenty of time. What's a horizon?
I've been saying what a horizon is.
No, you haven't.
No. Give us the actual definition.
I gave you one. Why don't you give me a different one? If you
What did you give us? Because I just heard you kind of mumbling softly. I couldn't tell what you said. What was it?
Give us a citation from a dictionary, an encyclopedia, something. Define horizon.
Standing on a celestial body, it's the distance.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. Try again. It's an
citation, dude. Fine. That's what I thought it was. Let me look it up and see if there's a different definition. I think I'm
You
right.
can use Google. You can type in horizon definition, and then you can read what it says.
He said it earlier. He just didn't say it out loud.
Somebody has an echo, by the way.
Is it me? No, it's
No.
Just mute up if you're not talking. That'll probably fix it.
perspective.
I think it's because Heretics got pushed to talk. It's when he's holding down and someone else talks, it echoes.
My bad. That could be it.
No,
Yeah,
no,
'cause I'm not hearing it.
All right. The horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from
No, it's not.
an observer on
This is
or
the
near a
definition.
relevant
I
body.
did post the definition. Did you say the apparent curve? I did post the definition. Go read the dictionary.
Website are you reading that from?
Listen, you're weaseling around because the very first result that I get from Google is this. I'm going to show you right now.
Keyword apparent.
Can you read that out for us aloud? Maybe that might help.
What does this say? I did your Googling for you. So what does your Google result say?
The line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Appear to meet. Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with your curvature interpretations or anything like that. It's just where Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. So where are Earth's surface and the sky appearing to meet in this picture that I'm going to post for you again? It's posted. Where are they appearing to meet?
They are appearing to meet before the
Have a look at closer at the picture. Have a look closer.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Lay off the crack pipe and look again.
Yeah.
Not a trick.
Not the crack pipe, please. Try again.
Can you do MS Paint? Copy the image into MS Paint and then draw the line?
Everybody following this live stream sees where the surface of the Earth and the sky are appearing to meet, except for the Glober in the chat that has a religious worldview that he's hell-bent on holding on to. Everybody sees that, so take a look.
And they can see how disingenuous you are being right now.
Has anyone got the
And the sky appear to meet. Sorry, go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, has anyone got the one where the saturation, where they change the saturation levels? Anyone got that one? I think it's from the same picture.
Haas
there we go.
Like that.
Where's the horizon, dude?
Oh, so I just know about things like atmospheric haze, so I think I can see the horizon slightly better, possibly, than what you think. Or maybe not better, just different.
So surface of Earth, in this case, that would be ocean and sky. Where are those appearing to meet? Before, after, or in between the oil rigs?
Before the oil rigs. Can I tell you why?
Fucking get rid of him.
Wait,
No,
wait,
just have them draw it. Have them draw it on MS Paint.
so I can tell you why.
No, we'll let you lie for another 5 minutes on end. Like, it's a simple answer. It would have been 2 words. That's all you have to give us. Now you're going to lie yourself in circles for 5 minutes to avoid that simple answer because it defeats your entire ideology.
Unless the why is you're legally blind, it's no good.
No. The why is I can see that part of the oil rig disappears. Yeah, you know, like
mate.
Not the horizon.
I got it. Part of the oil rig disappears. Behind what?
Behind the horizon.
The horizon, which is where? In front of or behind that oil rig?
If it was behind the oil rig, you would be able to see where it intersects.
What's a horizon again?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
It's where the sky and the surface appear to meet. Where is that happening? In front of or after the oil rig?
How about this? I think I know what you're getting at, which is there does appear to be.
Do you? I think you're the only one who doesn't.
Slimy weasel, and just answer the question, dude.
All right. I don't know. I think I'm gonna probably go now.
Where is it?
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, you've done enough damage to your globe religion here today, I guess.
But wait, there's more. It's time.
Hey, Pinky, why are you back?
Oh, I'm back. I just wanted
why
to
are
say.
you back, Pinky?
I just had to. I just wanted to. I think I did make a mistake. I just wanted to apologize. I think when you showed me that horizon photo, I think I was determined to see it in front of the oil rigs. But if the more I look at it, it does. I would say it looks behind it. So I just want to say that was an example of me being
Good on you, man.
religious. Yeah.
Good on you.
I was like, why would I go back? But to be
heartbreaking.
When I just said now, like, why are you back? I was expecting any answer but that one.
Yeah, you probably wanted something.
Best answer. That's the right answer.
Yeah. I thought I'd do the right thing. You know, do it once per day. I do admit, I think I was wrong about that, and that was an example of the whole religious choosing not to believe stuff. So that's important to see.
Okay.
So thank you for sharing. That's actually one of the reasons I joined this. It's actually the person who invited me. Oh, he's gone. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to join, is to be exposed to new things. Anyway, have a nice night, guys.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, that's a big admission, man. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
It takes guts.
Okay.
This way. Are we talking on Discord?
In real life.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I'm sorry?
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Right now? We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I don't follow.
Well, just answer the question.
We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I don't understand the question.
Let me say it a little bit. Let me say it a little bit slower. Are you 100% sure we are talking on Discord?
We're talking through Discord, but let's leave it at that, I guess.
Well, we can't leave it at that because that's not the answer. So usually, or typically, I should say, when somebody asks a question, there's a response. And in the form of the question that I was asking was a response to be a yes or a no. So the confusion is kind of at this point, you understand English, the English language, right? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And you would say, yes, I understand the words coming out of your mouth. So therefore, when I say the question, are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? You would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with,
why are you doing this level is relative thing? When did you learn to do that?
Because that's what makes sense in my head if we're talking about a sphere, right? Like, if we're talking about
I get it, dude. I get it. This is the whole circular reasoning thing. We're talking about here in reality. What is level? Is level curved in reality? I'm not talking about as you reify the myth or reify the globe story. We're just talking about here in reality. I get it. Level has to be curved for the globe to to fool the masses. But where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on? It's only in the reification. Do you see that though? Do you see?
Yes, I do see it. I do.
Okay, so
that's even worse for you.
That's worse for you. Oh, it makes the ball way bigger.
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It's just...
Shut your fucking pie hole.
I mean, I want to speak to him, but that's just funny. That's funny.
What the fuck are we entertaining these retards for?
Because we like to hear the penny drop, and after I've been bashed around the
Jedi. All right,
I know.
Research. You goddamn liar! You said I don't know. When we're asking you,
I don't know what.
How you go out into the field and measure for a globe, and you're like, "Well, I don't know. Let me see. I believe NASA knows."
Chill.
NASA.
Well, NASA is a government organization, and it's just like
that's what you were stating. You were stating that you didn't know, and NASA knows. So what does that mean? What does that tell us? That
well, now I know. Like you said, I didn't know about the curvature of the Earth. I do know. That's a fact.
It's not a fucking fact, dude, because you didn't measure this motherfucker. I'm asking you, how did you measure it? Drop over distance, Ben. How'd you do it?
What do you mean? This is the formula.
What do you mean what I mean? If you're talking about a geometric shape,
you put in the diameter of Earth and find the curvature.
How the fuck did you get diameter on this Earth if you don't even know if it's an oblate spheroid?
I mean, you just measure it. I mean, like
how? How did you measure it?
How did you measure the Earth? I didn't go across the entire globe.
The problem is no one did.
Of the Earth.
No one's fucking measured
okay, I'm gonna travel 7,000. No, more than that. More than 7,000 miles around the Earth. Just to find out the diameter. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spend...
No one measured it. No one measured anything.
No one measured it.
No,
No
what do
one
you mean?
measured
No one measured it. Of course.
Yeah, who?
Because there's no measurements.
Then who measured it, Ben? Who?
NASA.
NASA. Oh, that's a bold fucking claim. Show us some citations where NASA measured the Earth to be an
Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. Because you don't fucking know right now, so you got to look that shit up. Go ahead. Have
Why
fun.
is it so bad to search it up? Here we go.
Because you don't know. You're saying you know.
No, dude. Gonna deal with this. So, going back to the question, right? We're gonna try to find out if you know how this has been ascertained to be the evidence for drop over distance, which you mentioned spherical axis, right? I'm gonna allow you to tell us how spherical axis relates to us measuring drop over distance. Go ahead.
Really?
General?
So,
Yeah, go
spherical
ahead.
axis is done by geodetic surveyors. Over long distances, there is a discrepancy in triangulation, where triangles don't actually meet 180 degrees. This means the surface we're measuring it on isn't flat, it curves.
All right, so that is the claim as it was stated to you before. That's the claim that you have heard yourself. Everybody's heard this, right? How did you verify that that is true? My thing to you is like, yeah, that's great. You're just a person who believes it. You just believe it. How did you know that that's exact? How do you know that's true? How did you verify it? No, go ahead.
By talking to geodetic surveyors and navigators.
Daddy told me.
Okay.
You are not listening, and you.
That's not verification.
Yeah,
That's not
you just finished saying you talked to a geodetic surveyor, right? You talked to a geodetic surveyor. I'm just restating what you said. You listen, dude. I'm just restating what you said. I'm saying that you're saying that you saying. Hang on, General. Hang on. You're just saying. If you get the red mic, you're gone, bro. I'm serious. I'm not gonna deal with this. Listen. So you're basically fucking hell, dude. You're gonna let me talk, or else I'm gonna just kick you.
No, don't kick me out. Let me give him another funny surname.
Basically, now this motherfucker's gonna if you're not letting me talk, I'm just gonna remove you. So check this out. Listen. You finished saying that geodetic surveying is something that is spherical axis, and we heard the claim already. This is the second time that I've heard you restate it. Now that you've restated that, and you said the only thing that I can do is listen to the geodetic surveyor tell me this information, that's how I know that there's spherical axis. What I'm asking, though, is how did you verify what he is saying about spherical axis? How do you know that's true? Are you just going based on his word that it's true? Or did you check it out?
Can I talk now?
Please.
Well, please let me finish what I start, and without jumping.
We're hearing you.
Go.
Geodetic surveyors are well known around the world for making fucking long distance items, like the Channel, like fucking tunnels through the Alps, like subterranean, like just subway tunnels and all that.
Just name stuff.
You're not answering the question.
Hang on. I was talking. Can someone?
Yeah, you're not answering.
You're not
we hear you waffling. Yes, we hear you talking.
Look, you're trying to pitch the competence of geodetic surveyors. Who gives a shit? Let me ask you a question. How do you verify what you are being told is true? That's the question.
Because it works.
Oh, okay. So he just believes. He hasn't verified anything. He's a believer. He has a strong faith.
What do you mean by it works?
Can I ask a question back, please?
What's that fallacy? I'm trying to think of it right now.
No, it's called appeal to pragmatism fallacy.
Appeal.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
These
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically is entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication. Control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The Earth is flat. Luke. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard. You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat?
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
You don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat. More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, all manipulated images, yeah. You're a globetard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek. Like I start calling him Lurd. Lork. Lork. Lork the globetard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globetard.
You're in a spacesuit. You can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And that's
flat.
why you're Lork the globetard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake. You're Lork. Space is
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
When Globers link McToon, but have not read or know the information they have provided, shock.
Now's the time to take all that paperwork, go out into the field, and look upon the earth, how beautiful it looks, and then say, okay, this paperwork I have now matches the earth that I'm standing on. Voila,
That's
it's
right.
measured. Have you done that yet?
Me personally, no, but lots of
Has
people have.
anybody done that yet?
Yes, lots
Yeah,
of people.
aka me.
That's what I'm
Name
saying.
one.
Who?
I can literally get up a fucking page of people.
Just
for you.
freaking name
Great.
one. God, you're
Great.
such a little
Great.
weasel,
Yeah,
bro.
I will get it
Great,
up.
do it. Do it. Find us that person. Or
Why do you
people.
have to be such, why do these guys have to be such weasels? Like, ask the question and saying they know something, then,
it's just
I got to
bluffing.
go run and look for it now. Like, what a little
Part of the
parrot.
process.
There are volumes of
Go ahead,
proven
Finbot.
data, numbers, figures.
Drop it
There
into
are
live stream
fossil
voice text, will you? Finbot? Live stream voice text.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like you guys have never played poker before. You just sit around claiming you have the winning hand. Bluff, bluff, bluff. Why don't you just put the cards down and the cards will do all the talking? Light your cigar, lean back, and put your boots on the table. But no, you don't do that because you have to bluff and tell us about your cards and how amazing they are. It's
Hey,
called
so-
bluffing.
CB, he just dropped his card. It's a McToon rank for Horizon Dip. So I guess he thinks the horizon's geometric.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's
Oh,
look
I'm
at
not
the,
getting
let's
into
look at the
the
citation.
whole.
Hang on, Finbob. We're going to look at what you dropped, okay? If you don't mind.
Okay.
And
Go for it.
let me just read a little bit of it here, because we have to. All right. So it says Horizon Dip measured from New Zealand. Robin Bodley conducted an investigation into the relationship between observer elevation and zenith angle to the sea horizon. 90 degrees was subtracted from each angle to get the dip angle. Data is plotted on the graph to visualize it. The red curve represents the expected dip angle on a spherical Earth with no atmosphere, while the green curve has a correction of 0.13 for an atmospheric refraction. And then it says there on the line above it, each angle is the average of 4 sets of observations in both face left and face right. The theodolite used in, Wild Herberg, Switzerland, and it gives you some numbers there, made in 1956. The details of the survey marks can be found here. Let me show you. He's got some images of some theodolite deal, but it's on a graph that shows you the difference. And of course, the difference was one with atmosphere, one with no, and he plotted on a graph there. And these are like the images of the observation are pretty much what you'd expect from somebody doing this with a theodolite. Let's see if I can go back. Okay, so
It's time.
okay, so how did he measure the curvature of the Earth, Finbob, in basic understanding here with what he's done? I want you to tell us this is your evidence that you cited.
Well, no, you said get someone who's done it. Never do you know the procedure.
What?
I got you someone that did it.
Well, no, I don't study this. I study aerospace engineering.
Oh,
It's got
okay,
nothing to
right,
what I do.
aerospace engineering, Finbob, that's fine. But now I'm asking you on this specific citation, because you cited McToon. So what did they do specifically to find this drop over distance?
I'm assuming they had to use an equation to.
Okay. So I'm hearing things. I'm hearing things that are assuming, and you're assuming things that he's done. You're not really sure. So why would you cite something that you're not really sure? I'm getting into your kind of line of logic here, and I don't follow how you're connecting the dots, because what it sounds like is you're just pulling something up that's confirmation bias for your point, but you don't know what it says. You're just jumping into something that you have no research, no idea. You have nothing to bring fruit as to what this is talking about. So you don't even know if this is correct or not. So why would we pour our efforts into debunking this specific claim if you don't even know what the claim is here? Yeah. You're just showing us something. Why do you do that?
Wake up. Because I'm asked of it, and because I don't study how to prove of the Earth curvature.
That's fine. I'm not holding that.
Just read the words.
Bob, I'm not holding that
guys
against
that
you.
You never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
I'm not holding that against you, but what I am saying is that you don't know anything about what's being said here to then verify or back up the assertion that you made that the Earth is curving with a drop rate over distance. So because of that, I could hand wave dismiss this because you have no idea of what this thing is saying here. You don't. So I mean, you admittedly said so. So why would you even bring it in as a point for a discussion if you have no idea? Why am I going to pour energy and time to debunking what it says here if you have no idea of what it says in the first place?
Because
you don't even know what the citation means.
Regardless of exactly how I know they've calculated, doesn't change what they've done.
What did they do? What did they do? What did they do? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. What did they do? And you don't even. You can't even tell me what they've done. Can you?
Not
be honest. Be honest, Bob.
Sorry. If you don't know what he did, then how do you know what he proved?
Exactly. Be honest with me. Do you know what he did? Yes or no?
He measured drop rate over.
Do you know what he did? Yes or no? Because then I'm going to ask you for specifics if you do know, and it's going to get ugly for you. So be honest with me right now, so we don't have to do that. And I'm going to start exposing you little by little.
No, I don't know the exact procedure.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty, Finbob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. So there's a distance for which that is. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind.
It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Please?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
As an independent producer,
Okay, we're heading out.
doing that is against moral ethics.
lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it say the sky was not the limit. Maybe fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Search Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, all over the place. They're everywhere I look. Jurassic on the Jam Jam, a T-Rex on the moon, a Stegosaurus on a skateboard, pizza triangle cartoon. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, all over the place. They're everywhere I look. Dino and the Bam Bam, a skeleton from a tooth, a poxy putty sci-fi, mind control falling from the sky. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, all over the place. Extinction in a book, Bone Wars, George Jetson, Doomsday, Jim Henson, Momo, Solar System, Nursery Rhyme, not the mama. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space. Dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space, dinosaurs in space.
So it turns out that if aliens ever show up here on Earth, little green men might be the least of our problems. A new study indicates that instead, they'll probably be more like super intelligent dinosaurs, as smart and as cunning as humans. As one scientist put it, we would be better off not meeting them. Sleep tight.
And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay, though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay, though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Acting nuts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. It's tyranny in motion.
Fourth generational warfare.
That's terrifying you and me.
Manipulating someone online.
Manufacturing emotion.
I like that.
Propaganda is persuading me. They guided me with psyops.
Psychological operations.
They guided me with psyops.
mass shootings, and it's only May.
The truth. This will be weaponized.
When I'm watching news of war.
That's
Disinformation. False flag operations.
Internet trolls.
Disinformation.
PSYOPs.
The psychological operation. Accessing and affecting the brain.
Unelected criminals.
Propaganda. It's become a tool of war.
PSYOPs.
PSYOP.
PSYOPs. Well, now I gotta drink the potion. If I want normality, they lead me by emotion.
Painfully evident.
I must obey the TV screen.
PSYOPs.
They guided me with PSYOPs.
Voice to skull, that's a real thing.
They gaslight me with PSYOPs. I'm following the programming. Hey. Just look at my Twitter feed.
Fighting misinformation.
PSYOPs.
Cloak and dagger activity Hollywood style.
They control what's happening.
Psychological Operations Group.
PSYOPs. A problematic notion.
Psychological operations.
In reaction to the thing. Now here comes a solution. Your brain is a commodity.
The PSYOP
They're
soldiers.
guiding me with PSYOPs.
She's playing within the rules.
They're guiding me with PSYOPs.
That seems dishonest.
And hit me with technocracy.
PSYOP's troops had been placed in CNN's newsroom.
I'm not sure who opposes that effort.
I think you're describing a different channel than the one that I watch.
Good heavens, misinformation. You're beautiful. I don't believe it. Here they go again. They've scrubbed the web, and now I can't find anything. My attitude, my desires, more pamphlet notes. They've radicalized my notions. But it's weaponized emotion.
Disinformation boards.
You're calling it conspiracy. Asleep in the commotion. Your silence is alarming me. Oh, gaslighting me with PSYOPs. Gaslighted me with PSYOPs. Gaslighting me with
Psychological operations.
I
could only get inside that brain of yours.
gaslighting with PSYOPs. Gaslighting with PSYOPs.
Disinformation online.
We're told to places that we'll never go. Do we just quit searching? Cause they told us so. Some of us feel it, there's something inside. Some people were lied to, cause some people lied. No more will wisest. Their high priests and prizes carry such weight with their words in a book that all it might take is one look. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. Look up through the water or dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. Don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. To bed early, it's Sunday. School's back on Monday. Clock into that desk, son. Do what you're told. The years might fly by, but don't you ask why. Not one thing has changed when you're 40 years old. And you can end up just like me. But only it takes one look to see that you don't let them tell you you can't see that far. But look up through the waters and dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. If this burden you carry should feel stationary, stand straight and live strong and go far. You're the apple his eye, can't be but right where you are. Don't let them tell you you can't see that far. Look up through the water and dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where we are.
Delusions of the insane.
It's a growing movement in America. More and more young people seem to believe that the world is flat.
Delusions of the insane weighing on my damn brain. Theories so ridiculous it's hard for me to contain. Pay no mind to the claims that you've heard. That sound of the flat earth.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Protothad.
Alright. I should be good now. My friend, hopefully you can hear me. I do apologise if I start roboting. If I do start roboting, mate, just tell me and I'll stop.
You were at the beginning, but you sound a little better now.
Stunning. Awesome stuff, mate. So, celestial navigation can only work on the globe, apparently.
Yeah, you were breaking up there a little bit then, but I think you were saying celestial navigation will only work on a globe. That's my position. Yes.
Okay. I mean, can you explain to me, for example, how this is done? Because from my understanding, obviously every star has a ground position on the surface of the Earth, and that angle is 90 degrees.
Yeah.
You have a ground position of a star. Yeah, so you understand that ground position of the star is 90 degrees, right?
Yes, that is the elevation angle of the star from the ground position will be 90 degrees because it'll be directly above you at the zenith. I don't know if you're talking, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, sorry, buddy, just a little bit of technical issues there. You can hear me all right, yeah?
Yep.
Can't hear you at all. Just a mic check, please, mate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, buddy, I hear you. So, the ground position of a star directly underneath any star in the night sky, right, has a ground position directly vertically underneath it of 90 degrees to you with your angle measuring device.
It is
the sextant, yeah?
It is not 90 degrees to the observer. It is 90 degrees to if you were at the ground position, or elevation angle to that star would be 90 degrees. The horizontal at that ground position is not the same horizontal as your at your observation point.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will do. whilst doing celestial navigation. And what I'll do is I'll remove all of the dip correction and altitude corrections that we would have to do if we're on a surface. I'll put the sextant on the floor to make things easier for us, all right? So we don't have to do those dip corrections and other corrections. I can measure a angle up to a star. Let's call that angle 45 degrees, okay? And now vertically down from that star is a straight line, and it meets the surface of the Earth, and then a horizontal line to you. That angle between the vertical and the horizontal is 90 degrees, correct?
No, it is not. There is not a horizontal line between the ground
Okay.
position.
Can you provide me with a
and you.
citation with that, please, then?
Absolutely.
Can you provide me with a citation for that, then, please? Awesome
Sure.
stuff. Because see, this is where everything gets a bit confusing, because I can provide you with citation from many a celestial navigation book that talks about the ground position angle of a star at 90 degrees. So we're going to have a conflict of interest here, aren't we?
What they're saying is, at the ground position, yes, the star is at 90 degrees from that position, at the ground position. They are not saying that there's a 90 degree over to the observer. Now, you will find some simplified diagrams that look like they have a triangle, but that is not how it is actually done. And you can find numerous citations that show it with the actual curvature of the Earth, the parallel light from the two different locations. And let me find you an example of one. I have one I use in the course I teach, but I suppose you will not take a diagram that I have created as authoritative. So let me find a different one that looks very similar that comes from some other source. So let me look. I have so many damn folders here.
Draw a picture over there. That might help him.
I have to get the crayons out for him.
Let's see here.
Oh, look, I drew a horizontal line. Look, proof.
Okay, here's a good one right here. Let me. Should I cut and paste this into the live stream voice text? Do I have image privileges there, or how should I do this?
Yeah, should do, or you can post it to me if you don't, and I'll post it for you.
No, he can post links, but he can't. They won't embed, so he can only post the link.
Okay, well, I can
No, that's
I could DM this to FE Jedi, unless someone wants to temporarily give me image privileges just to make everything go a little faster. I mean, I'm only going to be posting nerdy CellNav stuff.
Don't have a moderator in here with that ability at the moment.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and send something to one of you here. Hold on.
Moderator.
Somebody do me a favor and ping a moderator.
Yeah, if there's a moderator listening, I'll also tag them.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I just sent an image to FE Jedi if he wants to copy that one. Let's see, remember, do I have the actual source? That comes from a particular navigation book. Which one did I copy that one from? Let me look around a minute.
I've just posted your image in the live stream for you.
Okay. This is an example of the kind of things you can find in a variety of navigation texts. And you'll find and like American Practical Navigator will have some various things that will show stuff like this. Another navigation book.
This is brilliant. Thank you for providing this, mate, because you're literally showing the magic trick for us. This is going to be great. So what you're saying is you're actually measuring the angle from the central radial point of the Earth and the Earth's equatorial plane, yeah?
We're measuring the angle from the observation point. What we're saying is that makes the same angle that you would get going from the center of the Earth through the zenith at the ground position and the zenith at your position. That is the same as the co-altitude from your observation point. You're obviously not tunneling down into the center of the Earth, but the fact that you can...
No, obviously not. Obviously not.
The fact that you can get that angle then allows you to then calculate that arc length on over the surface.
Awesome stuff. So this is where the magic trick takes place.
Okay.
So we see the horizontal line on the top of the curved surface. and that directly mirrors the one that is on the equatorial plane of the Earth outwards from the radial point horizontally across, correct?
It's technically it's not the equatorial plane unless you were at the North Pole. You notice it's labeled as the celestial horizon on there. We're showing the orientation as regardless of where on the Earth you are, we're orienting the observer up above. But I mean, so that celestial horizon could be tilted relative to the equatorial plane. But otherwise, what you said, yes.
Yeah. So we noticed that there's at least two horizontal lines, one placed on the top of the ball, like a seesaw, and the one that's cut straight through the middle of the Earth, like a flat horizontal line. You noticed that the two arcs marked Z and H, where it pretty much look like a protractor, and you've got lots of straight lines. Measure an angle from that flat horizontal baseline to make your fucking triangle. You see that magic trick there?
Well, except for there's not really a triangle there. You just have angles that are forming arcs.
Yeah. But you do, don't you? You two have two straight lines from, let's say, your measurement point, just to keep everybody on track, is from the center of the Earth. Or we can use the one at the top of the ball. Doesn't really matter. You've got two horizontal flat lines to measure that elevation angle up to, haven't you? Right? You've got two horizontal lines, big man. You're not measuring a line off a curve, so yeah, horizontal lines. So you're gonna admit that you do need a horizontal baseline to measure your elevation angle up to that star, right?
Absolutely. Horizontal. I think the part where we differ is that the horizontal line is not the surface of the Earth in the globe model. So
No.
I want to try and keep this real friendly. I totally understand that we have differing views on this, and I'm actually not coming in here to try and pick a real big fight.
Mate, I've got a massive smile on my face.
I'm absolutely going to convince you guys or something. I like to just
You're fine.
I just like to explore where it is we differ, and I've tried to do this before. I actually went on Oakley's show like a while back and was hoping, and it was silly because I didn't know what his show was like that much back then. So I mean, let's have this discussion. Let's talk about where we differ on this. I'd love to hear the flat Earth view on how they see it working, and of course they just piled on and just made it into a dumpster fire. It would be wonderful if we get to have a friendly conversation here instead. So
that'd be fine. I mean, you're literally just pointing out and have illustrated the magic trick for me, mate. So as far as I'm concerned, you can talk all you want because you've already said horizontal line. Horizontal flat baseline for you to measure your elevation angle up to the star. We can use the one on the top of the ball, but that gets superimposed down to the central radial point for that horizontal line, the celestial equator, correct? So that horizontal line is where you're going to get your elevation angle up from, because you can't get an angle from a curved surface now, can you? Unless you bastardize the idea, do some maths, and then give me this little drawing with two horizontal lines on it.
And I mean, if getting a tangent is bastardizing, yes, I will agree. We are bastardizing our way to a tangent in order to get this.
Well, actually,
and I will again say though, it's
two seconds. Tangent line, that's fine. But remember, I put the sextant on the floor, didn't I?
Yeah, well,
It's just to make things simple, because if we're an elevation above that surface of the Earth, we're going to draw a tangent line from our observer point down to the horizon. Our next calculation is going to take us down to the surface of the Earth, which is why I made everything easier and put the sextant on the floor, so we don't have to draw tangent lines.
Right. Well, you still have a tangent line. You now have a tangent line that is the horizontal. The horizontal
to where?
To the in there it's labeled geoidal horizon. Basically, what's happening. In fact, I could give you guys a link to a really slick tool that shows you what's happening there. Where if you have an eye height that's above the ground, you have an angle that's going down to the curved surface. Your horizon is off in the distance. The point on the horizon off is in the distance. As your eye height becomes lower, that angle is starting to tip up, and the point to the horizon is getting closer and closer to you. As you get to the point where your eye height is basically right in the water, you've basically that sight line is tilted to where now it's horizontal. It is horizontal, and the horizon is at your eyeball. They are now the same place. So that your sight line and the horizon and the horizontal are the same thing. They are the same tangent line.
Yeah. So when we're making our reference to the horizon, it's not actually the horizon that we're interested in, is it? It's actually the ground position of a star that's a known distance at a certain time of year, because the stars come back this, that, and the other.
It is.
So the only
It's
reason,
not. Yeah, it's not the ground position actually. No, it's not.
Oh,
We're not
it's
actually
not.
aiming at the ground position. No, ground
No,
position comes
we-
completely from the nautical almanac. The only reason we're looking at the horizon is we want.
What up? What up, AI? Not sure if you said anything, or if I'm coming in clear, but good to hear you. My internet's actually been a bit spotty today, so let me know if I'm roboting. Sounded like you said clear, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it must be just too many satellites orbiting around, just bumping into each other. It's got to be why this internet's just also awful. But yeah, hope everyone's having a good moon day or Monday. I think the full moon's coming up. The only reason I know is because of my wife, but haven't been able to see much here.
It'd be nice if I could see the sky here and see the moon, but it's full of clouds.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Well, especially at night for some reason, it's just a lot of clouds where I'm at. But
Well, they say we've got monsoon weather here, so we should be expecting some rain to be coming in today.
oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I wish for rain. It's 103 right now.
AI, I don't know if you're hot miking or we just can't hear your voice, but you keep coming on and off there.
Listen, you're listening to the delicious sounds of me eating ice cream.
Crystal clear.
Well, thank you for sharing with us.
Well, the bot got canceled somehow. I'm not sure how.
I didn't cancel it, but I can put something back on.
Well, there was no command to cancel it, so. Well, since people are at least chit-chatting, we might as well chit-chat. So Mr. Protothad said he tried going to Nathan's to have this discussion and it turned into a dumpster fire, right? But that's not actually what happened. What happened was he was there for a prolonged period of time, multiple days. His ideas were critiqued. Logical fallacies were pointed out. References were cited, etc., etc. Now, I don't remember which episodes it was. I'm going to have to look it up. I think, so the FED pseudoscience server got nuked a while back, I think. Somehow it got deleted. So we lost a lot of the text, so we can't search the text to see which episodes it was. But I'm going to have to dig them back up because obviously it's rearing its head again presently, right, with this argument about celestial navigation. Yeah, it got so bad, we even named a logical fallacy after Protothad.
Okay, I was able to go ahead and stop and clear the queue, so that's been cleared on the flat Earth music pot. So if it gets quiet long enough here, I've got something else queued up to play, but I'll wait and let you talk.
What I missed is my playlist of Curious Life. So the guy, an old YouTuber named Curious Life of a Flat Earther, he had a long playlist about optics and how we see the horizon and things in the sky and all that. And his channel got deleted. I still got to find, so I got to find, maybe somebody else who has that content. That one was really good.
What was that name I had?
So the original guy was called Curious Life of a Flat Earther.
Sounds so familiar. I wonder if it's on Alt Censored.
Well,
it's where all the
kind of
banned
guys,
YouTube videos go. Sorry.
Yeah, it's those kind of guys that got me into the whole thing because, they're talking about optics and the way you see things in relationship to the claims of the globe that the bottoms of things are cut off geometrically only. And he basically explains, as other people do, that optical effects can cut the bottoms of things off from your field of view. And so when you have that problem where it's like, no, globe says only a geometric obstruction can cause you to lose the bottom of something. And then you have somebody else who can explain it and demonstrate it, that that's not true. Then all of a sudden your mind starts thinking, well, why is it that the globe argument relies on this claim that this can only happen if the Earth is a globe? Well, the answer is that they formulated that argument in the first instance as an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. Right? Exactly. The same thing that we just had people come in to FED and talk about upward rising Earth. All as they presented was an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Right?
Oh, pretty much.
Well, that's what a lot of presenting now nowadays.
You are robotic.
They had no viable hypothesis. Yeah, her argument. Oh, my bad.
Now it's good.
Yeah, so she admitted she had no viable hypothesis, and that her argument was an affirming the consequent fallacy. How many other people we got in the flat Earth community that the sum of their arguments at certain points are essentially logical fallacies? It's like a disease going around.
All too many. Yeah.
And remember back when those same people would argue against the globe, telling the Globers, hey, you have affirming the consequent fallacy here. And then all of a sudden, a year later, the people are doing the same thing themselves.
Yeah, I would agree. But I also think it's also just the conditioning of humans. I mean, a lot of us are brought up on straight up logical fallacy and think it's logical. So it's in this weird attempt to be relevant and not bored with something, they feel like they got to make something up. Or at least what I've noticed on the flat Earth side. And we don't have to make anything up.
You gotta think about it this way. A lot of these statements aren't necessarily wrong, right?
Right.
Unless you draw a conclusion with a therefore type of statement. So if this, like if the Earth was a globe, right? Then of course things would disappear from the bottom up as they recede away in the distance. That would be true on a globe. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. See the problem?
Right.
In order to make that statement a necessary conclusion, you have to prove the conditional if separately. Otherwise, all you have is a logical fallacy. The same logic that the Globers use is the same logic that these flat earthers use.
Yeah.
So think about it this way. They left the globe that they then quote unquote profess flat earth, but their thinking is the same thinking they had when they were on the globe. So what's changed? In other words, the reasons they believed in the globe are the same reasons they believe their propositions now.
Correct.
They haven't evolved in their thinking whatsoever. So whatever you want to call it, it's a leftover, framework from their previous life. In other words, they're almost no different than when they were a glober.
And I've definitely seen that be true in some cases. Especially on TikTok. I mean, there's kind of this weird general rhetoric for the flat earthers that they all believe in outer ponds, and I'm one to say sure, maybe, but I've never seen any definitive proof, or who cares that there's this one lady who's supposedly from out there? Go prove that.
Yeah, exactly. Guy comes back from space, tells you about space. Oh, that's wrong. Got girl comes back from outer pond, tells you about outer pond. Oh, that's true.
WTF?
Exactly.
It's
That's
amazing
another
how many
example,
people think
right?
it's a diss. Oh, sorry, what was that?
That's another example, right, of
Yeah.
very similar thinking. For example, the government could just concede that there's the outer pond and that there's an actually more advanced civilization out there who's actually in charge of everything, and they want us to change our lives before they let us come into their zone. And so now they're going to impose all of these new rules and regulations and ways of being, right? And then everybody's like, oh, yeah, we should totally do that because then we'll get to live with the outer ponders once they deem us worthy. And then you have a new generation of enslaved masses for retarded reasons.
A big WTF.
It definitely seems like they're ramping up for some sort of deception like that too, with all this UFO crap that they're pushing now. It definitely seems like it is a worrisome thing for our community because, like you said, there is a lot of people out there that just haven't changed their thinking, and they're going to be susceptible to any new deception because they flip flop so easily. I agree with you guys. It is a serious problem in the community.
They're going to be like, see, flatties, it's a globe. What do you have to say now?
Yeah, and I bet a lot of people are going to flip flop probably, and
Yeah.
but hopefully maybe
so
in the meantime we'll wake up enough people that won't flip flop, hopefully, and won't have as big an impact. But it is a good topic you guys are discussing because it needs to be, people need to be aware of this type of situation.
Absolutely. There's a lot of flat earthers that I've encountered with their rhetoric and what they believe and how they think, that it's clear to me that the majority of flat earthers, and I'm gonna put my money on the majority of flat earthers, will fall 100% for the new consensus paradigm when it's revealed. The new synthesis, they're going to be on board.
Yeah, especially if it's the outer pond.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be like, oh, it's a globe again or anything like that. There's just going to be a new deception, right, that incorporates all of these things into one synthesized paradigm, and they're going to be on board with that paradigm.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, because that's the level of the thinking that they've demonstrated.
Yeah, that's why I try to steer as many people as I can that's interested in this topic to this forum, because I feel like there is some of that here, but it's not as bad as other forums where you go to YouTube or TikTok. And that's why I like coming here, because I feel like we really hold each other accountable. And if I say something stupid, somebody's going to come in here and hold my feet to the fire on it, and that's needed. Definitely, we definitely need to be constantly critiquing each other.
That's right. You've got to forge the metal in the fires of scrutiny.
That's why I don't get hurt. If I come in here and I go off the rails and somebody kind of checks me or kind of even gaslights me sometimes on things, I mean, I take it as a learning experience, and then I don't get upset about it. I think, you know what, I deserve that. I'm glad that person was here and kind of set me straight, because I was just spouting some bullshit. I mean, it's important because I do it too sometimes. I try not to go too crazy, and because I don't follow YouTubers, and everybody always asks, "Oh, who's your favorite flat earther?" Me. I don't have a favorite flat earther. You know what I mean? I don't follow these people. I don't follow. I don't follow any of those guys. And like, there was a conversation here about Jeranism the other day, and like, I barely even know who that guy is. And so I'm lucky and I think fortunate in that respect, where I stay out of all that mess. And when I want to talk about flat Earth or hear about flat Earth, I just come here.
fair enough, but it's like you don't even need to talk about people's by name sometimes. You can just talk about the concept that they're putting forward.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
for example, if you have a position, right, that's logically fallacious about the outer pond, and someone is critiquing you about it, right, and they're offering valid critique based on the logic and the evidence presented, and you respond, oh, if you don't say that it's not possible for there to be an outer pond, then you're scamming people, right? And then somebody else comes in and be like, wait a minute, dude. You guys are just talking evidence and logic. Why are you all of a sudden calling that guy a scammer? That's wrong. And then the other person says, you know what, friend, you're right. I shouldn't be impugning this guy's moral character simply because I disagree with him on the logic, right? That would be the ideal. But we have in the community where people don't agree with people, and then they immediately start castigating their personal character. And then they have groups of people who, rather than rebuking them for doing so, right, immediately just side with them, and then all of a sudden there's this factionalism where one side's accusing the others of being a scammer, and then the other side responds in suit saying, oh, no, you're the scammer. And then it's just a bunch of people arguing over who's the bigger piece of shit rather than the argument itself.
Yeah, and the important details get lost. I mean, the important, it's a problem. And I'm guilty of it myself too. Once in a while, I'll come in here and I'll call certain people, members here, out on certain things they're doing, mainly just because I'm curious and I'm curious of their motives. I'm not necessarily trying to shit on them or anything. I'm just an inquisitive person and wonder, hey, why are you doing this, or why, you know what I mean? But some of that I think is important. But yeah, I agree with you. I never attack anybody's moral character, though. I don't go that route.
Yeah, so if you have a disagreement on the merits of an argument, and your response is to castigate the other person, right? There's something wrong with you reaching that conclusion and expressing that conclusion, right? Because the information there doesn't necessitate you saying you're a bad person, you're evil, you're a scammer, you're trying to rob people, whatever it is. So that person doing that is making a very bad expression of their opinion of the other person that's not based on the argument.
Right.
So they rightly so deserve to be critiqued, and when they refuse that critique, right, and then people call them names for being, for lack of a better term, asinine or stubborn, it's like, what are you really saying if your jump to conclusion is, okay, if you don't agree with it my way, you must have bad intentions? Like, see, this is the problem. This is the problem, right? So flat earthers, right? What do the globe earthers say about flat earthers? You disagree with the mainstream, therefore you are, right, trying to scam people with the flat earth, or you're lying about the flat earth, or you don't even really believe it. You're just trying to do this or that. It's like, it's the same behavior. It's the same type of behavior of the glober mentality. Mm-hmm. So then I asked those people, what's changed? Like, what's really changed when you found out the earth was flat? Or when you found this out, or when you found that out? It's like, did you find it through good thinking, right? And then upgraded your worldview based on it, or are you just as much a sheep as you ever were?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's very suspect behavior, too, to call out someone's character because you might not agree with a certain aspect of the conversation. That is highly suspect to me anyways. You know what I mean? Especially when you talk about what you said, scammers. I mean, that's, I don't know. That to me raises red flags if somebody says that about somebody else. Because a lot of times people call out people for what they're actually guilty of. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that anybody's doing that, but I don't know. It raises a red flag with me. But that's why I'm fortunate enough where I'm not involved in really any of that. I hear it here, though. I come here and then I hear people talking about it here, and I'm like, what are these guys talking about? I got to inquire. I got to ask people here. I got to go look for the videos. But yeah, you're right, my friend.
The other day, was at Quantum Eraser Discord channel, and there was a flat-haired girl, and she was claiming Earth was rising up. So they tried to explain why things go down just like that. So they want to replace the gravity fairy tale with another thing.
Yeah, one fairy tale for another.
Yeah. Let me get the link of that video.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody here has done research into geodesy.
Yeah, brother. It's a big circular affirming the consequent. That's what it is. There you go. Step one: assume the Earth is a sphere that has inward gravity and outward centrifugal force based on its rotation. Then create a matrix of interpretation of the field data to fit that presupposition, and then you have geodesy explained. If they were just measuring, right, what's to be measured, they wouldn't need all of those assumptions. They wouldn't need all of that mathematical matrix. They wouldn't need any of that interpretive processes. It basically boils down to, in almost all of the globe's arguments, is we already know Earth is a sphere, therefore Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, I've been trying to go down the rabbit hole and find these. I got really bad feedback. Sorry, I might have to try this later. But I was going down the rabbit hole trying to figure out the flattening equation and where they get it from, and have they measured the curvature sort of thing. And it's like a never-ending spiral hole, like black hole of information that you can never get to the bottom of until you find the deflection of the vertical and how they measure it, and using they say they use gravity and measuring tools, and it's just insane. It's insanity. It's a never-ending, like, never get to the point. No real evidence at all. Like, where's their evidence? And yeah.
So, look, a lot of these things are logic strings, right, that require an if statement and the conditional. And you have to prove that if in the first instance, but they're always trying to prove that if with affirming the consequent and other types of logical fallacies. So you never have a starting point where the globe is proved in the first instance. For example, if the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore the Earth is a globe. Now that's an affirming the consequent fallacy. But they take that, therefore the Earth is a globe, from that fallacy, and then they input it in something else. And hope you don't notice that it came from a fallacy in the first place.
I take it I must have fell asleep again with my mic open.
So
Well,
this
did
is
you
the
wake
link.
up?
I I haven't been server muted so many times in my life. I was just reviewing the conversation we had the other day with that kid, and it was just as upsetting as in the middle of the conversation to have people claim that they can't have conversations and that their positions are being strawmanned and misrepresented. A lot of that talk is going on around here, man. I don't know if I want to be friendly anymore. Clearly, that's not what was happening.
But yeah, that kid, he wanted to come in here and basically muddy the water, saying that we gatekeep conversations, right? For some reason.
Right.
Then he has the conversation that's allegedly being gatekept for over an hour. Then says, "Oh, we're not allowed to talk about the conversation we just talked about for an hour." It's like, dude, what dimension are you in, bro?
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But I mean that's what's been going on for a while now, and it's like some flat earthers are drinking the Kool-Aid when because see that happened publicly on the live stream. How many conversations are happening in the background where people like that kid are telling others what he's telling, what he was trying to say about us? Like, oh, people there are flat earthers that are gatekeeping, and they won't allow you to speak your mind, and they'll just strawman your position and try to stop the advancement of flat earth. That's bullshit.
Tell you what, bro, I came back a while back. I went undercover in FED back when they had a ton of, for lack of a better term, ether zealots on their server, and they all I was doing was asking questions about their position to try to get to understand it, and then presenting things that may be a counterpoint, and they were so vile. Right? It's like where does that come from? And then those same people, right, who act that way later on were saying, "Oh, it's the people who don't believe in ether that are bad." It's like, well, look, people are bad or good based on themselves, but there does seem to be like a greater struggle with restricting yourself from having bad character when you start talking about these topics. It's like these topics are like the most volatile for some reason. Bring out the workman people.
So right, that's shoot. If you weren't there, oh man, I probably would have blew up on him. I'm like, am I going crazy right now? Like, what is this kid doing? Damn, I'm at the age where I call people kid. I'm getting old, man.
Elijah, are you heart miking or can I just not hear anything? Your little icon turned screen around there, but I can't hear anything when you're talking.
Does anybody?
I heard as anybody. I still see the green light blinking on and off, but I can't hear it.
What are you saying?
Okay, I can hear
Nobody,
you now.
nobody could hear you. And he said that you're lighting up, but no one could hear you.
It's because I wasn't talking. Hey, Flatsy.
Hola. Hola, la familia.
¿Qué pasa?
I'm doing laundry and cleaning and all these things, just listening in.
Yo, AI. I almost got in trouble today.
What?
So we were on the show, and QE was like, Eli, don't go anywhere after the show. And I was like, all right, I wasn't planning on it. I wanted to play the guys the audio from last night. He was like, are you sure about that? And I was like, oh shit. Turns out he was wondering why we let the dude skate past the guy's vacuum being a phenomenon. And I was like, yeah, I did have an agenda. I had an agenda in letting them go past that. He was like, fair enough.
Oh, well, we critiqued that.
Eventually,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to shut it down because like I knew where it was going, and I was like, yes, this is a perfect opportunity to expose this conversation.
Exactly. That's why sometimes, right, you have to allow people to express their error, right? If you cut them off before the completion, then they can't see how their error expresses itself.
Not only that,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
that
just think how many other people were, around or involved that needed to hear that. Because,
Mhm.
we don't want people not understand. We don't want people thinking we're really gatekeeping and shutting people down unjustifiably.
Yeah, so so he had a proposition that requires, in order to be proven, the existence of a perfect vacuum to test his idea. So he has to prove in the first instance that he can create a perfect vacuum, which he failed to do. So on the quote unquote logistical or scientific end, like he failed. And then in all of the other ways he failed as well, because he essentially believes a logically fallacious proposition that can't be proven in principle at present to already be true. Think about it.
Oh, you know what there's something he said that I meant to, because it blew right past me till I heard, then I heard it. What did he say? Um, Towards the end of the conversation, fuck, I might have to really go back and listen to it real quick because it was mind blowing. Oh yeah, nah. I'll be right back. I gotta go figure out what that was.
But AI, let's be real, there is no possible way to form a perfect vacuum whatsoever.
Well, perhaps not. The point is there's nothing, there's no way, as we know of at the moment, to do so without appealing to a preferential biased choice, right, about the nature of the thing we're trying to accomplish. So either way you go, you're just expressing your bias, and it informs, sorry, not informs, but it conforms ultimately to an affirming the consequent fallacy. So either side, right, trying to argue whether I'm creating a perfect vacuum or an imperfect vacuum, if we follow his train of thought, results in a fallacy, right? Now, we do know that just because you have a fallacy doesn't necessarily mean your conclusion is wrong, but it's not correct for that reason that you're offering. You know, the classic one is, if I eat a hamburger, I am full. 3 days later, I am full. But what did I eat? Someone could come along and go, well, obviously a hamburger. But I say, no, I ate pasta, because pasta can make me full and a hamburger can make me full. They both can make me full. So being full doesn't tell you what I ate. So if I pick pasta or I pick hamburger, it's just a preference. So a lot of people, they want to say my preference. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you a question because I just wanted to catch up, buddy. Good evening to everyone.
What up?
So, what is the formal logical fact? The one that we all know with.
Man, you're getting cut. You're getting cut off every other word, bro.
Hamburger making you full. It can only be hamburgers. I do apologise, mate. I do apologise.
Oh, what's the title of
I'll
that
write my question in the text.
Mm. Oh, the fallacy is formal in nature, called affirming the consequent. So the logic form is fallacious. So the conclusion would be like this. If I eat a hamburger, I am full. 3 days later, I am full. Therefore, I ate a hamburger. Right? But the person actually ate pasta. So the therefore statement is demonstrated that it cannot be concluded with an affirming of the consequent that the conditional is true, that you ate a hamburger. Okay, it's impossible to come to a definitive, necessary conclusion.
What is the baller argument that they're using then to use this fallacy? What's the vacuum? Is it the P or the Q? What argument are they saying?
Oh, we were talking about a flat earther arguing for a perfect vacuum in a chamber that he would create in order to do a test upon.
If perfect vacuum, then what?
Well, his argument would go like this: I create a perfect vacuum, right? No matter in it, but I get energy readings from inside it. Therefore, there must be an energy in there that doesn't require matter.
Right? Oh, I get you. Oh, I get you. Yeah. sorry for my signal. I do apologise, but that's what I was asking. I know what a formological fallacy is, and I like the description of it. But I just wanted to know what argument they were using then to formulate this fallacy. What was it? If perfect vacuum, then energy region. Energy region, then no matter. Okay, okay.
Right, but then of course there's a tertiary conclusion, which is if no matter is present, yet energy present, therefore background medium.
Yeah. I get you. So in relation to the ether, right? If perfect vacuum, I will expect to have an energy region. I have an energy region in a perfect vacuum, so therefore ether.
Right, and his other retort to that was, well, let's say I can't get a perfect vacuum, but I can get most of the matter out. But then I read an energy reading that's greater than I would expect for the amount of matter that's in there. Which, of course, the critique is, well, how much matter's in there? How do you quantify what matters in there? How do you quantify, in the first instance, that you created a perfect vacuum? You say you couldn't. Okay, fine. Now, how do you quantify how much matter's in there? Well, then he might say, well, by energy readings. And then I would say, well, how did you exclude the variables to understand what a certain amount of matter would do at any given point? Because he's arguing that the energy within the vacuum with small amounts of matter in it is greater than the energy of that matter if it wasn't in a vacuum. So in one instance, it's surrounded by other matter. In the other instance, it's got a big empty room to stretch. So I put to him, what if matter, when it's in an empty space, has more room to stretch and therefore has a greater energy reading because it's not being restricted by other matter in the same volume? Now, he can't answer that. Because either way, we end up with the same thing, which is an affirming the consequent. If more room to stretch, therefore greater energy. I see greater energy than what I would think, therefore room to stretch is the reason. So my retort to him was equally valid on logical grounds as his. At that point, you then have an option to choose one interpretation over the other, and either interpretation has the same logic, so it's just bias which one you decide to pick. And that's just the facts.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's really good, man. On his own basics of logic, we can have more than one idea to choose from, right? Okay. So this is the thing about formal logical fallacies, and especially when we start begging the question in the first instance. So, yeah, you've got to be able to demonstrate that you can have a perfect vacuum in the first.
Right. So a lot of people argue this way, where they attempt to get you to concede to a dichotomy, and then they choose one over the other based on whatever logic string they have going at the moment. But when you parse out their logic strings, more often than not, they're fallacious. And the conditionals aren't proven. The premises aren't proven. The premises require something that comes later to prove the premise in the first instance, which makes it circular reasoning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of arguments coming out of the flat earth community of late fall into these categories. They're not proving their premises in the first instance. They're appealing to bias, which is what I demonstrated with this kid, to get people to agree with their position. And I read a famous quote just a couple days ago, right before that happened, which was this: it's easier to convince 1,000 men by appealing to bias than one man by appealing to logic and reason.
Yeah, look go with that for sure.
I mean, think about it. If you basically have a hypothetical conditional if, and it comes out into multiple ways, then for one person to pick one way it comes out over another way, it's an expression of their preconceived ideas and biases, because there actually is no reason to pick one over the other. No, one is not more true than the other. They're all equally true on logical grounds, or equally false on logical grounds. Now, they can't all be true, right? So what you could do is just walk away and say, they can't all be true and I don't know which one is right, so I'm going to withhold judgment. But what a lot of people do, because they have some sense of rush to find the answers for all these questions, they just pick one based on their bias, and then they say that's the one that's true. And then they castigate other people for not agreeing with them, calling them immoral, calling them any number of pejoratives like atomist, materialist, or whatever it is. Even some people who criticize people who believe in ether are only calling the people who believe in etherites or whatever because they themselves have made a similar philosophical choice. They themselves don't even know what they're talking about. And so they don't really know why they disagree with this person's position in principle. They just know they disagree with it because they chose to agree with something else. And so then they castigate the other person for the wrong reasons. So it is fair that it's going around in the flat earth community where everyone's deciding their philosophical biases and who they're going to exclude from their in-group, and then who they're going to create as their enemy group.
Oh, that's a really good breakdown, mate. Yes, absolutely. I would 100% agree with that. Yeah. And
Absolutely,
that's been going on for a while. But
exactly. But what have we been told? We've been told by a lot of people with pie in the sky ideals that once everybody knows the earth is flat, it's going to be kumbaya on earth. Right?
Yeah. No, that's yeah. I've never agreed with that. You're right. Yeah. Oh,
The flat earthers at present
just agree.
Yeah, the flat earthers at present can't even agree peacefully among each other yet. Once the whole world knows and we include all the people, then it's going to be like heaven on earth. It's like, get real.
Yeah, they absolutely get real, man. I guess some people think we can know everything or should be able to know everything. Right. One way or another. It's either
Mic
this
check.
idea or that idea. Yep, Mike's fine, mate.
I guess something went terribly wrong with my setup, so I had to fix it. Sorry, guys.
You're okay, mate. Did you want to say anything about the state of play within the flat Earth community at the moment? Kim?
I've said quite a lot. I said something earlier, but I guess it didn't go through. I was like, I told AI, I was like, but because there was some kid that came in here trying to, somehow rationalize that he could prove ether with a vacuum, and I was like, there's no way to actually make a perfect vacuum at all. So the whole idea of it being proven is based off of something that can't be achieved.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. And also the idea of when you're creating a vacuum, when you've taken all the bricks and the water out of it, for example, when you're just trying to get the gas out, because that's really how we describe a vacuum, right? No pressure, so no gas. So when we've removed the gas, or as much of it as we can, that gaseous matter, we're left with, and we can't get rid of, what we all know to be around us in the first instance of the electromagnetic field of the Earth. All right, we have this electrodynamic kind of environment around us, and we most definitely don't get rid of that when we're taking gas out of a chamber. Right, we're just getting the gas out of the chamber. So when we say perfect vacuum, yeah, devoid of physical matter, but are you really taking any account for the electromagnetic background that we seem to be in, right? That's never taken account of.
Yeah,
and
but
then...
Go ahead.
No, go on, carry on, man.
Yeah, but you can't remove the walls of the chamber, which would still be subject to whatever, if it somehow like permeates some sort of electromagnetism itself, or a lot that's always invoked, or electrostatics and stuff like that. That's still coming off the walls of the chamber,
right?
And
That
would be detected. But yeah, you were saying that you would remove the bricks and the right.
By the way, that's a brutal takedown of this concept that you can have an isolated free space that's isolated from matter. Think about it. How can you contain a space that's isolated from matter when matter is the walls of the space?
That's brilliant. No, it's absolutely brilliant. I love it, Kim.
It gets
absolutely love
worse.
that.
It gets yes. She took him
Go
down
on,
with that
go on.
absolute destruction. So check this out. He said I could express all the matter by having a plunger, right? So you imagine a metal surface, right, pushing down and pushing all the matter out. Now, lo and behold, you'd need seals and valves to prevent backfill, right? Which aren't perfect because they can't be machined to perfection. Now, when you say it can't be machined to perfection, what are you talking about? You're talking about the microscopic differential in chunks of matter. So when you sandpaper something, you use 80 grit, 100 grit, 120, 220, 320, 400, 800, and then you have a smooth surface to the touch. But what if you did 1,000 grit? What if you did 2,000 grit? What if you did 3,000 grit? You see where I'm going to this? You don't know where the balance of differential surface topology changes. So in order to say I expressed all matter, you have to prove that you have a perfectly flat surface with no undulations whatsoever so that you can force the matter out of the space. And so that requires you to understand the dimensions of particulate matter. Now think about it this way. This person seemed to insinuate that atomism and materialism and all of these things weren't true, but now he's trying to define the space in which a single particulate of matter occupies. How could you possibly measure that if it wasn't distinct?
Absolutely. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
So listen, friends, the more you parse people on the ways in which their things play out in practical reality, you realize the errors in their thinking. He wants to say that, you know, like, for example, atomism, right? What does that even mean? I don't know. Does it mean you believe in small particles? Does it mean you believe in materialism? I don't know what this person was meaning, but it seemed that he didn't understand that when you say I'm expressing matter because I make a flat surface, that he's immediately begging the question that matter takes up space and has a defined boundary in space. So that means it has a particular size, right? And since you can break matter up into chunks, if you keep breaking it up into smaller and smaller chunks, you'll eventually reach a chunk which you can't mechanically break anymore because the mechanical means are greater than the surface property of the chunk. So for example, the little divots in the metal that you're trying to express it with, the small chunks of matter will fit inside the divot. So how are you going to get it out?
You know, that contradicts his own critique.
Wow.
Look, he
But
admitted.
it's crazy. There's one.
Go
I
ahead.
wish, like, I'm gonna have to take a morning, like that. I'm not doing anything to listen back because there's something he said that Globers say, and I'm like, whoa, oh, shit! I can't believe I just remembered because these cocksuckers are going around saying this shit. He said, "Well, science doesn't prove anything." Did you catch that when he said that?
Yes.
Oh, I wish I was there.
Right. So what did he offer? What did he offer for proof? He offered an affirming the consequent fallacy, and he offered what he affirmed was a philosophical position in the form of a thought experiment, in the form of an ideal representation of space and time. So he admitted that his entire thing was conceptual in nature and logically fallacious. So why should I even care what you have to say? If what you have is concept in nature and logically fallacious, and you necessarily concede that that's the case, then you're basically just telling me a fanciful opinion. You're not getting to the nitty gritty of reality. But simultaneously, these guys assert what they're presenting as a logical fallacy and a philosophical, ideal, conceptual process that can only exist in conceptual reality, right? While simultaneously critiquing things like space-time because it only exists in conceptual reality. So it's like, what's wrong? You don't recognize that you're doing the same thing that you critiqued previously? Okay, let's talk about another one. It's the same thing with this girl Rachie who came in, and this other person who said, you know, if the Earth was rising up and an object begins to fall, it's because it's decelerating because it loses momentum when it's not attached to the thing that's giving it momentum. Okay, but there's an established law, whether or not you agree with it, it's established in the lexicon and community of Earth, which people generally believe that an object in motion stays in motion and still acted on by an outside force. So you would imagine an object continuing along its vector would never stop unless something else caused it to stop. So this person's appealing to something just magically slowing down for no reason, with no drag, no counterforce, no friction, nothing, just going to stop on its own. Okay, how could you possibly validate that to be true? Where are you going to provide to me an object free from an environment and prove that it's slowing down? You can't.
Good luck with that.
You can only think about it. Now, who came up with all these motion experiments that you can only think about? Does that ring a bell to anyone?
Oh, just a few. Einstein, for one.
Yeah. Thought experiments, thought variables, thought phenomena.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. When did this conversation take place?
It's like 2 days ago.
Oh, wow.
He basically said that he basically wanted to test the waters by saying, "Can we use science?" It's not like we just straight up was like, "No." We were like, "Well, how would you?" And then so eventually he got to the point where it's like, "Well, it's just a philosophical framework." I don't know, where have I heard that before? And it's not like we're taking digs or trying to be disrespectful or offensive to anyone who's trying to break out and think for themselves. But you have to understand, when you've had a conversation, you were able to flesh out your idea, and you come to a conclusion where you've used fallacious reasoning. Why would a flat earther who's out there for truth resist knowing that he made an error in his thinking? Why would
I
you
want to
do
stop
that?
you. Elijah, check this out. So I was watching the Rachie episode just as I was driving down home just like a half an hour ago. And this is what she said. When she was presented that her proposition was a logical fallacy known as affirming the consequent, guess what she said? Okay, but.
No, there is no but.
Right.
It's the same thing.
There's no but.
Yeah, that's the same thing Elijah was talking about with that kid. It's like, okay, what you're presenting is a logical fallacy, and then the kid says, but. And then you're like, but what, dude?
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about your butt in your dreamland fucking fanciful ideas of what possibly could be going on? You haven't got a fucking clue, so why should I listen to your butt? It's all bull.
It goes like this. It goes like this. Go ahead.
He tried to say his logical framework was one of potentially multiple hypotheses, and we're just like, no, it was an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Right. So
And
when
he was just
he
not
said
having it.
that. Yeah, he said that his multiple hypotheses. So I asked him what his hypotheses was and what was his naturally observed phenomenon, Mr. Elijah, that he claimed.
What was it?
Free space impedance. Wow, let's define it. Hold on. Let's define it so we can understand what we're talking about. Free space. Space devoid of matter. Space devoid of matter. Now I asked him, how do you get a volume devoid of matter? That was the thing we were trying to find out in the first place. So how did you see free space impedance as a natural phenomenon without first having a naturally occurring space devoid of matter? So then he goes, well, I could mechanically create a space devoid of matter. And I said, okay, how would you validate that it's devoid of matter? Crickets.
Such a fucking idiot. So he hasn't observed it in the physical natural world, obviously. But if he could conceptually make it,
He kept saying that he kept saying the space was empty, but it wasn't. And I'm like, well, that's obviously you're contradicting yourself. Like if there's something there, there's something there. And he's like, well, let's just imagine that nothing is there. I'm like, well, if nothing was there, then you wouldn't be reading anything. But anyway, to AI's point about the volume itself being material, that's interesting because I mean that's not that far off from Globers who want to use a container to prove that you can have vacuum and gas pressure without a container.
Well,
Or
to
am
be
I crazy?
fair, Flatsy was a dispassionate third party hearing what was going on and recognized that the kid could not create a space free from being matter because matter would be the boundaries of the space. That was her contribution. That, by the way,
that's brilliant.
I want to be clear. That alone in itself defeats his entire premise.
Yep, 100%. So, Patsy, that was brilliant. You can't create this without physically having that boundary. And that physicality, well, there it is. It's brilliant. It's just a one swipe takedown. I'll see you later. That's brilliant, man.
To create that empty space, it will require a lot of energy and become unstable. Have this link explains that.
Just brilliant. So simple. Yeah, but you can't create that without physical matter.
So how about all the flat earthers that left and don't like Oakley's critiques or the how about you guys just come back now that it's all settled? Like there's no debate. Like just come back, okay? Admit you're wrong. Wash your hands. Don't touch anything. Sit down. Relax.
Look, you notice how when I was speaking to the kid, I wasn't even specifically biased against his position. I was just parsing his position at every point where you needed to qualify what was occurring. And I asked him to qualify it and quantify how he came to it. So, for example, you need a space free of matter to do this test. How do you validate you have a space free of matter? Stop right there and tell me how you accomplish that, because you need to know that in order to do what you're doing. Regardless if you tell me or not, in order for you to accomplish what you desire, you must have that. So let's talk about how you validated that. And the only thing he could present was philosophy. That's it. So he can't validate his claim in principle so far. So he needs to go, he needs to put his tail. Go ahead.
This is the part, and this is the part where it gets really dangerous, right? This is the part where he decides to tell us that we're painting him into a corner. And he's indirectly trying to say, so since we can't scientifically validate it, you're materialist. That I know he didn't say that verbatim, but he was trying his best. Like the people, in King Arthur's era trying to pull the sword out of the stone. He was trying his best not to say that. And there were instances where he did say that. Insinuate, and what? Oh my God. And that's the whole problem. It's like people are acting like we're acting like the only approach to knowledge is the scientific method. No. But when you're talking about the physical and natural world or proposing that there's something going on in the world, then the only way to adjudicate that is through the scientific method. Unless you have some epistemology that you can lay out that doesn't equal fallacious reasoning, which I'm open, to hearing out. I'm not opposed to ether. I like it. Okay, what are we talking about? What's the point?
Well,
Let,
look,
let me know.
here's the real argument. Okay, so if you're a specific theist, right, that believes that fundamental reality, right, is a product of being in the first instance, being the source, being the agent, known in theism as God, quote unquote, right? Whatever God that is, and whichever specific theism you ascribe to. Okay, there's only really two options. You either believe that that God is part of the physical universe, which you then have to describe how the physical universe came to be to have a God in it, or that God is external to the physical universe and greater than the physical universe, and even metaphysical, supernatural, and non-physical in nature. And because of that, you need a mechanism of some kind for the non-material to manifest the material. So if you believe in a God that's immaterial, in order for there to be a material reality, that God has to be able to manifest reality somehow, in some way. And so what these guys are trying to do is to understand the way in which that occurs. However, if you are a specific theist that believes that God manifested reality from himself without the need for a universe to exist in the first instance, because he created the universe in the first instance, then that means you necessarily believe that the immaterial, at least at some point, whether now or in the past, manifested physical reality. So if you tell somebody, oh, you believe in God, but you're a materialist, that's incoherent. You believe in God, but you don't believe that the material can the immaterial can manifest the material. That's incoherent. If you believe in God that manifests material, then you believe that material is manifested from the immaterial. It's not about that proposition. It's about how it happens. And when people start making claims, I know how that happens. Okay. You better have your dots dotted and your T's crossed, or you are going to be scrutinized to the nth degree. It's just that simple.
Yeah, there's no way anyone could explain this. It's impossible.
In my opinion, friend, the more and more you go down this journey of trying to know that boundary and how it works, the more and more you bring God from being external to being a part of the universe, being required to function through mechanical and physical means, or some type of medium that he exists within, or is him in principle. Like I've heard people say that the ether is the Holy Spirit, and all these other kinds of metaphysical claims that nobody has any proof of. But it's just a philosophy. It's essentially a neo-religious paradigm. They're creating their own new religion. It's really all it is.
It's kind of egotistical to think that you could isolate like the actual creator. That's ridiculous.
Well, let me be clear to you, Flatsy. If the creator exists within the mechanical, physical, energetic universe, then you could in principle. If he exists without of it, you can't in principle.
Good point.
Yeah, but if he created something that is outside and still abides by the law he created to the elements that abide in, then of course there's no he is in the ether, or he is the ether in itself. He made this outside of him. It listens to him, but he has no part in it. We can play in it, but it doesn't affect him.
Well, it's
But
it's like this. It's like go ahead.
It's this case Sarah. It's like, I mean, clearly, I mean, again, it's the same affliction the ballers have. They think that they can know all there is to know. Like, I am very aware that there are things that I can't know. Like my future, for example, I can do my best to plan. That works out to a degree, but the things that happen along that journey is not something that I can foresee. The coincidences, quote unquote, that will happen, the people that I come across, the decisions others make when they interact with me, none of these things I can, account for as variables to tell someone a story about what's going to happen between now and tomorrow or the next day. Like, so we know there are things that we can't know. This entire, like, we think reality is this everything, like the physical and natural world, sure, but reality really is spirituality. Like, that's where it begins. That's where it begins for all of us. Everything that we've made, all the thoughts that we've thought, the things that we have manipulated to create things, all of that comes from words and being able to articulate and understand them. These things don't these things aren't physically here. That's where reality begins. It's like, if you think you can just like understand all there is to understand without God having revealed you things. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the end game of this is. Like, what's wrong with knowing all that you can know and just taking everything else on faith? What's wrong with, because matter of fact, if you know everything, you don't need faith. But faith is required for a believer.
Amen, Elijah. All right.
Hey, can we talk about a hump of water for a minute?
Yeah,
Hill of water. Hill of water.
Where's
Oh,
that?
okay.
Yeah. I was thinking, if you went to the largest bridge in the world, like in China, and forced a level along the water underneath using the pillars as your stability for these levels. Like, I'm talking leveling a steel square kind of thing, like a straight edge.
Yep.
And you run it along the water for a couple miles or a few miles or however long, even the whole bridge, the whole span of the bridge, and you level it and you use straight edges all the way across, and they're perfectly done together. Wouldn't that show that there's no hump of water or hill of water?
Well,
You,
if you have a perfect straight edge that's level and square, you're going to see the Earth intersect with it, remain parallel to it, or curve away from it. Those are your options.
Right. If you measure it off the water to the straight edge along the whole span of that straight edge, it's going to be the same height. It's going to be this.
This is my problem. Like, I've said this forever, that this whole debate is super retarded, because it should have ended at waters level and horizontal. Like, I truly believe that.
Right.
Like,
And
if
that
you
you can't.
really think about the people that think that we, like, for instance, okay, so I be in geo servers sometimes. There are some people who are not satisfied with the black swan, are not sad, or don't really think that we're correct when it comes to celestial navigation. And that, in other words, fundamentally, they still haven't proven beyond the shadow of a doubt 100% that the earth is a level plane, even though they say it in rhetoric that they do believe it, or that they know it.
I'm just
expose that
wondering, do you guys think
Oh
this is a
boy.
logical thing?
Oh
Is this
boy.
a logical
Oh
thing or
boy.
what? I know
Oh boy.
you're going on about something else now, but
Oh boy. I mean,
Just a
yeah,
measurement
I'm going on
observation.
about something that went over your head like a big fucking rain cloud. Yeah.
You're satisfied with the black swan. I get it.
No, I'm satisfied with what the hell is all this? You know how much energy is spent into. But imagine 1,000 years into the future, there are hundreds and thousands of people sitting around trees debating about the tree itself. What a waste that would be if I was an outside onlooker. Like, but that's what we're doing. You know damn well a puddle is flat, a lake is flat, the sea is flat, and the ocean is flat, dog. The girl that came in the other day asking about the edge, and you know, Sonny brings this point up a lot, but it's like you've never gone to the ocean where beach didn't precede it. To think about that. But people think backwards, like they don't know the truth. God gave you all he needed to give you in your tiny brain to understand what the truth is from a lie. And we keep acting like that's not good enough. That's disrespectful to him, her, it, whatever. You know how long people been talking about force the line? That's the only reason I'm really pissed. Is like, and it's all the dumb flat earthers that keep trying to talk about this. To be honest, am I lying?
No, sir. No, sir.
If we do this, if we do, if was a fifth, what do you? Okay, what are you proposing? What is propose something practical about this thing?
It's an observation. It shows whether the water is curving or not, if it's receding upward, downwards,
Well,
or
we don't see in Euclidean geometry, so that's kind of a fucking problem, isn't it?
you can measure it. It's not like an optical thing. You can measure it. It's a physical thing. So wouldn't
Oh,
that
that's what I
wouldn't
asked
that
you, but
work?
then you said you can observe it. Observe it what?
Right. Okay. Well, I guess it is a measurement then, right? Yeah.
Observe it
So
what? Explain it to me. You wanted the floor. Go on
well,
ahead and
you
explain
know
it
what
to
it
me.
is. It's force the line. You know, you've heard it so many
No,
times.
I
It's
don't
force the
know what it
line.
is. Explain it to me and the audience who haven't heard.
Okay. So you have a straight edge. You know it's straight, and you just carry it along the ocean level, so that when you get to a certain point, there should be curvature, right? The water should be doing what it should be doing, curving,
How you
according
gonna
to
make
their
sure it's straight? How you gonna do that? What is straight?
a straight edge is straight.
What material? What is it?
Steel.
How are you going to know it's completely straight the whole way across, and how are you carrying it across the ocean? What mechanisms are you using? We're just going to be
Well,
asking you questions
you could
because it
use
sounds
meter
very
spans, I guess,
conceptual.
and like meter spans, make sure that they're straight, and then just follow that along and brace them somehow. Well, I guess however long the bridge spans are, so there's columns in the water. From each column to each column, make sure that each span is straight, and then just carry it on to each span of the bridge. You know, using the columns, because yeah, it would be impossible to keep steel straight over miles and miles and miles, one steel bar, but like you could do it in spans.
Does anybody know what the largest pier in the world is? How long it is?
I think it's a Beijing Bridge. I don't know if that's not a
Not
pier, but it's
bridge.
a bridge.
Yeah. So we've got lots of these engineerings around water, right? All you got to do is go and check those out. So a pier is basically a strut from a beach or a coast. It's just interesting to know how far it goes out. Yeah, we can start talking about bridges if you want to. We can even start talking about dams if you want to, because, you know, those are things that contain water. Dams. So go and check out these engineering marvels, I guess. It's not like something that hasn't been done. But we know these to be level anyway. Is it? Are we just trying to put more nails in the coffin?
Yeah, that's it. Just more nails in the coffin. That's why I was just asking what you guys thought of it. Like, I know somebody else has brought it up because I've seen his videos. He's that what is he? I don't know. Smart guy.
I'd go as far to say that you're also a smart guy. I think that all of us are pretty clever in this Discord server. I think that anybody has the potential of using their brain. It's just some people choose to use it for, I don't know, fantasy, fairy tales. As we are always having to deal with that kind of thing from Globers. And now I guess some flat earthers with this whole ether deal.
It's just I don't know what the redundancy is for. That's all.
Well,
I
if you could
mean,
see a better picture, like a more clear picture of the black swan, that would be always better, right? If the one
why
it doesn't matter.
the
If
point
the
is
one
the point
the
is
one
the
platform
message.
wasn't all
You know how many
you
years
know,
ago the Black Swan
distorted.
was, my guy? Do you know how long ago
Yeah,
that was?
the one platform was kind of
Oh,
distorted.
I
So
know. Do you know how
you'd like to
long
see a
ago
clearer
that was?
picture. It doesn't hurt, just to kind of go back and say, hey, we got more
Hey, absolute
proof
dickhead.
for you.
Absolute dickhead. Do you hear me? You do hear me, right? Do you know how long ago that was? Do you know how long ago the Black Swan was? Fucking
Oh, don't
beta,
leave Elijah
man.
hanging. Come on.
Fucking beta.
Yeah, I know.
Man.
I don't like getting called names, so you can fuck off.
Yo, but see, my guy, what you're gonna do is act like I didn't
Dude,
call you an absolute. My guy, what you're gonna act like is I didn't call you an absolute dickhead for no reason.
Yeah.
Because I was responding and you kept talking.
Yeah.
That's what actually happened. Is that what happened? Yes
Drive
or
it into
no?
the ground. You just like to drive it
Is
into
that
the
what
ground, dude.
happened? Yes. You see what I'm
All
saying? You see what I'm saying? They're gonna act like
yeah,
they're
dude.
gonna
You
act like
just keep talking. You just keep talking for no reason. You don't need to talk.
yeah, I am. You see how they act like I'm being unreasonable? I called him an absolute dickhead because I asked him a simple question. And he decided to keep talking and ignore me. As if he didn't hear me ask him a question. That's a dickhead move. Then decided to be quiet like I was being a dickhead for no reason. Now, the only reason I was asking him that is because it blows my mind the flat earthers who have seen a video on YouTube and haven't moved forward in their personal lives since. What the hell have you been doing other than sitting in front of a computer? You haven't gone to a beach yet and verified it for yourself? It's a method for a reason. Oh, excuse me, Jedi, Flatsy, AI, anybody.
Yo,
When is the last time I actually used the images or the video from BMLS B69 to introduce the Black Swan to somebody? Can y'all tell me that?
you don't.
I don't, right?
No, no, you don't.
Right. Okay, then. So why is he acting like the Black Swan from 2020 is all there is? I just went to the beach. I talk about how I can see Jersey Shore from Coney Island. What's the problem? Now you can talk.
You're
Longest
roboting,
pier in the
Jedi.
world, which appears to be in Mexico, in the state of Yucatan. It extends for 6.5 kilometers, 4 miles if you're English. Typical.
This is it pains me that flat earthers still in 2023 have to believe that the earth is flat because they don't have anything that fundamentally grounds them to the truth. Yet still in 2023, and I wonder why that is. What are you doing
Must
sitting around waiting for the
be a
next Black
robot in Eli.
Swan to happen? Is that all we have? Some fuzzy video? Huh? No one believes it. It's the refraction. Are you serious? I'm too real for this reality, man. I'm too real for y'all. Jesus was too real for y'all.
Man.
I'm not comparing myself to Jesus. Let me rewind. Let me back that up. I'm just saying. Stop being lazy. Go do something.
Ba-da-ba-da. Yes. So, my friend, open a GoFundMe, start collecting money for your Force the Line in the bridge. Also, open a formal entry to the local government and manufacturing firms and districts and all of that for zoning so you can get it approved, right? Get it started, get the petition signed, raise the money, talk to all the people you need to in the locality, like I just explained. Get it going.
So it's valid, is what you're saying. That's all I was asking. I don't know why all that came about. It's crazy. I had a feeling Elijah came in for a reason. I just didn't know what it was.
Oh, dude, you listen, friend. You accused him of being satisfied with the Black Swan when he doesn't even primarily use that as an argument. So you painted him with a broad stroke based on your bias, and you got what you just you got what you poked.
Oh boy, I'm so sorry.
Just saying, dude. When you poke a beehive and you get stung, I mean, I don't know.
I didn't get stung. I just watched something interesting happen there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yo, all of you
Triggered.
types,
Triggered.
I despise all of you types. Right down to my brother. Right down to my brother. I despise you all. Why? Because I've allowed myself to be let down. I came into a community thinking, I mean, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine thinking that you're annoying, you're long-winded, you're not necessarily that smart, realizing people can't even reason better than you? People who spend their time researching more, have more information than you, can't even put two and two together. You know how that feels? I was basically talking to a brick wall. It's like when I started yelling, you went back into a time of childhood where you used to get abused, so you just blacked it all out and pretended I was triggered. Like nothing I said was justifiable. Like none of it was comprehensible.
Dude, you had your
Like
time to
all of
talk
it
to
meant
me. I
nothing.
gave you a chance. I gave you a chance to, hey, come talk to me about this book, Celestial Navigation. You never did. And you know, I might
What
have
do
took
you
it a
say?
little fucking.
I don't know you, so what is, well, go ahead.
I might have
'Cause I'm
taken.
gonna
I might have
respond
taken it.
after.
I might have taken it a little bit, you know, to heart that you didn't come talk to me when you said you would. You
Oh, baby.
yeah,
Oh,
explanatory supplement. You said you'd come
oh,
explain some things. You never
baby.
did.
I totally
So yeah.
forgot. I don't
So
even
now
remember
anything you
who you
say is
are.
now
I'm
any yeah,
sorry.
exactly.
What do
Doesn't
you
matter
need
to
to know?
you.
We're
You
here now. What do you need to know?
yeah, I figured it out. Don't worry. I took it upon myself. I wasn't lazy. I didn't just sit there and wait for the answer. I went and got it. Don't worry about it, big guy.
So what'd you
Yeah.
figure out? Share it with the class.
yeah.
Share it with the
Nah,
class. What'd you figure out?
the explanatory supplement. Go look it up. Go look it up. You figure it out.
That's not sharing it with
Elijah,
the class. You're on a live.
Yeah.
Listen, Elijah, you stood him up for a date, and this is what you get.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. There you go.
All
Get
right.
stung.
All right.
Get
Whatever.
stung, bud.
That's why, dude, you can't listen. I'm being serious though, because I do it a lot
I
too. I
know.
tell people I'm going to do something, and I'm so busy that I forget half the things I tell people I'm going to do, and then it bites me in the butt later.
I'm not even mad. I concede. I'm like, you know what? It is what it is.
That's why I always tell people 72 hours or something like that, and then hopefully they forget.
You know, I always find it. I'm a female. I always find it amazing that men can duke it out and be friends afterwards. I'm amazed by it. I don't think females have that kind of what do you call it? I think it's awesome.
I mean, dude, you guys think flat Earth is all there is. Like, I'm meeting. Like, listen, taking no action equals your family being robbed of millions of dollars over the years. Okay, taking no action means your family being robbed of millions of dollars over the years. That's what that means. Because I know something that most people don't. Like we know most things that people don't know about flat Earth. You know what I get? I get globe level trolls on that side too. I'm sorry that I'm in the middle of building a business in the face of trolls who lie all day. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Forgiven.
All right. Now make out so Flatsy can watch.
No thanks.
Get over here, big
No,
boy.
no, sorry. What I bet was shake hands.
You're something else, AI.
That's nasty.
Yes, Flatsy miss. How do you isolate space from matter when matter is the boundaries of the container you're attempting to isolate space from matter with? Klein.
Boom. Pie in your face.
What?
Jedi, you're roboting. Just been cutting out.
Mate. It's a kick in the.
Oh, Jedi, if you can hear us, listen to this. What we summed up with that guy from the other night is he proved an empty space. The only place he could prove an empty space was inside his head. Because his empty space existed in his thoughts. Right? So while he was thinking of his empty space, he was empty-headed. There you go.
I think he went to go reset his system because he's not in here anymore.
All right, let's talk trash about him.
Critique me, guys. Am I too much of an asshole? Because I know I'm kind of really just projecting from my anger for others right now.
Yeah, that's excusable. You know, we all went through this.
When I say others, I mean still flat earthers. They're just not present. I'm taking it out on anybody who just remotely looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Am I going too hard? Do I have to chill? You guys, to be honest, come on.
I mean, it depends. I mean,
You motherfucker! No, I'm just.
I think
yeah,
I think
no.
I think that it's a very good a very good advice to not let your emotions guide your decisions. And if you feel like that is the case, maybe take a step back and reanalyze the situation and then execute what needs to be done.
If you want to know what I learned, Elijah, I sent you the link.
Thank you. I will check it out. If there's no riveting conversations tonight that will keep me busy, I will for sure look through it tonight.
Well, if you're talking about force the line, you're going to need some riveting. Oh.
No, it's, he sent me a Celestial Nav PDF.
I know. I'll just try to make a horrible pun. But you do need to have that conversation, how you're going to affix the panels together. The concept is you create a initial panel that is level and square, perfect 90-degree angles, as perfect as you can get them, right? Which is pretty perfect with certain machines, right? You level that sucker. Then you attach another panel to it, which has also been engineered where the seams are perfectly square. You then affix them to each other, verifying that they're square to each other. So the initial level, right? Then the square. And then the next panel is square and square and square and square, assuming that you're maintaining the same level ray from the level line into horizontal out into the z-axis, which is the distance, right? You then would have it either maintaining parallelness with the surface of the water, or you'd have it rising up away from the surface of the water, which could be validated mechanically with a direct measurement. So in principle, it's functional. Then you have to ask yourself what methodology you're going to use to affix these panels together, rivets, welds. What methodology you're going to use to ensure they're square. What methodology are you going to use to validate, not just ensure that it's square, but then validate it after the fact? For example, a videotape showing how they did each panel. A three-party signatory where they each sign, a testimony saying I did this methodology, and they have a redundancy to prove that they did it. You have to have all of these things. And then, of course, you have to sell yourself in the first place at how you leveled the first panel. So there's a lot of critical points that you have to be up on. It's going to require, so if you have an 8-inch per mile squared drop, at 1 mile, you'd only have an 8-inch differential. So you'd need a functional methodology that would express that 8 inches accurately beyond the tolerances of your error. So you would really need more than 1 mile. You'd need like 2-3 miles before you get something significant to where it's greater than the error. Maybe even 4 or 5 or 6 miles. And this is why, to date, this hasn't been done because of the scale. And not only the scale, but, of course, the permissions, right? Because you can't just build a structure this large just anywhere you want to. You need approval. You need days and days and weeks and months of machinery, people, shutting off roads, all of these things, which is why Mr. Mullen decided he would do it in like a desert or something where there's none of this logistics you got to worry about, but you still would need certain permissions. But then you wouldn't have the superstructure already there to work from, right? Like affixing these panels where the majority of the weight support is the bridge, You'd have to build your own bridge. And if anybody knows anything about bridges and structures this size, you're talking about millions upon millions of dollars. Okay, the literal circle on the corner of my street that they changed into a drive circle rather than a 4-way stop cost $4 million, dude. $4 million to build a driveway circle. Okay, and we're talking about something that's like 6 miles long, a superstructure that's finely engineered. I mean, you're talking tens upon tens of millions of dollars. Go look at the price of a bridge of this scale, and you'll see that it is like $100 million, $200 million, $500 million. And you're like, how am I supposed to build something like this with my, GoFundMe that only has $1,000 in it? So there's limitations to it. Is it practicable in principle? Yes. Is it practicable in can it be accomplished? Yes, but is it pragmatic in the sense that will it be done? The probability of it being done is very low for the reasons I just described.
Right. That's why we use lasers. Cost efficient, precise, does the same thing.
There is, however, another answer, which I will give to our friend who doesn't seem to know about it, which is this. The essential function of the force the line is to create a level line that's square to itself. Not just a line, but a top and bottom line, which essentially becomes a giant rectangle, right? So you can verify that it's square. So you have a 90 degree. Now you could accomplish this with drones. And so you imagine, hold on, I'm not done yet. You could imagine that a rectangle is just made up of triangles. And so you put the drones at specific points where they're floating points of triangles, and you create an interweaved lattice of drones that essentially makes a giant rectangular level and a giant rectangular square. And you use methodology like infrared, sonar, telemetry off of radio waves, and all of that thing to ensure below tolerances that they are rectangular and triangular to each other. And you could use that methodology for much lower cost and create a much bigger scale to measure the Earth with. All right, so now I yield the floor to whoever was trying to interject.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah. So you can't always accomplish to weave your way in, so no worries. Well, what you were saying with the force the line, it threw me back a little bit, and I don't think it was new to him, but it was Brian Mullins. He's an engineer. I forget his exact credentials, but he went over that like in detail, like a whiteboard and everything. The same as what you're referring to or talking about AI about the force the line.
Right.
No.
So yeah, let me ask you this
Okay.
though. No, we are talking about that, the same principle. But what happened to Mr. Mullen after he came out with this concept and tried to actually implement it? Because he tried to do torque the line, which failed. And so let me explain torque the line to everybody who doesn't know what that is. Torque the line is using an actual line, like a string, that's very tight, right? So you pull the string very tight, and then you measure it against the surface of the water. Now, the problem with that is you have a physics problem called the catenary curve, which is the weight of the line causes it to curve against its own tension. So you need to increase the tension to remove the curve of the line. Now, when me and Indio did the math, when me and Indio did the math on the amount of force you would have to put into a line in order to have the scale sufficient to show whether the Earth is curving or not, the amount of force needed is like beyond the capacity of any mechanical means we possess as humans. So you a tanker ship and all of these things couldn't even do it. It's practically impossible. And for those reasons, obviously, Mr. Mullen gave that up and then went more to the force the line, which is the physical structure, which would be rigid and wouldn't have the catenary curve problem. So, so after he started promoting this stuff, and since he's an engineer and to do this stuff requires engineering permissions, right? Like from a local municipality or whatever, people started saying, you know what, if Brian Mullen does this and he proves the Earth, that's going to be a blow to us engineers and all of this. So somebody got it up in their panties to try to get Mr. Mullen fired and have him lose his engineering license. And because of that person's moral corruption, let's be, a little, not to be too bad of word language. Like the guy doing that is clearly morally corrupt. There's no reason to go after a man's license for trying to do something like that. So he forced Brian Mullen to have to choose between his career, which supports his family's life, or this giant thing, which may or may not be able to be accomplished. Right. So he decided to relent and go back to his family, which is not dishonorable, by the way. So we had a bunch of people accuse him of being dishonorable because he didn't choose flat Earth over his family. And I'm like, dude, it's a man's responsibility to choose his family.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, if it was a single man, if it was a single man, that would be a whole nother story along the lines of what you're talking about.
Right.
But what if it's a single man trying to acquire a family with that profession?
Even
Well,
then
you
he has to
gotta.
find someone who shares the same
I
mind.
don't think anybody is at liberty to choose another man's destiny, his choices in life. So anybody that speaks against him in that fashion, sorry, not sorry, but it's none of your business what the man decides to do.
Yeah, like
And
for
the truth
example,
speaks for itself. The truth,
you got it.
yeah, the truth speaks for itself. But
Right, you don't-
when you were talking, about that, for any permanent structure, you have to have a permit in the local municipality. And, they're pretty much jerks for regular fucking shit. To have it for what, the plan, that there's no way that they
Right.
could
That's why
anyone would approve it.
absolutely. So, which is why I gave the idea back then, and some other people thought of it as well, that you actually structure this as a globe endeavor. So, globers are endeavoring to create the structure to create a pinnacle of art that's affixed to the Earth's surface and will last for thousands of years, that anyone can go to and see for themselves that flat earthers are retarded. Now, if you put that in as your permit, you're more likely to get approved.
Dude, that's epic. I love that. Okay, so far as permits are concerned, my mom said that the city wouldn't approve a small structure on the double lot my mom has, right? And it couldn't be turned into a standalone living. That's what she said. But I thought of, if it's called a clubhouse and it's not fully functional or whatever, you could still have the building there. It's just like thinking, in it from another way. But so far as how you presented what you said just a moment ago, AI, that is genius. And I would definitely be on board with that. That's incredible. We had, something to prove flat earthers wrong once and for all. Love that. We do it ourselves to prove ourselves wrong. So anyway, don't mean to drag anything off what you're clearly getting into your topic and all. So that would be measurement test, correct? The force.
Is that my connection or?
No, I heard the
Yeah, she
roboting
sounds
again
robotic.
too.
Can you guys hear me okay? It might be mine.
You're good now.
Oh boy.
Hey, Janae.
Okay. I went off the Wi-Fi, so hopefully I'll be good now.
That wasn't a good Forrest Gump. Damn.
It was.
Forrest. Forrest Gump.
Greenbow, Alabama.
I'd be trying.
I love it how they made a restaurant after the movie, or did the restaurant exist before the movie? Bubba Gump Shrimp.
Yeah, they
Bubba
got one
Gump
here in
Shrimp.
number 3.
I think
I'm not gonna. I'm not
there's one
gonna
in
say.
Chicago.
I'm not gonna say I loved it. But that could have been like my choice, the choice in what I ate. Um, yeah,
Mm.
I got to try that place again.
There's one in Gatlinburg.
I'd want to have a hat. I just want a shirt or a hat from the restaurant. To
The
be
only
honest with
time,
you.
the only time I've ever eaten Bubba Gump shrimp was in New York City, in Times Square.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Bubble gum shrimps.
I used to know all the verbiage for the where he named all the shrimp in the movie as they're doing the floor with their toothbrushes. I've watched that movie so many damn times. I don't know why I keep thinking about Flat Earth movie, Jim Carrey. what's the name of it? Oh my god, I'm having a major brain fart, you guys. The one where he plays, it's a Flat Earth movie. Well, that's what we say. Jeez.
Talking about the Truman
I
Show.
really gotta...
Yeah,
Thank
Truman
you.
Show.
Thank you. I was trying. Once I realized I couldn't think of it, then I was trying too hard, and then it definitely wasn't going to happen. Yeah, the Truman Show. Good old Jim Carrey.
Yep.
You
So
guys think? Oh,
Mr.
go ahead.
Truman, right?
Mm.
As soon as he realized that he was in a cage, or
Mm.
he left, right? But
Mm.
before that, his boundaries, his limitations were not actually the cage. They were all mental constraints. He had an invisible fence around him of thoughts that prevented him from going outside the boundaries.
Because everything was already discovered.
Right. He
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't go beyond the bridge. Um, he had this whole fear of sailing because of,
His
that whole
father.
situation.
Yeah, that's interesting. The mental boundaries. That's, geez, we could talk a long time on just that.
Funny young man making big noise.
Wow. Yeah, so you guys suppose good old Jim Carrey, he's part of the club, right? What do you think?
Honestly, no. Number
You
one,
think he's an
because
out? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
he's neighbors with one of my heroes.
Mm.
That being Gary Cornigan too. I don't know. He just seems to stay out of the way a lot, and he just retired.
Okay.
I mean, he just does his movies. He's not
Mm-hmm.
really. I don't see him caught up in all of the other bullshit. Really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it where you're saying he stayed out of the way. Kind of like how Prince stayed out of the way. That's the first one that comes to my mind. You didn't see his motherfucking ass in the media, no how. Mm-mm. He made sure to keep himself private.
We
Okay,
got some.
so you didn't. Okay, that could just mean he's more secretive, or you know, I don't know. That could go a bunch of different ways, but oh, something tells me I don't know. It's hard for me to believe anything anymore from people because they can tell you whatever line of bullshit they think you want to hear, and you just eat it all up, and then that's as far as we're concerned, that's the end of the story.
We got
Meanwhile, who
somebody.
knows? Oh, go ahead, hon.
Oh, we got somebody in VC check-in one that needs roles to
Nice.
enter the live stream.
What?
Secret,
Yeah.
Secret Asian man already went up there and checked him in. He just can't give him roles.
Secret agent
What's the
man.
name of the person?
Nokia 3310.
Oh, good phone.
I like that phone. To be
Man,
honest.
I loved playing Snake on those things, man.
Yes.
This phone was
Just the
really
way it felt
tiny.
in your hand, it was a good phone. Good times.
Hmm.
Yeah, but he's a traitor because his actual name is Nokia 2220
Yeah, I saw that.
or 2230. He's like, I feel like a Nokia 3310 on the outside and a Nokia 2130 on the inside.
That was back when they used to charge per text message.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's throwing me back a little. Like 3 decades now.
Can somebody explain
Practically.
to me real quick the Cash App scam? There's got to be a Cash App scam. I'm saying that because today's the second day that I've got a message from somebody saying that they just want to send me money. Just give them my Cash App. And I'm like, bullshit.
What?
Yeah, they're
Maybe
like,
they
yo,
do
give
want to
me your
send you
Cash
money.
Yeah, but I'm like, because I'm like, is there a way that they could? I don't know. Like, if because everybody
Well,
has their Cash App. Like,
a lot of people's profiles have their real information on them, forward facing. So if you give them your Cash App, they're going to be like, oh, okay, Elijah, Elijah, so and so. Here's his face. So I mean, that's one thing. They could try. They could try to use your screen name to hack your password, maybe. But I mean, other than that, there's really no scam.
I'm like, hey, if you really want to help, just give me some contacts.
Hey, where'd the Nokia guy go?
Oh, you want them to pay for your contact lenses?
You know what? I do need a pair of glasses, and I don't think I'll ever do the contact lens thing.
Oh God, contacts are awesome.
Really?
Yes.
I
I've
see. I'd
worn
be
them
the
my
type to fall asleep with them, and
dude, okay.
Dude, what? You could totally fall asleep with contacts, bro. It's
Yeah,
not
you
that big a deal.
can. I was just gonna go into that. I'm 51 years old. I got my first pair when I was like 13, maybe younger than that. And that's when they were gas permeable and they were like semi flexible. Now it's just like a piece of saran wrap. Dude, that stuff, I can't even tell they're on my eyeballs right now. I sleep in them all the time. I wear them longer than what you're supposed to. You just use enzymatic cleaner and make sure there's no shit on them. But oh man, compared to wearing glasses, was totally worth the trouble. I mean, so from 14 till now, I've been wearing them pretty
Yeah.
much nonstop. So it takes a while to get used to it. And what essentially happens, in layman's terms, uh, is that your eye develops like a callus per se, where it just fits right on there and it doesn't slide around or anything like that. I mean, you can get it off and it can go, where, yeah, but more often than not, that does not happen. So, yeah, in my opinion, totally convenient. And now I think you can get trifocal ones, but I have bifocals. I think that, or they call them multifocal. So yeah, essentially you can get really fancy ones where you don't need reading glasses even. But yeah, I would, and when you go in to get fitted for contacts, they give you trials to, and then like when you first put them in, you do it like in staggering amounts. So the first time it would be like, depending on your comfort level, 5, and then you increase it 15, half an hour, a couple hours, half the day, so.
Speaking of contact lenses, you guys ever hear of Contact Lens Earth?
Come on, man. Is that
I'm being serious,
Concanverse?
man.
I feel like
No,
I heard.
Concanverse?
I
no.
think the first time I heard about it was you, AI.
Hmm.
There's image. You go look this up, man. There's images that you could see where essentially the Earth is God's eyeball.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen those before. Yeah, I think that's
I mean,
literally
it's
freaking amazing.
obvious, right? Just the way our eyeball is structured, and yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so the pupil would be, the center, and that's where the black sun comes out of the reflection or whatever.
Yeah, and the stars are like floaters.
Oh wow. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, but the eyeball thing, that's pretty crazy. That's way out there. I guess it's possible. Anything can be, right? in the land of speculation or whatever you call it. I mean, what is you could take that old saying where I think it's from a passage in the Bible where it says that we're the apple of his eye. I don't know if that's
Right. So
it would,
that proves that the Earth is an apple.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, an apple does display a toroidal field. I mean, when you cut the apple, from the top in half. Hmm.
You guys are so silly.
Yeah, I'm going off the rails.
I love
Thank
it.
you for mentioning it. I appreciate you, sis.
You got it, girl.
Yeah, anytime you see me in the weeds, you just pull my ass right back in. No worries whatsoever.
I hope that that would be done for me. Seriously, if I'm ever in the weeds, pull me out, please.
No, I'll run in there with you.
Oh
We'll just stay
yeah.
in there. We'll just stay in there.
Oh snap.
And then if we see anybody else, we'll run back out. We'll like, hey, we got somebody here.
Yeah, aiding a bit.
Yep. It bum being in the weeds, as long as you don't get in poison ivy.
Oh, that was cute.
Who that? Who was just talking?
That was Mike. Am I low again? Once again?
Yeah,
Oh
again.
my.
Struggle.
Mike Power Swan, you stay low. You always are low. No problem though, brother. Like to hear your input.
Mm-hmm.
I said that was cute. That's what I said. That whole little thing y'all was.
Hell yeah. Hmm.
Weeds serve a function too,
Yeah, they do. Dandelions are edible. We call them weeds.
The understanding of the weed.
Well, I mean, it says in the Bible, God gave us all seed-bearing plants. So I don't think
Now
he
we're on
said
that topic.
make sure you ingest substances that are derivatives of petroleum. He didn't say nothing like that in the Bible, did he? No. Okay.
Good point.
That was so cute. That was great.
Ah. It's upside down clown world. You guys already know. That's just how I see it. I mean, and I'm genuinely, like, by nature, an optimistic person, but you gotta be realistic.
Yeah, back when I was an unwitting glober,
Hmm.
I used to always say that I am optimistically pessimistic. Like I can take all the bad stuff all day and just still be optimistic about it.
Hmm.
Very similar.
Oh, Janae, you missed it.
Yeah.
You
What
missed the
happened?
big powwow.
Oh no, I'm always missing everything. Ugh,
But
damn it.
we already spoke at nauseum about it, so I don't even know.
Oh, the current issue.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's related.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
We had like a group of people that came in here one day. There's this young kid that kept like he was saying, he's afraid because he doesn't know what can and can't be talked about. And it started with this weird thing he wrote up about if I had a hypothesis, like, and we had an experiment, uh could he present it for all the head honchos to have a consensus about or something, something like that. And
Okay.
then we spoke for like an hour where he laid out his position and asked questions, and ultimately the conclusion was that he was affirming the consequent. And he said, "Yeah, but," and then proceeded to call it a hypothesis and call it, this
Oh,
logical framework where, you know, we continued to say, well, you know, what you're saying is logically fallacious, but whenever we would do that, he would say, I'm not trying to present a false dichotomy, or I'm not trying to. He was just saying weird things, saying that
yeah,
we were
yeah.
doing things that we weren't doing.
Oh, wow.
He even said I strawmanned him. I was like, how? He's like, I just, I feel like you guys are misrepresenting my position. And I'm like, no one stopped you from saying what you were saying. And at the end of the conclusion, we're like, well, that's fallacious reasoning. How is that us straw man and you are not allowing you to? You spoke for like 2 hours.
Damn. So, because you didn't agree, everybody thought his premise or whatever was fallacious. I mean, you can't continue until that's straightened out. I mean, what the hell?
Well, we
So,
kind of
anyway.
let him continue. It was just, it's not like we were like, oh no, shut up, you can't. Like, we let him get past having a vacuum, which doesn't exist in nature. But we let him do it anyway. This thought
Well, I
experiment,
think I
hypothetical.
heard AI talking about it when I came in a little bit ago, whenever it was. And then was
Yeah,
he talking about like the making of the near vacuum, and then you still can't account for the correct amount of energy because of the ether or whatever? Or whatever. What was that? I don't know. It was like about probably an hour ago now when I came in. Were you guys talking about that, or
yeah,
it's all
something
good?
like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Yeah. Mm. But what's the part where it would be a scientific experiment?
Well, on
Stuff
one
like
hand,
that.
he wanted to say that he wanted to try to propose a hypothesis, but in the beginning, he knew, or he at least assumed, that we wouldn't allow him to say it was like science. But it's not like we're not allowing you to. What really is you have to present a phenomena observed in a valid hypothesis. And if
Yeah.
this and that statement, that's all it is. And he's like, so are you saying that, 0 point energy, or what is it? Okay, let's say 0 point energy in a vacuum is like not a hypothesis, and it's like, no, because it includes a premise that hasn't been proven. It's assumed.
Right.
So that's begging the question. And it's like whenever you say that, here come the yeah buts. Is that like the is I mean, is that the kind of people we are? We just like, oh sure, if
No.
we allow you to, if we just hypothetically accept a premise that hasn't been proven, then sure, you can construct whatever, wording you want. It's just like gravity. If we just give them the globe, then it's all good. Like, right? So like, no, you can't just say, well, if this premise is true,
So,
then let me ask you this question, which really, you going from, proposing something that hasn't been validated to asking us why this thing that you haven't proven, that hasn't been proven, is the case.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
And they
that
think this
doesn't.
is some sort of higher thinking, higher learning. It's higher bullshit is what it is, if
Yeah,
you
it
ask me.
doesn't sound very sciency to me.
Definitely not.
Wow.
But that's the thing. That's like the kid actually said, and he's not the first one. I've heard this from many. Because here's the thing: the
Mm,
reason that people are being called materialists
mm,
is because when we say that's not a valid hypothesis and that's not the scientific, like, you're not going to be able to put that through the scientific method. They go, well, what am I supposed to do about this phenomena that I'm observing in this apparatus and this unnatural situation that I've created? What
mm.
we can't talk about it? Yeah, sure, we are talking about it. but it's not a natural phenomenon. Therefore, you can't use the scientific method. And that's when they want to say, well, the scientific method doesn't prove anything anyway. And I'm like, for real? That's where we're at. With some of you flat earthers, is that really like? I don't get it, man. Like, and it's crazy because they don't see either the scientific method is bullshit, and I could just go back to the globe and say fuck all this, right? Like, or it's just one consistent empirical way for gathering a
Okay, I have a
result that
question.
either is or isn't
I have a
proving
question.
a supposition.
Okay, I have
What's
a
up?
question. All right, so maybe I'm missing something here, but um, I thought we didn't need science to demonstrate that it's flat.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay, so
Right.
what was
See
the
what I'm
dude?
saying? There's knowledge
Yeah.
that doesn't need the scientific method. So they're like, well, can't we just also look at this thing? And then it's like, but see, level water, that's not a presupposition. That's not an assumption. That's
Right.
not a hypothetical.
Right.
Energy in a quote unquote vacuum, he tried to say it's a presupposition. I'm like, that's not a well, no. He tried to say that well, just let's just take that into account. Okay, you got energy in a vacuum. Okay. But when you say it's 0 point energy, that's a presupposition. Saying that there's nothing in there. Saying there's nothing in there, so why is something in there? Is retarded. There's nothing in there, so why is something in there? Well, something is in there. Yeah, but doesn't that mean no? Because and he even said, well, I'm indirectly proving something. No, you're just affirming the consequent is what you're doing.
Hmm. So how did it end, the conversation?
I booted him.
You flung him into the void of Discord?
Yep. Not because of that conversation, not because of that conversation, because he kept saying that we weren't we wasn't letting we he kept saying that we were straw manning him and misrepresenting his position.
Oh, so he
And
was
then
taking a victim role is what he was doing.
right. And he was saying we were ad homing Jaren and Witsit. Jaren and Witsit, they weren't even in the server. I don't know if Jaren's ever been in the server. So it's like, how the fuck could I be ad homing someone who isn't here providing an argument?
If he's
He's
been
like,
here, it's been like 3 years now since if he has been, Jaren. And yeah. And
yeah,
then
so there was that, and then he was saying, "I just don't, I don't know what we can and can't talk about." He just kept repeating that, and he kept saying that his position was being,
suppressed.
suppressed, or and all of that. I'm like, and then I said, okay, well, what do you think about this video? Now I did say labeled debate. Apparently, it's not a debate; it was a discussion. But I asked him, what do you
Mhm.
think about this discussion between McToon and Jaren? Where Jaren is basically calling, let's face it, me a scammer, Wits a scammer, uh, Jedi, anybody who says that you can't have an elevation angle on a curved surface, all of us are scammers based on what Jaren said. I asked him, I said, what do you think about that? And he's like,
Okay.
well, was the Glober's argument valid? That's not what I asked you. What do you think about this guy calling us scammers? Well, I don't have an opinion on it. Okay, well
That's
that
not
lets me know all that I need to know about you. And then he said
I
something else, and I was like, yeah, you're out of here.
I bet you anything he's doing some kind of rinky dink social fucking experiment so he can get more subscribers and likes and shit, man. He's stirring the motherfucking pot. He's not stupid.
Elijah, you're talking about somebody else you booted. That was Andrew that you asked about the Jaren and McToom
No,
thing.
I asked the kid. I asked the kid too.
Oh, okay.
Andrew was second.
Okay,
He
yeah,
he
yeah.
came after after because QE came in and then QE left again, and then Andrew came in, or Andrew
I
was already here, and
what
then I started engaging with him.
what do you think of my theory?
What theory? Oh,
Mhm.
that he's like doing some social experiment thing.
Yeah.
Who knows what these guys are doing in the background?
I
You
kind
know
of
what?
I
Oh,
was
go ahead.
along
Go
the.
ahead.
No, I was gonna say I kind of said the same thing, that they're trying to come up with things to have more content, and
Yeah, more
it's
viewers.
well, instead of recycling what they already have used as content,
Hmm.
they want to come up with new and improved and all of this other stuff content
Maybe it's a new tactic. He's trying to get the opposition to make them think that I don't know,
by
and then he's
becoming
gonna
the
flip.
opposition.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that. I did not say that for the record. You tried to get me in trouble. Oh my God, no, that's not what I meant.
I said
No,
it. I
no.
said
Okay, cool. Okay, but
it.
so he brings in, like a little following of Globers, right? And then he turns it back around the way it should be. That's what I'd like to see in my little, guesstimation of if I were to predict something. But yeah, let's hope there's no flip flopping going on because I'd have to, and probably nobody would want to agree with me. I would say he doesn't get any airplay from us. We should not be allowed to mention his name. We'd have to turn our backs. So yeah, hopefully he doesn't do a bunch of fucking monkey business, which could very well happen. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think I sound like a whack job?
Well, I just I've already said my piece. That's all.
Yeah, I got you. I'm with you. Enough said on my end. But yeah, but sticking to the plain facts, I mean, he can be used as an example. How not to be a flat earther. Guest starring.
Yeah, but you can see in the live stream how there's a video dedicated to addressing the whole situation by the people that were
Mm.
called scammers.
Okay, I heard some of it, I think.
They made it clear a while back that they want to try and avoid this conflict where it ends up being name calling, yelling, slurs, this
Yeah, I
sort of
don't like
thing.
that
They want
either.
this. Well, that's what they've made that clear that they want this intellectual, calm style debate, where it's civil and if that comes at the cost of like conceding things and calling your own people on your own side scammers, then I guess that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, that's not cool. And I, for the record, for anybody who doesn't really know me that awful well, I really, despite what I may have sounded like a moment ago, I really don't look for drama or, things like that. So,
Yeah, so let me ask you this question. Are all Globers on the same side in life?
so far as,
Just in life, well, we look out on the world and
No.
we see vast divisions between people groups who believe in the globe, correct?
well, they don't, they obviously they can't see truth in plain sight.
That's not the point. The point is
And they're not.
people who accept the proposition the earth is flat are not family members. They're not a team. They're not a myopic group that has the same agenda and interests. Okay, they're people just like they used to be. Right? So just because you believe the earth is flat or say the earth is flat or demonstrate somehow the earth is flat doesn't mean that you're then on the same team as all other people who have that same proposition. It's like that's just foolish.
Yeah, otherwise it would be a cult if, yeah.
Well, I mean, not even that. It's like I mean, people have their own disparate agendas, you know,
Mm.
for the reasons why they're in it and pursuing what they're pursuing. A lot of people say,
Mhm.
well, I'm just pursuing truth, right? And you're just pursuing
Mhm.
truth. But if you disagree with me, then you are immoral.
That's not. I don't agree with that.
Where are you coming from?
It's just like this kid that
I'm
came in the
still.
other day. Like he seemed to be a flat earther, but that didn't give him a free pass. He got
Right. We're
scrutinized.
supposed to. Yeah, we're supposed to hold the same candle to each other. Hmm. Anything should be up for scrutiny from either side
Get
or the same side. Yeah.
back. We will still get painted in the same light, in that light.
Wait, I didn't hear all of what you just said.
Well, but AI said
Anybody
is
else?
true.
Anybody
We
else
will
can't
still
hear
get.
him?
Am I not coming through? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Is it me or him? I don't know. I think.
I can hear him, so I think it might be you, actually, because I can hear him just fine.
Okay, so sorry, brother. All right, go ahead and I'll try my Wi-Fi again, I guess. Go ahead, man.
And, despite as true as what AI said, we'll still get painted in that light. We'll still get all huddled up together by the opposition, without putting them in that without pigeonholing them as well. But in this one topic, they are pigeonholed, and they are pigeonholed. I mean, any of us disagree on things, within and with outside of the topic, but we still do share fundamental knowledge.
All right, so on the sunny side, what else do we got, you guys?
Sorry, my son was being super cute, but I kind of got
Aw.
the gist of what everybody was saying. Yeah.
Something is right, it's right, right? And if something is wrong, it's wrong.
Yep. Yep. Everybody should be held to the same standards. Like the truth is self-evident, and you don't have to bend just because someone that knows that the Earth is flat also is. I don't know. Everything should be held to the same standards for sure. because the truth doesn't fear scrutiny, and it's very evident when it's based off of fallacious reasoning if it's true or not. Takes a keen eye, keen ear to be able to see and hear when things are being deceptive or trying to deceive. And no one is exempt from, falling under that category. Even me, I'm probably guilty of it myself. And I like being in here because, we challenge each other just as much as we challenge anyone that comes in here. Being a globe zealot. So.
Well, like Aaron's team, busters, I guess. Without putting people on teams, as AI was saying. I mean, like he's in a group that pretty much echo chamber each other. You know what I mean? Like it is an echo chamber on certain on many points. If he agrees with Dave Weiss, right, is the three baskets only works on a ball Earth, only works on a flat Earth, and works on both. And there's nothing in the globe basket, and there's some things in the works on both basket. There's things in the only works on flat Earth basket. Then you can chuck the other two baskets out. Only works on a flat Earth. The other two baskets away. You don't need to even dispute whether celestial navigation works on both or not. There is one thing in that only works on a flat Earth basket. Justifiably throw the other two baskets away. You don't need to put anything else in them. Argument is then over. No more debate.
The reason why the elevation angles in celestial navigation is attacked so much by globers is because it is the globe killer. And, that's where it's all over, but, if they always will undoubtedly come at you with some other angle. Pun intended. Not really. It wasn't intended, but now it is. Yeah, I would say that we have a way to get to the crux of it, to put it in one of those baskets, one of the three of those baskets. And yeah, I agree.
The point is, if Jaren has something in the only works on flat Earth basket, why is he even bothering to talk about celestial navigation? How it can or can't work on flat or globe. I mean, just stick with the one basket. Present that to McToon. Not in that basket that only works on flat Earth. Present that. Shut McToon down in a heartbeat.
So I'm guessing that you're saying this is because of how the rest of the conversation went on that long stream of his with McToon.
Yeah, why isn't he focusing on the one basket? Why is he
Especially with an anti-flat earther, a known one. I'm sorry, T-Dub, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So, like, if you have even that one thing in that only works on flat Earth basket, right? Then by necessity, others else can only work on a flat Earth. They can say, "Oh, hypothetically, it could work on a ball." Sorry, but in reality, it doesn't. Yes, celestial navigation can only work on a flat Earth because you've already proven that there's something else that can only work on a flat Earth. No globe or celestial navigation to work upon.
Oh my
By
gosh.
conceding that celestial navigation could work on a globe, he's basically throwing his only works on a flat Earth basket away. Go off then.
P-Dub, I think you're cutting out. Or is it just for me that he's cutting out?
Oh, I may be. Sorry about that.
No, don't apologize. I was just saying. I couldn't hear everything you said.
You don't understand my narcissistic personality allows me to rationalize away anything that contradicts my beliefs.
Learn.
What is going on, fellow flat earthers?
Wait, is someone jumping in and out or something?
No, that's Drace and his AI that simulates
Okay.
McToon's voice.
Beep bub, AI MC Loon is here.
I cannot believe that he said end end of FED or end the FED. I believe he hashtagged that. I'm sorry. I'm done. I won't say anything else.
Am I the only globe believer who dares honestly defend the globe? Globe believers, do not be afraid. MC Loon is here. Just go in, VC, check in. I will help you. The foremost anti-flat earther globe expert is right here. What are you afraid of? You cannot look worse than me.
Classic. By the way, still cutting out.
There's a couple
Check.
of new people in the chat too. There's Cheese and Dis Squared.
They don't have
Anyone
any.
wants?
Cheese
Got no
doesn't have any.
roles.
Yeah, no rolls. Well, there's plenty of folks checking people in. Or, well, I guess Secret Asian Man is. I'm about to have to just switch to listening because I've still got a lot to do. So, nice talking with you guys.
Later, chick.
Much love, much love.
Cheese and Disc Squared. If you want to head up to VC Check-In, I want to meet you up there.
Mic check, mic check.
You sound fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
You know, another interesting thing that Jaren did was insult the intelligence and discernment of his audience by stating that you won't know someone's scamming you unless I point it out to you. I'm paraphrasing, but that was pretty much the gist of it.
For those who carry knowledge on their shoulders should also be able to share it in wisdom. To those who hear are able to understand, but the stubborn will fall in understanding and trample it like pigs. They will scold you and call you names, but you shall not falter. Stand firm and be smarter.
Well said.
Thank you. I just wrote that. Roses are red and violets are blue. Let the glowers speak because they have no clue.
I love that.
Yo,
Stop.
do you have a job?
Wait, what?
A Java.
So, a young French kid.
He just dipped.
Yeah, he just came in to say that. How
We.
interesting.
All
Is he
right.
saying Java or job?
I think he said job.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
thought I did too. I think, was that akin to get a real life? Don't you have a job?
Yep.
What a
But
little
he's on here as well.
what a little
Yeah.
jerkwad.
I think he's like 15 or something.
Oh, isn't that cute? Why the fuck would he be in here? Does he want to make fun of us?
Yeah. He can talk down to us because he serves fries at McDonald's.
Okay.
Oh, did he get a promotion? Did he?
For real?
From drinks to fries.
Man, technically speaking, McDonald's fries are scary AF. I mean, we all know how long those motherfuckers last, so what does that say? For those that care to ponder it. I wonder those people that do car detailing, and they saved every motherfucking fry they found on the underneath the seat and just made a jar of old McDonald's fries.
Still good.
Holy shit. It'd be like a jar of horrors, McDonald's fries. Holy shit.
Mold? Because I don't think I've ever seen a moldy one.
No, they don't. They stay
Yeah,
the
they don't
motherfucking.
mold ever, do they?
No, they
I was
stay
about to
the
say.
same. I mean, they get wilty and then they turn hard. You know, they lose all the moisture in the French fry and then it turns dry.
Like those little packets of French chips, French fried chips. Little sticks.
Oh, picnic. They're potato chips that are shaped like French fries, tiny ones. Picnic.
Yeah, yeah.
What are they?
Oh, is that what you call them?
Shoestring. I don't know. I think they call them chips. Shoestring potatoes, I think is the proper term because I love those things. But damn, I mean, everything's so salty and fucking oily, and it's like, ugh.
You have
Sometimes I
little
just don't.
little French fries. They're called. They're French fries in little packets. And they're in the shape of fries.
Oh,
They're not curly. Like they're just like.
oh, are you talking about the puffy ones? Or
No,
maybe
they're
we're
just
not.
like little. Like you said, they're like miniature French fries. They're just like a stick. They're like a straight little
Yeah,
fried
but it's an
potato
actual
chip.
potato, though, right?
Well, I'd like to think so.
Well, right, but there's another kind I was thinking of after the fact, and they're called fries, but they're like deep fried, and then they expand, and they're like Rice Krispies. But do you know what I'm saying? It's like kind of like a Cheeto, but not really. I don't know. I don't know what's in them. There's no telling if you were to actually describe all the chemicals that they put in shit. That just okay. So I try to make it easy, real simple. I try, with few exceptions, try not to eat anything I can't pronounce. You know, so there you have it. I mean, I will forever, probably till the day I die, want to eat frozen pizza. There's no telling what all kinds of preservatives is in that shit. Okay, thank you, Timbo. Crunchy potato Straws. Okay. Those are even different from what I was thinking of. Let me see. Let me try and look it up. Get you guys a visual.
Yeah, good post. My cat likes potato chips
Oh, I found mine. The one I meant.
and French fries.
Okay, I should be able to post it. I don't know if those are one and the same, but that's what I meant. They seem like the ones that Timbo posted. Those seem different to me, despite the cheddar portion. Maybe they're the same. So who knows how they're freaking made? I mean, it probably starts out as some sort of slurry batter or something.
Cornstarch and potatoes mashed up.
Oh, so they'd be like Pringles, essentially.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, because like for potato chips, they can't just use any old potatoes. I mean, they have to be where they're blemish free and that kind of thing. So, shit, all the garbage that Lay's doesn't want to make their potatoes with, they probably give them to fucking Pringles and we eat them anyway. What the fuck? I never thought of that before. Holy shit. Motherfuckers. Oh, shit. I just gave myself like an epiphany. So yeah, it's like Pringles are like paper with potato juice squeezed on them, you know? I mean, oh shit. We got some 411. Um,
Cheese has just joined the chat. Hello, Cheese. If you'd like voice permissions in the live stream, then please head up to VC Check-in 1 and somebody will come up there and have a chat with you and give you the role that's required for you to speak in here.
He's got mic issues.
do, 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 do,
Oh, he's up there. He's
do,
up in
do,
VC
do,
Check-in 1.
do, 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 do. I think I messed up a note there. I'll have to try it again. Do, do. I'm kidding. Oh man. Phenomena. Do, 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 do. Awesome bug to get in your ear, just saying. If you get one in your ear and you want a replacement, that's a fun one. So anyway, I kind of sort of want to delete something. I'm really divided, you know.
What are
So
you trying to delete?
yeah. See, this is the thing. We're not talking about other flat earthers in here, you guys. I mean, that's what I heard from the grapevine. So I guess if we're only talking facts, and it's an intellectual discussion with the mind of progress, sure. It's kind of like a tightrope, you know? The right balance. You might be able to squeak by, but
Yeah, there's been a lot of shit going on over the weekend.
yeah,
Did you hear
I've
about all
skipped
that? Yeah.
I've skipped over it, and we're supposed to put our attention to other things is basically what I've heard from higher ups or whatnot. So we
Yeah.
got better things. We got better things to do, y'all. At least here, anyways. That's should be how we go forward. I mean, I just think there's some sort of social experiment going on, and or I mean, there's all kinds of things out there. LinkedIn actually has a course, and I can access it free through the library login, and that is, digital marketing. How to navigate through social media and, meet your goals. But it's actually a super lengthy course. And so, I mean, that's a thing. I mean, I've watched YouTube for a really long time. And, before that, it was Facebook for a short period of time. But before that, it was MySpace. And everybody was being outrageous to get attention. I mean, for whatever the purposes of that would be. I mean, but, nowadays people use that, or they did for a while on YouTube, use drama to get attention and then sell something. Or in this case, it could be to put out an idea in people's heads or something. So, or you can just call it stirring up the pot.
Are you referring to like a WWE sort of style of marketing? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking. I thank you for chiming in, by the way. I appreciate you. No, I was referring to it's a digital marketing program, like to teach yourself through LinkedIn.
Oh, okay. I totally
Yeah.
misunderstood what you're saying.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but I started getting off in the weeds a little bit. And then, I had this book that I want to read about, social manipulation through social media, why it's so addicting and how people get hooked. So I mean, there's all different kinds of reasons or what could be going on, but I just I kind of talked about what I shouldn't be talking about, beating around the bush a little bit too long. I mean, we just have better things to do.
Was that
And
a
if other
consensus
people
recently made than what you were just referring to? Because I didn't hear
that
that
was
on the live stream
yeah.
recently.
I think that's something new. What I was
Behind closed
referring to.
doors, people are saying, okay, no more talk about this and that, what we were discussing earlier.
We don't need to be involved in heated things like that. I mean, that's just not what we're about here.
Absolutely.
We're about objective truths, hopefully. Or we're not here to convince people. We're here to share information for those that want to come upon that, So
Yes.
So we just don't want to turn into some sort of drama fest or something. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, that would be annoying.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say if we want to do like a reaction segment to some video material, aside from talking crap about other members in the server, you know what I'm saying? If it was just about the facts, and that would be different. But I just think too many people are going to, I think the idea is too many people are going to ask questions and then be involved. And then there's more issues on top of everything.
Yeah,
So we
everybody's
just,
gonna bring their opinion, and yeah,
yeah.
it would be
So
never
it's just,
ending, honestly.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
better
I mean,
just find something else to do. It's not difficult at all. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, if you have legendaries who create millions of accounts just to come back and annoy us, then
Well, sure. It's not like that would be the first time it's happened with this group. I mean, there's some people
yep.
that are pretty notorious for that.
Long time no globe, guys.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, we don't want to put ourselves in a position where the same things keep happening and everything. So we're kind of, I guess you could look at it, we got to take the higher ground on this one and just try and be more productive.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. I agree with that point, I think, as well, because like you said, that's a trap in itself, isn't it? Because we just go around in circles on that one idea,
Right.
and where would we get? We wouldn't get anywhere.
Now, I'm not saying that what's going on between those two or whatnot isn't worthy, just not necessarily here. So for someone that just happens to stumble across their little chat and then they hear them talking about flat earth, then the person's going to be like, "Oh, what?" And then that could, bring somebody into the topic. That I'm okay with, but that we're not on board for that type of, you know. I mean, everybody wants to be a community here, and so just try to be cohesive, and you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we could give people who came in as lowers and then changed over the time, basically the red pill badge or something. Like
oh, geez,
they
that sounds
they
great.
made it.
Oh man, I
That would
love
be
that.
fun. What
I
percentage of listeners you think can got that red pill, like in general, like 2%?
Oh my
Yeah, I
God,
mean,
over
basically
time.
the people who come in and basically then confirm what we are saying and also bringing their own understanding with it without having us them to tell what they should believe and what have you, that they come on this on their own and we would uh, yeah, see that in their way of speech.
don't know. I'm just saying what's going on with those guys, and it could have some merit. Just it just doesn't work here. We just have too big of a group, and it's too much to manage when things go awry. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, who's got a new topic? Let's do something else. Anything at all related to flat Earth or adjacent. So
I
it
just
could
wanted to
be.
say hi because it's been a long time I haven't been here.
Oh, who is this?
Well, my name changed, but I was
I
alchemized.
hate that.
I didn't chime in a lot before. I used to talk with you a few years back. This group is going how many years strong, huh? It's
Dude,
just
I
growing.
remember your song. Oh
Ah, yeah.
man, dude.
Hey.
I kept following your channel for a while, but you're mostly in Spanish.
Oh,
So
well,
that kind of
I deleted everything and now I'm just gonna upload my music. But thanks, Jen. I remember
you
talking to
gotta
you too.
redo
Thanks.
that. You gotta
Oh, yeah.
redo
Well,
that song, dude.
which song? Because I showed you a few ones. I don't remember. Like the cracks,
Um,
maybe. I don't remember.
I don't
I don't
remember
remember.
either, dude. It's been
You're
a
gonna
long
no. The
motherfucking
good
time.
songs. The good songs are gonna be redone and remastered, and
I
I'm gonna
love it.
yeah, I made some new stuff too, but I just want to make a good music video for the first like song because my channel it's been demonetized because I didn't upload enough, and then they told me upload in the next month or we demonetize you, and I uploaded the last day before the you know the timeline,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
demonetized me anyway. So I
What a
just
bunch
need
of
like
fuckers.
10,000 hours again. So I'm gonna do like the longest hour video I can and put it on replay for people to help me out, I guess, at the beginning. Because music is
Wait,
not gonna pop, really fast. It takes more time.
Were
so
you
you
on
can
YouTube?
I used to have yeah, I have a channel, but it's right now it's just one last like it's not an apology video, but I used to do like high voltage electrolysis and some alchemical stuff and other stuff, and I had a
What?
change of heart.
Yeah. What do you mean with the apology video?
Oh, well, I just it's been 2 years I didn't upload, and I used to upload some let's say alternative medicine stuff, and I guess I understood I was wrong in a few key things, and also I didn't want to be like remembered as a fake naturopath guru or shit like that. So
I never
I
thought
just
of that about you.
yeah, well,
For the
Oh yeah,
you
record.
know,
sure.
I still
I would
believe
do the
I still
same thing.
believe in a lot of. Sorry.
Yeah, I say yeah, sure. I would do the same thing. If you're wrong, then of course you can
Yeah,
do that.
that's the same with the Earth. You know, I was wrong. I wanted to be an astronaut as a kid, as many kids, and now I don't.
Damn.
No. Yeah,
No, I
well, you have
don't.
to be honest with yourself. Be able to, you know, at least be honest with yourself. You know, and
No
yeah, I could have
doubt.
made a
Yeah,
lot of.
well,
I could have made a
here we
lot of
have
money because. Yeah,
we
sorry.
have the next candidate for the red pill badge. Make a
Oh
red
yeah.
pill badge.
Oh yeah, sure. I think I have some tags left. Others have
Cool.
been deleted, I guess. I'm a silver and a valued flat earther, so I guess I used to have these funny badges before. I guess they changed them. You have new ones.
I think AI has been listening for giving your badge, your silver back.
It's already
No,
there.
it never went away. Do you
Oh, well,
have a
good.
real
Okay.
AI? Do you have a real AI here?
No, it's I
It's
forget what
it's
other
a
names has gone by.
okay. Well, thanks anyway. It's nice to come back and see you're still popping, and Jen, as always, here every. Are you here
Uh-huh.
every day, Jen?
No, not like I used to.
Well, I chimed in
I
a few
used to
days,
be.
like a few days in a row, and it was just recordings, and I was a little bit disappointed because I missed the
Oh,
interactions. But I guess it's not
uh,
always interesting. So like, there's a lot of dead time, I guess. So you just put good recordings, and that's
well,
okay for
okay.
me.
So the thing about that is if you come in here, I don't know, if should be able to get bot control, and then you can pause the live stream, and then you can just talk about whatever shit you want.
Okay, just a new
Or just
feature. I don't know.
or just yell
Well,
out
not whatever
and
you want, but
Or just
yeah, just
yell on
yell
top
out
of the
and
live
say
stream.
pause. Yeah, say
Okay.
is anyone there, and someone will pause it and start talking.
oh yeah. Just talk over at a pause or something.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt, I guess, and it was not a lot of viewers a few days, like 9, 10 people. So I was like, okay, well, you're roboting. I don't hear you. Like robo voice.
Still bad.
You get a bad connection, buddy.
Bad. Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to rejoin.
Yeah, you should rejoin, man. We're not hearing you right. Maybe you're not hearing us, and because you got bad Wi-Fi. It's almost like an edited song, you know, of a robo voice.
Pretty quiet.
Now you're back.
No.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Just go nearer to your router, man. Do you live in a cave?
Yeah.
Have bad Wi-Fi. Well, it's becoming annoying, so rejoin.
I work in Australia.
Oh, it's because since Australia doesn't exist, you don't have Wi-Fi there yet. I'm kidding. I was listening to the recording with OG Chad. Was he a mathematician? He is such an eloquent guy, man. Like this place full of like smart people. I love it.
Oh, so.
And patience of a saint. Most of you have. Oh, I couldn't bother. Try to re-explain the same thing all the time. So you're doing the Lord's work, I guess.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, satellites don't work too well down here in the south.
The balloon popped.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet the last couple of days when it's not kind of American time.
Yeah, I guess I chime in. Like I'm in Spain, so we're desynced in that sense.
Yeah, it kind of works pretty well for me because all the Americans seem to be on when I'm at work, so I listen. I have my headphones in while I'm working.
I was thinking, since every time we try to reach the dome is like ballistic gel, can we make like a drill thingy just to drill through the supposed superfluid atmosphere or whatever? Like it's not gonna
You gotta
shoot
find
through
it.
it. So
You gotta
maybe we
find it
need to make
first.
it like a like that movie they go to the center of the earth like a way like a drill thingy.
Yeah. You want to drown?
Yeah, no, it's not a real water, I guess. I'm not sure it's like real water. Well, from my research, and of course I'm wrong, maybe for sure, but it's like a superfluid gas in supercritical state, like supercritical helium or hexaflu. What was it? I forgot. It's been 3 years. I don't even research about this thing, so I'm
Yeah,
rusty.
you're gonna need your new body if you're gonna want to play in that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't want
true.
to. There's more than enough to explore down here, so we can just
Yeah.
speculate. It's okay. I just got that thought, you know. I was like, it's like shooting through ballistic gel, so we need a drill, not a bullet.
I mean, if it could start spinning and have that corkscrew
Yeah, I don't mean
fins on
I
it,
don't mean like a
fins
drill
on it,
through hard.
it
Yeah,
would just
not
swim
like
through it. It would just swim
yeah.
through it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
That's what I
hammers
mean.
on it.
Yeah, not like yeah, exactly. Because I don't think it's like solid, you know, like it's just like whatever it is. It's like
Yeah, I don't think that's the actual barrier to actually hit the
yeah,
hard barrier. That's like actually a soft barrier before it hits the hard barrier.
we should yeah. I don't know. We can also go down, but it's become so dense and hot. We just doesn't. We just need to go north. No, south. Sorry. And
Now that you actually mention spinning,
Don't go south.
I just came
cold.
to a realization that if you would stand at the North Pole, at the tip of it, you would spin basically or drill basically into the earth because of the speed you are basically spinning.
you would also supposedly weigh more because there's no centrifugal and centripetal forces. So like densities, like heavy, not densities, but the amount of quote unquote gravity applied would be different. So that's something we don't factor in. It's just so simple. One of my most simplest arguments, but I guess for like trying to not convince, but like tell valid reasons why it doesn't make sense is the centrifugal forces, and also, you know, it's a what was it? What kind of oblique spheroid? So it's more mass in the equator than on the poles. So you should have more gravity. I don't know. It's just like so much imagination work you need to do to make it. And that I think is the problem. Most people, we make this 3D image of whatever it, you know, the universe is since we're kids, and we get really attached to it, you know. We see these pictures and movies and all these stuff, and we build this, you know, model in our head. So for us it's like real, you know, I guess.
I think that's why some people always want a replacement. You know what I mean? You take away
Like
their
a
globe.
replacement
You take away
story.
what their picture of where they live is, and they want you to replace it with something, and you know you
People are
can't.
not comfortable with not knowing, man.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
because you've
just
been told that you know your whole life that it's all been worked out. They know, everyone
oh
knows,
yeah.
and then when you work out that they don't know anything, you go, where
I
are we?
was listening yesterday. Chad was talking about what do we see? Do we see the atmosphere around glowing objects, whatever? And the guy was saying we've seen this whatever new planet that's just a blurry image of 4 pixels big. And I was like, fuck, man. It reminds me of the one pixel blue pixel that said that's the farthest image from
The blue
space to
dot?
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, the blue dot. Yeah.
Wow, it's
Fucking
amazing.
weird. And then, they go, oh, yeah, but we do spectroscopy and we can work out what that planet is made out of. No, you
Yeah,
can't.
it's made of rainbows and unicorns and
Yeah.
super dense whatever. It's raining hydrogen and whatever. These guys smoke a lot of shit, man. Like they were saying, what was it? One of the moons of what was the moon they were saying maybe has water in it, but whatever.
Maybe one of the
I don't
moons
know.
of Jupiter, or
Yeah, it had a really. I used to remember the name. Like
Phobos?
yeah, I don't remember what.
The moon of Mars or something?
No. Yeah, I don't know. It was farther away. Anyway, they were saying that it rained methane gas. the the rain there's methane. I don't remember. It's a long time ago. I'm rusty too. I don't usually. I have been having a break from researching this and talking to people about it. I just but I missed the server, so I came back. But there's so much to learn anyway, so I get obsessed and then I get burned out and take breaks. Just like with music, I guess, and art, and you need that.
I usually take breaks on the weekend.
For me, it's been a few years.
Are you taking a few years break?
Oh yeah, life happens, and I
Yeah.
had other priorities. And I thought I was like, okay, I know it's flat. I don't know almost anything else about it, but I'm okay. Okay, like, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to know much more than that if we don't. But was this guy wanted to go exploring whatever the ice wall? I don't know. There's something happened. Do we have new worlds around us? I don't know. That's the only thing I would really want to know.
I don't think that's
Only on
anything we
TikTok.
really can
Only on-
know. Yeah.
That's in TikTok land. They say that a lot of flat earthers are on there saying that there's proof of all these other lands, but yes, it's fantasy for now,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh yeah, we just have
What is
old maps
What
like
is the proof? Like, what is the proof they're claiming, that silly black and white map that David Weiss
that's
chose?
proof enough for them, apparently.
There was these ancient maps from ancient cultures that whatever, who knows? If
I
there's
think there's only
another, like,
one though.
well, yeah, maybe. Even if they're like if there's like no heat and even oxygen freezes and stuff, and that may be real vacuum around us if there's no, like, I don't really know. Well, we
Yeah.
don't have
Well,
a container. I don't really know. We need a
That's always
container.
been my problem. That like it needs a heat source if there is outer lands. Like, what does it do? Does it come up with another heat source? So, and you go, okay,
Yeah,
it
well,
could be
supposedly there's
possible,
other
but
suns
where is this
with
other
wider
sun?
orbits.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Supposedly, like, this is not the only terrarium.
Yeah.
There is.
What shape of
Oh, what?
terrarium, though?
Oh,
Does
I'll
the
wait until I
terrarium
see
have
the proof.
angles?
Elevation angles?
You guys, yeah, I love it. Who knows, man?
But then there's there's this other thing where they claim that there is an ice wall surrounding the lands. We
That's what they tell
don't
us.
even know that.
Right. That's what they tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to call the United Nations, but they keep on hanging on me. I don't know. They don't want me to know. Like
You know, is
we
it
can
safe
only
to
speculate.
say? Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's okay.
I was just gonna say, is it safe to say that this whole ice wall idea and these outer lands ideas that could be coming from the exact same source that gave us the globe? Is what I'm always assuming. Because where is it coming from? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
Nobody's been there. Nobody's seen this. So,
my
in my opinion,
Hey, you know what?
which I guess nobody cares about. Yes.
So, like, I think it was like 3 or probably 4 years ago now. I don't remember what the date was that they played, but allegedly Metallica played in Antarctica. And they were filmed in this structure that was dome shaped. It's like, are you motherfucking serious, bitch? Really? Really,
those are the observatories with high tech. Who the fuck knows? Yeah.
Let me guess. They were singing Sandman as well.
Who? I don't know. I
Sandman.
didn't. Yeah.
Everyone going
Like
back to
mother.
sleep.
So it's like, yeah, you're a bunch of sellouts. You have been for decades. I'm not surprised.
My
So
my
yeah.
only my only lack of knowledge to be able to argument was like 3-4 years ago they were making this digital gyroscope thingy that supposedly the fiber optics detected spin or shit or angle. I don't know what that was about, but I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it was just the experiment. I don't know if they replicated it or whatever. These gyroscopes. I don't know what happened with that. They were like,
Is that the ring laser? Ring laser
I don't know,
gyroscope?
was it like fiber optics in it and something? I don't know,
That
something
was,
like that.
hey, that was, hey, I got to tell you something. That was Globebusters, I do believe. And do you remember back in the day, the main person in Globebusters?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Bob.
What's his? Yeah, Bob Nodell. He's passed away.
Oh,
Yeah,
they were
I don't know if you
intense.
remember.
They had a lot of energy.
Well, yeah, and then we also lost another flat earther since you've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
Who's the religious guy? I'm horrible with names right now, you guys. Damn.
Yeah, it's oh man.
He's the one who did the Lake Michigan
Rob
observation.
Skiba.
Oh shit, no
Yeah.
way. The
Rob
lasers?
Skiba. Yeah, he recorded himself recording his observation.
Damn, man.
So, yeah, he's
Well,
gone.
damn.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
hope
his
he's
in a better place, yeah, for sure. But you know, he has a lot of work he left behind. So, shout out to
yeah.
him, man. I listened to
He
him in my beginning
he
of
did
my
a lot of
journey.
like, you know, the physical work, man. Those things are appreciated because most of us are here just, you know, sucking on whatever other people do. So that's great, man.
Dude, yeah, he was an example for everybody. Go out and do it.
Yeah. Oh, what came to mind was like the same people that gave us the globe, you know, and then the Flat Earth Society.
Right.
Maybe they speculated about ice walls and stuff like that, and
It's
the
even
memes with the
even
edge, you
worse
know.
that argument about the Earth floating up at 9.8 meters per second is resurfaced as well.
Uh-huh. Oh well.
Yep.
I guess stupidity is circular.
Yep.
Time
Good Good one.
round.
Spherical.
Yes.
Spherical stupidity.
It's instead of empirical evidence, we have spherical evidence.
I love Dude, you need to say that again and again and again. We need more comedy in Flat Earth. You go, bro. High five.
Yeah,
What? Say
thanks.
that again, man. You say that again, what you just said.
Yeah, what something about it's not empirical evidence, but it's spherical evidence. Yeah. Just a stupid pun, but yeah, I'm a wannabe comedian, so I try to lift
Dude,
up the mood.
oh,
It's
I'm
a
so
coping
glad you're
mechanism.
back. I'm so glad you're back,
You guys,
dude.
you
I'm so
guys used
glad
to
you're back.
confuse my voice with a guy you always tend to kick out, a friend of mine, but he was like he
Oh,
he was mentally a little bit unstable. I
oh,
asked for
that-
forgiveness on his side,
oh,
from him.
wow. That's
Yeah,
probably
you
like
remember you
4
used to.
years ago.
Yeah, you used to confuse my voice with his voice. He's a Swedish guy. He's
Man,
okay
it's
though.
been too long
It's
to
just that he
remember.
wants attention like me, but he was sometimes a bit
Wait,
out of place.
what's your new name in here? It's not
Enzyme,
Alchemite.
enzyme,
Enzyme.
man. Yeah, with an X and with an N
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
N dash sign.
All right, I'm trying to
Yeah,
look for you.
yeah. We're gonna see me talking.
Oh,
I'm
here
in
we go.
green right now. Yeah,
Enzyme 9. Dude, I
yeah,
love that.
yeah. It's my name now for my artistic persona, I guess, because I've been years looking for a good name for it, and I went through uh a lot of iterations of it. So there's a guy in Spotify that's enzyme like spelled regularly, and then there's an M dash zyme with a Z, and he's a horrible rapper. And I was like, hey,
Yeah.
X and Z are interchangeable in English language, and it's like my name is Nikolai, XY chromosomes, me, and 9 just because it rhymes with zyme.
Nice. I love it. I loved it.
Yeah, thanks.
Go, bro.
Just don't make yourself an artist and copy my. I still don't have the Spotify name, so that would suck. But whatever.
Sounds like you got it going on. Good for you.
Yeah, it's been a struggle, man. Like I'm
Sure.
relationships and life. I live in my mom's place now again, and
You are not
no,
alone. I'm in that club as well, dude. No
yeah.
worries.
I'm trying to figure out a way to like make my own music, like my real music, then have another persona just for funny shit, and just to make the
Yeah.
channel interesting, so I get some traction at the beginning. Do some, not like TikTok stuff, but some like there's a guy that makes Eminem impressions. He like
Oh, nice.
little Windex. He's like an inspiration for me. He's amazing, man. You should check him out.
Really?
Little Windex. Yeah, he's great, man. And he's actually a good rapper.
OMG. Dang, I love that.
Yeah, that's
I
and
love me some old school rap for sure.
yeah. Well, my favorites are quite underground. Like everybody knows MF Doom, but then there's ASAP Rock, not to be confused with ASAP Rocky. There's Idea. There's Atmosphere.
Okay.
Like really cool. Oh, Decca, one of the most eloquent rappers after ASAP Rock. These are great fucking artists, man. They should be
Okay.
in a museum. Well, they should be in school,
Wow.
like to teach people proper English. And I learned so much vocabulary just from listening to them. It's crazy, especially ASAP Rock. Like ASAP, the Greek fabulist, not ASAP.
Oh, thank you for pointing that out because I never listened to that dude.
Yeah, fuck
All I
ASAP Rock.
needed to know
Like what happened to
is
B.O.B? He went under the horizon.
that made it.
You're cutting out.
Yeah, I'm way far away from my my Wi-Fi. Hold on. Forgot to change my alarm clock. Oh, do it again. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I was listening to you, man.
Yeah, I just finished. I was just saying, like, especially ASAP Rock, his metaphors and like vocabulary and delivery and everything, and he produces his beats. And this guy, he's been spitting straight fire for 20 years. You should definitely check him out. Especially the newer stuff are more digestible. The older stuff are quite like wordy and fast and different delivery, but he's like amazing. Check out his Spirit World Field Guide album and go from there.
Oh, no kidding. Any
Yeah, man,
chance
this
to
guy changed my life. If I had a god or a tattoo or something something to put on my wall, it would be him.
Okay.
I'll link you something. I'll
All
send you a
right.
private.
Hey. Yeah, do that because I got to jam for a second. I'll be back later.
Sure. See you, Jen. It was a pleasure.
I can relate with you having to leave and take a break for a while. I think that's completely healthy in this.
Yeah, it's necessary, just
today.
like sleep. Yeah, just like sleeping and waking. But the thing was, it was like part voluntary and part just I had other priorities, and I already was like, okay, I'm not gonna find 100% of the objective truth or reality in my incarnation or whatever. So I was like, okay, well, let's change. I need to focus on my mental health and make some money and all that shit. But yeah,
I came back from a break myself this year. In January, I came back. I was here for a few years and steadying here for a little bit, and then I took a 6-month break last year. My fiance got pregnant, and it's
congrats.
Yeah, thank you. It was much needed. It kind of sucked because a lot of people forget who you are, so you kind of have to reintroduce yourself and explain your positions.
Yeah.
And but it's been
Yeah.
good. It's healthy and it's
Well,
fun.
it's
Now I'm in
it's
here
nice.
almost every day.
It's nice to talk to like-minded people, especially with this knowledge. It's heavy on you because you can't share that with everyone. Like, obviously, I've tried at the beginning, wake people up or whatever is the word for it, or just
Right, like
but
we all do.
it's really counterproductive, man. And then it's not my space. If people, it's like I give them a bit of innuendo, like not innuendo, but like I gave them
little
a
seeds.
yeah, I plant a
Yeah.
little seed and I see how they react. And if there's nothing there, I just like, no, I was just kidding, man. That's stupid. And I just move on because then I will lose any social credit, like life and score and everything. I'm not gonna get laid.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. It's I kind of the same.
I
That's kind of what brought me back is just being able to talk to other people that were like-minded and awake. And not so much about
Yeah.
flat Earth because to tell you the truth, and that's why I stay out of a lot of the conversations at least recently because I'm so tired of talking about it. but I can't stay out of
Yeah.
here for some reason because I love hearing about it and I love
It
listening to
gets
everybody here. But yeah.
repetitive because you need to explain the whole basic stuff to every new person, and most of it's a waste of time because a lot of trolls or people that are never gonna get it anyway. But the people that keep like Chad, this guy, the Chad, another like I forget names, but the OGs here are always explaining everybody everything, and I'm like, I couldn't do that, and I don't have to because it's not like I have my own purpose and stuff. But these guys are just like really, really patient, and I love it. Like I
Well, they
normally
also
would get
keep us
angry.
sharp. They keep us sharp too. Like the reason why I'm in here as much as I am is to keep myself sharp.
Oh yeah, if you have to explain eloquently and all the basic stuff all the time, and you learn how to explain things better, and you keep your knowledge fresh and your arguments up to point, and that's great. That's what I'm here too. Some part of it is also because of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So any single hot ladies here? Flat Earth ladies? I'm just kidding. If I'm not gonna get laid because I'm a wannabe music producer, at least I can try like, oh, we have something in common. I'm a vegan flat earther, bro. It's like hard, man.
Gotta start some sort of
Let's
dating
start
app
like
for flat
a
earthers.
dating app for flat earth. It's gonna be full of trolls, but if they're hot, okay, no, it's okay. If they meet up.
That's an
Um,
interesting subject. We were having that conversation a couple of weeks ago
what will we?
about would you date a Glober, or would you marry a Glober?
Well, I'm maybe like I'm really like wanna find a vegan partner if it's long term, but if it's short term, I guess whatever. And I guess not maybe a Glober, but at least a person that's intelligent and open minded enough to eventually get it, which is a trap because maybe they never get it and you divorce later just because of that. I don't know, but because you've been talking to a wall for 10 years and she doesn't get it. Like my ex, we've been on and off for 6 years, and for the first 4 years, I show her everything, explain everything, was really patient, and I broke up with her several times, not because of that, but other issues, and we came back again a year ago, and we're not together anymore. I hope it's final. Anyway, she was like, "Oh, now I understand it, bitch." When we split and you're around other people and you found somebody that confirmed it for you, or you were like, "Oh, other people think like my crazy ex-boyfriend. Maybe he was right. What happened? I don't know. I tried my best. I don't know."
Maybe that was a trick just to try to get you back again.
Yeah, well, she maybe because she stopped being vegan after we broke up, so maybe it's the same stuff. Anyway, let's think about a good name for our Flat Earth Tinder. So let's keep the mind some with a pun, like only no flat chests, only flat Earth. I don't know, like I don't know.
Oh, goodness.
Well, my husband, I became a flat earther after we were together, and now he's an I don't care earther because of all the good points that I come up with. So he can even argue my points.
Sorry, now he's what?
An I don't care earther. He's one of those that's like,
Yeah.
what's it matter? I
Well,
still got to go to work, But
yeah,
he'll listen to me, and if he packs up and goes somewhere, I'm packing up and going with him, and vice versa.
yeah, that's great, man. You found like it's difficult to find a good partner anyway. Like it's like playing the lottery. It's like whatever 0. whatever chance to really find someone. So I'm trying to be realistic because I was being a romantic, and all the fucked up decisions I made in my life are because of women. No, not all, but mostly. And now I'm trying to be more. So you're really lucky,
I'm an artist too,
In
by
my
the way.
experience, being a romantic man it's an easy way to heartbreak. Get your heart
Oh
broken a
yeah,
lot trying to be a romantic man.
especially if you wear it on your sleeve, bro.
Yes, which is what
I've
I
been
did
listening
for
to
many
you.
years.
I've been listening to you talk and stuff. I'm an artist too, but I play folky, like old timey country music.
Oh,
I
that's
don't do
awesome. I
rap.
really respect any person that plays instruments because I produce with a DAW and I have a MIDI keyboard, but I don't know how to play. I know how to produce in scales, but using the program, so I can play just a few notes. But
Yeah,
I think,
I play guitar and sing.
yeah. Well, I'm the person that you need to. People like me, you need for the recording and mastering and mixing. So we're complementary.
Oh
But
yeah.
I want to learn.
I'll post it in here. Hold on.
Sure. I'll post my music too soon. See if I get some likes. I'm likes scavenging. No. Yeah, something like that. So anyway, yeah. It's hard. Uh, you know, especially when it's so obvious once you get it and you feel lonely. So I guess this server fulfills a basic need we all have to
Yeah.
find like-minded people, and then you find other things in common, like right now,
Yeah, I
whatever it
posted
is.
it in there. This is my favorite song that I've written so far. So
Awesome. I'll check it out. I saved the link.
awesome.
Or when there's dead air, I'll listen to it. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thanks for being willing to listen.
Oh yeah. Well, we have to support each other because there's a lot of great musicians that should be able to make it and make good money of it, and they're on the streets playing for change and not really, music. Especially, there's also like like a split, because once you make it your job, it becomes different than when it's a hobby. You need to do a lot of mental gymnastics and a lot of mental training to be able to perform as it's not like enjoyable. 'Cause so for me to make good production quality music, I need to produce few hours to minimum a day. Sometimes I don't feel like it, so
I'm the
especially
opposite.
when I have to.
I love to perform more than I like to record. So
Oh, so we have more things in common, like the craving for attention. I'm kidding.
that could be a little bit of it. I'm not even gonna try to deny it. I really do like performing and interacting
Yeah,
with the audience and seeing their reaction, and
yeah,
it's
it's
just
amazing.
it's fun.
Yeah, before I was producing, I wanted to be a stand-up comedian like Bill Hicks or George Carlin. I wanted to tell the truth in a comedic way. Uh, it's a form of art, like one of the greatest, like these few, like Bill Hicks and George Carlin, my idols.
Yeah, I got you. I'm not very funny. Maybe sometimes I can be funny, but for the most
Oh
part,
Yeah,
well,
I'm
it's
it's
just
like roses
subjective
are red,
sometimes.
violets are blue, the earth is flat, and glovers have no clue.
Globers are from where? What did you say? The Earth is flat and globers are?
have no clue.
I have no clue. Well, they have all the clues we give them, but they're not willing to to listen. I get it though. It's like hard. My mom, she's a great person, lovely person, but once you get a certain age and you're a certain personality type, and we're limited by our genetics, how much cognition we can actually. I don't know. It's a lot of factors, but it's hard, man. Like nobody really gets me from my family. They love me, but you feel lonely. So I have a few friends I talk about these things, and yeah, it's been 3 years I haven't really joined the server, so it's great to be back. But I'm missing a lot of the OGs that used to know me. Most people here, I guess, never interacted with me before. I wasn't ever like always here, but I used to be a regular for a few years.
well, yeah. To you, I'm new, so
Yeah, it's okay. It's great. It's okay.
yeah.
It's
Nice
just
to meet you.
likewise.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, buddy.
I'm I'm originally from Bulgaria, and my real name's Nikolai, and I live in Spain.
I
And
am
my
Kim Hopkins.
pronouns are no.
Oh no 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 no. My name's Kim Hopkins, and I go by Flashy Klein on here, and I
I got
am.
yeah. What part of the
Well, I
states
don't
are
know.
you?
I've got a question.
Alabama.
If you were gone for
Alabama.
3 years, what took you away?
What? So what made me what?
Oh, you said you were gone for 3 years. What kept you away for 3 years?
Few things. Relationships, jobs, mental health. Needed a break from this because I tend to get obsessed, and I just didn't. I got tired also of like learning more new stuff about it, and for what, for who? Because most people in real life I meet, like I don't want to. I'm not gonna use any of these high level arguments that aren't. Just at the time it felt like a waste of time for the time I was in, the mindset I was in.
We had something in common with Patsy. We're married to a blue pill. We're both red pills married to blue pills. So luckily for me, if her husband's okay with it and just doesn't care, and it's no deal, and my wife gets really pissed off if I bring up the subject. So
Yeah.
And I'm another newbie here too.
Yeah, I guess it must be like crazy hard to be with a person that not hard, it depends on, if they're their background, I guess, especially if they're like a scientific type or a professor type in academia, whatever. It's even harder for them to really accept you as a peer or as a person that's worth talking to. So it really depends, I guess.
Well, my wife is a professional mother, grandmother, caregiver. So it's not like, she has any intellect over me or any kind of education over me. I think her main thing is, number one, she's happy with the world the way it is. But I think number two, that she's really scared if what I'm saying is true. And she worries about if I get on here and start talking about this stuff that,
Yeah.
they're going to come looking for me.
Also, I guess she doesn't want her neighbors to know how crazy you are.
Well, I don't know about the neighbors, but her family knows.
Oh, okay. If those are the most important people, but I mean, like sometimes I'm not saying your relationship, but imagine you're with a person and they're kind of meh about the whole flat earth thing, but then all her friends and family start laughing at you, and she might be peer pressure to break up with you.
We've been together 30 years. We've got 7 grandchildren. Another month and a half, we're going to have 8 grandchildren, 1 great grandchild. So,
Oh, wow.
But when she first met me, I was into Star Trek and Star Wars, and the only thing I ever wanted to watch on TV was science fiction stuff. So I did a complete 180.
Yeah, kudos to you, man. I guess we all grow and change, and growing together or accepting every your partner's level or whatever they're into. She's already into deep with you with like a great grandson now, so it's too late for her to turn back anyways. But I guess you have a good thing going, except this
My
thing.
my husband would whoop someone's ass if they laughed or made fun of me. So we're from Alabama,
All
though,
right.
so we're tough. We got tough noggins.
I'll make sure
Well,
not to make fun of you then, Flatsy.
Not if you
I
don't.
like your
If you have
story
a
though,
death wish.
Patsy. How your husband he's learned all your talking points and he stands up now when you're not around and really he's become your mouthpiece when you're not around. I think that's awesome. I think even if he doesn't care, that's he has your back and that's the most important thing.
Well, he loves me. I love it.
And also, I guess the arguments make sense, and he grows with his knowledge and intelligence, even though he's not like so into knowing what the fuck's going on. But these are good scientific terms and arguments you learn. You learn a lot of things knowing scientific method and all the stuff related to the conspiracy. You learn a lot of valuable knowledge.
Yeah, that's why I try not to be too hard on a lot of Globers because we were all once Globers, and our awakening process it's different for everybody. Some people catch on to it right away. Some fight against it really hard for years, and it takes them a lot to finally have that mental break where they can admit to themselves that pretty much everything they ever thought they knew was a lie. But you
Yeah.
just got to be patient.
Well, most people are not gonna get it anyway. It's a lot
Yeah.
of factors involved. Age, like it's cliche, but the Matrix thing about old people not really they don't save them from the Matrix because it's harder. Like they have a saying here, like it's difficult to, make a dog
dog,
learn
new
new tricks. Oh, yeah. Also, a lot of factors. How 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 this how much cognitive dissonance they can generate. Uh, I don't know. It's a slippery slope. Also, you can really get and go nuts with this, because man, it's like a big thing, man. Like it's the biggest fucking thing ever. Like everything's a lie, if this is a lie. So it's like a pill with 1,000 thorns.
It's good though, because once you swallow that pill and it starts working into your system, you at least in my experience, there's just so many things now that I don't have to bog my mind down with and even research
Yeah,
because
yep,
it's
yep,
just it's not
yep.
it's not necessary.
You
You're allowed
feel
to free up so much of your mind.
yes. You feel quote unquote grounded.
Yeah, yes, that's a good term. Yeah.
Yeah,
And also the veil is lifted and you can see so clearly that any new lie is going to be scrutinized so hard that it's going to be very hard for at least the ones of us that have that grounding. You're not going to be able to fool us again.
Oh yeah, and especially when you see news stories related to all this NASA stuff or whatever that's tied to this topic, and you're like, you're funny. Yeah, now laugh. Before I used to get angry. I'm just like, oh, these guys are up it again. They're
Yeah, I
they're
laugh
being
as well.
naughty. What can you do? That's the only thing you can really do in a healthy manner is laugh about it because it's sad. It's really sad, actually. But
Yeah, it's depressing to see our the fellow humans walking around us that are just they look lifeless almost inside. There's no light in their eye, there's no spark, there's no twinkle, there's no
yeah,
that is very depressing and sad at times. Yeah, absolutely.
we're
And it's
supposed to
all a
be
product of this globe
the
lie.
guardians, the guardians of this earth, and be cherishing and protecting. And we have so much undeveloped potential, and it's so sad because our society could be so much better. And it's just one thing after another. Yeah, we could be so much better, and you know, uh, I guess it's also feels nice to be the underdog and be one of the elite few that know this, but it's not really what I want to feel like. It would be great if one day people are like, "You were fucking right. This was all a fucking scam. But this was right."
Yeah. After a while though, you sort of let those feelings go. I mean, I'm so not
Oh yeah.
concerned with that anymore. It's just it is
No,
what it
me
is, and
neither.
I'm happy. I'm happy in my life now, and there are still some things going on personally that are challenges, but
Well,
overall,
yeah.
yeah.
Mm. It's life. It's always gonna be challenges. I always struggle with the deep unfulfillment, and I beat myself up because I'm supposedly a person with potential, and I can do this, I can do that, I can do music. I like mycology and growing mushrooms. I like several things that could give me money if I make it work, but just that I feel stuck for so many years trying to find a role in society I feel comfortable doing, and yeah, I'm a kind of a failure in the eyes of my family.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
But I'm getting close there, feeling secure, and that I have my own timeline and my own growth cycle, and I'm still relatively young. Uh, I just want to get some good money, or at least enough money to have my own place, or buy a van, or a piece of land, and do my earthship and grow my stuff. And I could be alone for a long time. I'm a social person, but
Did I hear you say Earthship?
yeah, a self-sustainable home.
I'm very much into that. I'm actually working on designs and stuff to go ahead and put my own together.
Well, that's great. Don't you need like not a patent, but to be official, like for them to accept it, so you can build it and stuff, like legislated?
I'm not going to be moving to Taos, New Mexico. I'm actually looking at building it into another country.
Yeah, that's the way to go. I'm from Bulgaria, and it's really beautiful in the mountains, and I'm thinking of, I still have time and I don't have the money, but when I retire, I want to, the Balkans are really, really beautiful, and Bulgaria is a really nice place to do my garden and grow my mushrooms and make my music. I just want a room for my music and a room for my lab and few more things.
So I was in the process of purchasing a half an acre in Nicaragua, right in the middle of the mountains where they grow coffee and and chocolate. Am I
Sounds like a
breaking up here,
dream, man.
everybody? Yeah, well, we had a death in the family last week, and that's kind of put a stick in the spokes for right now. Got a bunch of stuff we
Well,
got to deal with.
my condolences, but if it's on pause and not stopped, well, you can get at it again. If you need like some manual labor, I love doing things with my hands. Hit me up. I like building stuff too, so I know a little bit of construction as well.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that. The fact of the matter is, it's gonna probably be in Nicaragua, and I've already got some money set aside, so we can buy the property. I was actually going to buy the property this week, but we put it on hold. I got enough money to have a house built there. So, but it's, it's a smaller town. It's a third world country, so there's not cameras on every intersection. And if Social Security holds up, I should be able to live the rest of my life there very comfortably. My big concern is just if Social Security is going to be around long enough for me to be able to collect it.
Yeah.
Is that purchase of that property, Wave Mixer? Is that through a bank then? And is it how is the property taxed yearly? Like, how does all that work?
Property tax is a lot less. I think they said it's someplace like in American money, the equivalent of about $50 a year. The property, my son's wife's parents are originally from there. We went down there about 6 years ago for my son's wedding. The parents know the people who own the property, and they've been dealing directly with them. So what they want to do is, they wanted $2,000 just to hold it down until we can come down there and take a look at it and stuff. So I was getting ready to go ahead and, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Wave Mixer. I didn't mean to interrupt, though. I'm so sorry. I just sprung in my mind. I was about to type it. I was like, wait, don't you have a desk job that you could possibly work out working remotely and keeping your U.S. your U.S. citizenship and still live somewhere else?
I will be keeping my U.S. citizenship. I don't think I could become have a dual citizenship. If I was originally from there and I came to America, I could. But being an American, I can be a resident there. And what I have to do is every 6 months, I have to leave the country, get my passport stamped, and come back. So,
right.
That's.
Right. Are you going to work remotely, though?
You know what, Flatsy, I'm 65 years old. I'm fucking tired of working. I've been working since I was 15 and a half. When I got a learner's permit, started working at McDonald's for $1.35 an hour. So,
wow. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you deserve your retirement. Just if you have some kind of hobby that you like that's valuable to society and make some money on the side, meaning American money, if you can do it remotely, that's only for you're gonna need spare change. But I get you, you deserve it.
Well, for over 25 years, I've had a day job, and then I've run my own business designing websites from home. I'm going to have an office with a computer and everything, but the bottom line is for what it would cost to live there comfortably in Nicaragua for a family of two, I'm going to be making roughly about 3 times, anywhere from 2 to 3 times that amount. So, I should never have to work again if I don't want to. I want to start enjoying life. Do I have hobbies? Yeah. Hell yeah. I build guitars. I've got 3 or 4 guitar projects just sitting in my office waiting for me to get time to work on them.
That's awesome, man.
I do music.
Yeah, I was going to ask because your name.
Well, Wave Mixer comes from a wave file from a...
Yeah, I was gonna say FLAC is better.
Well, I got that name 30 years ago when there was no FLAC. But what happened was I used to do a lot of work in theater, and I'd have all my sound cues on cassette tapes.
Sound engineering.
When I got tired, so wave, like a wave file mixer, like a sound mixer, and I'd run the soundboard and the light boards for plays. And what happened was after the end of the play, everybody else would go ahead and change their costumes, and they'd be headed out to the party. and I'd still be sitting there queuing up 30 or 40 tapes, just for sound effects and stuff. And so that's why I got a computer, so I could go ahead and just push a button for the sound file, and when the show's over, fold the laptop off, and I'd be the first one out of there.
Yeah.
So.
Wow,
And
that's amazing.
I got it to do sound recording stuff and sound mixing, and I ended up